Let's go, chat. Let's go. Alright. Turn the music down a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to day 105. Let me pause the music there, get some a little bit more chill on. Welcome back, day 105. Today's going to be a big one, guys, as you can see up on the stream here. So, we have a goal today of a 10-hour stream. And for every 100 likes that we get, we're going to go for an additional 1 hour. So, for example, if we get 800 likes, we're going to go for 8 hours. The goal, though, is to get 1,000 likes and to go for 10 hours. So, it's up to you guys. But with that being said, let's check out what we're doing today. So, goals for today, as you guys know, we had a little bit of an obstacle. We hit an obstacle yesterday because, as you guys know, yesterday we got an additional layer of verification is needed for the TikTok verification, okay? And what this means is that we're going to have to go and make some demo videos today, but we're also going to be looking at a potential backup for TikTok, which is going to be Late. As you guys know, getlate is a third-party API, and honestly, I'm at the point where we probably need to talk about it as a community and figure out, hey, should we start considering, maybe changing to Late, not necessarily as a whole, but just in the meantime while we're going through the TikTok approval process, because, we had to wait 3 weeks to initially get, this first stage of verification. Do we want to risk it and wait another 3 weeks to have to go through another layer of verification? So that's what we're going to ask ourselves today. That's what we're going to figure out. But with that being said, guys, I just pulled up the chat. What's up? Ayush was first. The Y Sleeper, what's up? Super Combo, what's up, man? Ayush, how's it going? Lando Sheen, how's it going? DSAD, what's up? Let's go, let's go. Yep, starting the stream strong. Waits said my daily dose of motivation. Let's go, Waits. Yeah, Yusuf, today's going to be really interesting. Fooled by Primes, what's up, man? How's it going? Complain, what's up? How's it going? So yeah, I think that today is going to be an interesting one because, what I have written up on the board today is apply significant pressure. And why did I write that up on the board? Well, I wrote it up on the board today because, sometimes, especially in a mission, in a quest like the one that we're on, things can get incredibly difficult. You can have obstacles that you face, and everybody is going to face obstacles. If you have goals, if you have dreams, whatever you're working on, you're going to face difficult times. You're going to face obstacles. And the big question that you need to ask yourself is, what are you going to do when you meet those obstacles? Are you going to let them defeat you, or are you going to apply significant pressure to overcome them? And that's what we do around here at BridgeMind. We apply significant pressure to our obstacles. And one of the obstacles that we're now facing is this extra layer of TikTok verification. So with that being said, today, 2 massive goals on the board today is number 1, the TikTok audit submission. I had some time last night to be able to do a little bit more reading and learning about this, and we're gonna have to now actually make the demo videos and get that submitted on stream today. That's very, very important. We're gonna have to deploy code to production to ensure that we comply with all of the TikTok guidelines. The second thing that we're gonna be doing is not only are we going to be submitting to TikTok, but I do think that it's time that we now integrate a backup. As you guys know, there's a third-party API called getlate. Let me just pull it up real quick, and I'll show you guys what it looks like. Also, I'm going to drop in, but this is getlate. Here's the pricing. Here's what it looks like, and we're going to integrate this as basically to hedge. We're going to be hedging our TikTok integration because, for example, hey, if we get rejected during this audit, we're gonna have an issue, right? We are going to have an issue. So let me drop the stream right now. All right, hold on. So yeah, so I'm gonna drop this in the Discord. If you haven't already joined the Discord community, make sure you do so. But I'm just gonna say live right now at everyone, for every 100 likes we grind an extra hour. The goal is to go for 10 hours today. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. All right, just drop that in. But yeah, if you guys haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. But yeah, so, this is an issue. But look at this. So, for $33 a month, what is it? So for $49 a month, so it's basically $1 per seat. And you can do unlimited, and you can then, be at the $1,000 a month plan, which obviously is expensive. Yeah, I've got 96 gigs of RAM. But Owen Bendon, what's up, man? How's it going? So, we're going to be taking a look at this. I think that it's time that we integrate with as a backup. But before we integrate with this, we definitely want to actually get our TikTok audit submitted. So, with that being said, let's move the desk down and let's actually get started. We're going to get right into it. So the first thing that we're going to do, we also are going to hit 15,000 subs on this stream. I think we're only we're less than 100 away. So we are going to hit 15,000 during the stream. It's not hard for us. We're going to easily hit it. Thank you, Wise Sleeper. Appreciate it. I'm going to pin that. But yeah, so right now I've got all these warp windows open, and we're gonna have to get this solved, and we're gonna have to make these demo videos. And I know that we can do it. It's gonna be interesting because we have to make sure that everything is in full compliance. And I actually was working with these agents here. Which one was it? It was this one here, I believe. Nope, not that one. Not this one. Let's find the agent that I was working with on this. Okay, I think it was, yeah, it was this one here. Yeah, so it's this one here. So basically, overall audit readiness is at 78%. So we just want to make sure that this gets up to 100% before we make our demo videos. Because, hey, because TikTok takes so long to do their reviews, it can be very difficult because, hey, let's say they take 3 weeks to do a review, then, hey, that means that if we did it wrong, then we're going to have to wait an additional 3 weeks to then resubmit and go for approval. And that's why I'm starting to talk about getlate and say, hey, it's actually just smarter to potentially integrate with getlate. I mean, it is a little bit expensive. It's basically $1 a seat, but we only need it for TikTok. So something I want to ask you guys this morning is hey, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that we should integrate? Does anybody have any thoughts on this? I don't know if Brother Code's in the chat, but did you make the demo videos already? Are you going to make them on stream? You talked about it on the stream yesterday. Just talk about it now. Yeah. So yesterday I was able to get around to getting us more ready for this audit. But yeah, I mean, hey, something that you need to consider when you're submitting these things for verification is that you need to make sure that it's in full compliance. So for example, let's just pull up View Creator here real quick. And let's go to basically this TikTok page and let's talk a little bit about, hey, what do we actually need to do? And it's small things, it's stuff like, hey, having a checkbox or having a drop down and making sure that you're confirming that they, opt into certain things. These are all things that they look for. And if you don't do them right, then you're gonna run into issues. What's this here? Okay. All right. Hold on here. All right, so let's work with this one. All right. What is this error that I'm getting when I'm trying to sign in? Review this with 2 code-based analyst agents and pinpoint the cause of this, and then use an agent B coder agent to fix it. And we are getting a lot better at these multi-agent workflows just inside of singular chats, but there's an issue that we have to fix real quick. Fake account NGL said, love the dedication. Appreciate you, bro. All right, let's go here, and I'm going to say so if you guys are just joining, so every 100 likes equals plus 1 hour of grinding. All right, I just started a poll. What's up, guys? All right, so let me move this over here. But yeah, every 100 likes is plus 1 hour. So I just did a poll. But yeah, this is going to be a big thing today. I mean, we know we have to work hard. But yeah, I mean, to my point of applying significant pressure, it's hey, in the face of obstacles, what do? Do you back down, or do you basically face up against them and say, hey, no, yeah, this obstacle is not going to defeat me? And I know the answer for me personally, but that's my perspective on it. Okay, so what we need to do now is I need one agent, and actually I do feel like Codex sometimes does a better job in this just because the context window is so large. So I'm gonna drop this over here. We have a quick thing on our to-do list today. So View Creator Genesis needs to be worked on. I need you to review this project. For some reason, when there is face cropping, there's a significant amount of zoom. So for example, on a split screen format, it's just zooming way too close up into the user's face. Would you review the project in complete depth and identify why exactly this is happening? Don't update any code, but just do an in-depth review and then create a README of your findings that I will pass into another agent that is working alongside you. All right, so that's Codex. That's going to take a while. Chad, good morning. How's it going? And yeah, we're locking in today. Let's go. The official Deadman said I haven't been able to use it yet, but I would love it the way you have it. What is that? Aperium said until we get TikTok approved, using this is good. Aperium, are you talking about getlate? Because yeah, I mean, I just look at it and like, let's pull up TikTok. So for those of you that, you know, were maybe off stream yesterday, and we faced the biggest critical issue that we faced yesterday was that we found out that there's an additional layer of TikTok verification. And this was, I mean, I don't want to say like, I mean, it's an obstacle, right? It's just an obstacle that we're going to have to face. And it's, we're going to have to make sure that we do it right. So here's what we're dealing with. So content posting API. So basically what we learned was that there is the initial TikTok verification, but then there is an additional layer of TikTok verification. And this is a direct post, a content posting audit. So right now we can use our production environment and we can use our production keys and we can do a lot. But the issue is that now, until we get this approved, unless you're actually a verified account, you can't connect your TikTok account. You can't do a lot of things. So what we're kind of debating is, hey, is it now time? You know, we talked about this maybe like a month ago, but is it now time to actually just say, hey, let's integrate with getlate? It's time. You know, I think it's time that we integrate with it. I mean, this is only going to be used for TikTok. So I did do some research last night, and pretty much what I found was that, hey, we can use this in the meantime while we're waiting for TikTok verification. So let's say it takes 2 to 3 weeks. I don't want to necessarily have to like only rely on TikTok. I think if that was the case, that may not be the best choice, because hey, we could end up waiting an additional 3 weeks and we could get rejected and then have to wait an additional 3 weeks. So that would be, hey, 6 weeks from now, we're integrating with TikTok. And then even if we do get approved, there could be issues with, hey, we could get our approval revoked, or they could, you know, flag us for something, or I don't know. So it may be better to actually integrate with a third party like getlate. And I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that, but here's the pricing for it. But this is up on the board today of something that we potentially could be doing. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. But yeah, chat, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Here, let me pull up the chat. Interested in your guys' thoughts on this. Yeah, Jason, this is using AWS. The piece that lasted, will getlate her profits? Not that much. I mean, hey, if we really did need unlimited seats, you could just get the unlimited plan, which is actually not that expensive. I mean, $1,000 a month in the grand scheme of things is not too bad for unlimited. I mean, it will be like $1 per TikTok account per month that we're integrating, but I'm not like super like, oh, this is, you know, terrible. But yeah, I mean, definitely something to consider. What are we building? You can check the description. We're building View Creator. Yeah. All right, hold on. I'm gonna pull up the Twitch chat over here. Give me 1 second here. The official Deadman said, this is what I was saying, like how you are doing it, but I am still unable to have my plan working is what I was saying. I like what you have here, are saying, and plan here makes sense. Okay, got it. All right, Aperium, I'm going to check the DM here. Aperium said they sent me a DM. Let me check real quick. All right. All right, let me pull up Twitch. Femzy Shooty over on Twitch, what's up? Django, thank you. So here we are. We have the AI clipping. We're reviewing this, but also what's this? How would you like to make CAPTCHA optional? All right, this is recommended. Make CAPTCHA token optional. All right, yeah. All right. WebDev Cody, what's up, man? Also, WebDev, I just saw Cody. I just saw your DM. Yeah, so WebDev Cody, if you guys are familiar with him, he's been working on a really interesting project called Automaker. And Automaker, I've seen a little bit of it, so I don't want to butcher it and say something that's out of turn. Also, a member of our community, Super Combo Gamer, has actually been helping with this project. I believe it's open source. Maybe Cody can confirm, but WebDev Cody may come onto the stream today to talk about this Automaker project, and we're going to do a review of it. But basically, they've been working on this tool. Oh, Brother Code said, I think that's a good solution, using getlate until you get approved from TikTok. TikTok is such a pain in the ass. Okay, all right, so then let's do it, guys. Honestly, let's do it. You know, if you guys have already checked the description, you guys see what we're doing. You know, today is a marathon. And for every 100 likes that we're going to get, we're going to add another hour to the clock to up to 10 hours. So if we go for 10 hours today, it's like I said, hey, if you guys can see what's written up on the board today, what do we have written up here? Apply significant pressure. And why are we applying significant pressure? Well, if you face obstacles, if you face difficulties, if you face things that are challenging, you know, we just have to apply significant pressure. That's the only way that we're actually going to be able to succeed in our mission and in our goals, is if every day we wake up and just make the choice of, I don't really care how I feel, I don't care what obstacles I'm facing, I'm going to apply significant pressure. And how we can apply significant pressure is we can show up and we can get to work. So guys, W's in the chat, let's go. Today we're going to be grinding. But yeah, Cody may show up to the stream. I'm gonna message him. That may be something that we'll do, especially since if we're going to go for 10 hours, you know, depending on how many likes we get, we can go for a while. All right. All right. Thank you, Wise Sleeper. So let's start to dive into this a little bit. Honestly, I think we just got to start moving forward. Let's start pulling the trigger. So let's click Get Started. Let's sign up for Get Late. I'm just going to start with the minimal plan. So let's get started. Let's choose an account, and let's immediately just sign up for an account and get some documentation. Let's pull up this as well. All right, so here's what it looks like. I just created an account. So here's what it looks like, guys. So here is getlate. Here are all of the different platforms that we can integrate with using getlate. So there's Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, X, Threads, Pinterest, Reddit. What's this one? Blue Sky, right? And then what is this? Google Mark. I don't even know what that one is, but something. But what we can now do is we'll be able to integrate with our API. We'll just use the build plan just to get started. What is it? Also, let's try this again. So still getting this error. Why is that? That's weird. I need to close some of these down. All right, this one. All right, go here. Review this and identify what the error is. It's still throwing an error when I'm trying to sign in. All right. All right, it's Google Business. Okay, super combo. Gotcha. Cams, what's up? What is late? Yeah, so late is, you know, this is something that we debated with early on of, hey, should we integrate with late from the start? And I think where we're at now is hey, it's better now to have this as a backup. And I was doing a little bit of research, and actually, let's move the desk up and I'll talk a little bit about just like the thoughts and considerations when you're integrating with something like Late. And you know, this is something that we decided against at the very start, and I'm happy that we did at the start because we were able to integrate with all the platforms except TikTok. We're still planning on getting integrated with TikTok, but really what happens is like, hey, with TikTok, they are, like Brother Code said, it's very difficult to deal with them. They have a very long-running approval process to get your app verified. So instead of having to risk that and maybe say, hey, in 2 months we could get approved by TikTok, especially if we get rejected by the audit, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get integrated with Late for now. And Late, they have their own separate client keys and secret keys, right? So what you have to think about is, hey, everybody that's going to be integrating with View Creator, with TikTok, is going to be going through this integration. So later on, if we do have our own app that's approved, we're going to cut this integration off. And people, the only drawback is that people are going to have to reconnect their accounts. If we're smart today and we can come up with an integration where, let's say that the underlying schema and the underlying processing in our API of being able to post to be able to post to TikTok stays the same, so we don't have to do a bunch of refactoring when we do integrate directly. Hey, there's no problem with integrating with Get Late just to get started, right? So let's do it. I'm gonna upgrade to build right away, or I guess this is free and I don't even need to do this. Get plus 20 free posts. Okay, profiles. I guess I can just use this to get started. I don't even have to buy a plan yet. But let me get an API key. Also, let's go to the documentation. Where's their documentation? Okay, so API docs. So can I just have like an AI assistant just go to this and do like a complete in-depth review and get everything that we need? Oh wow. Okay, guys, check this out. Oh well, that's only the Claude desktop MCP. So they literally have an MCP. Let's see. Is this able to be integrated with Claude Code, or is this only Claude desktop? Let's check it out. Is this only? I'm considering integrating with Get Late as our third-party API to integrate with some APIs for posting to things like TikTok. Is this the Claude Code MCP, or is this only Claude desktop? Crazy Gamer said I wasted 4 account to just write a payload to late dev, 40 tries. What do you mean? Have you tried it? Okay, it's Google Business, Super Combo said. The official Deadman said, you might as well just do unlimited, put it all of them on, easy. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, okay, Crazy Gamer said that it took him 40 tries, okay. Well, I think it's going to take us less than 40 tries. And the thing is that, hey, with all the agents that we have here, column now exists, failed login attempts, failed added column, failed. I didn't even ask it to run that. Add positive. Huh. Okay. All right, well, let's do it. This should work. All right, so creator. So, you know, what we're now dealing with is, hey, inside of the creator dashboard, you know, we were running this, and even in production, this is working very well now. Like, let's go over to View Creator Production, and let's actually go to Agents, and what you guys are gonna see is, hey, if we go to this most recent run, everything is working except TikTok, and the error that we're getting on TikTok is this, and the reason that we're getting this error is because it says to publish videos through View Creator, your TikTok account must be set to private. And the reason that we're getting this is because of that issue where we haven't gone through that additional layer of audit, right? How much these AIs cost you? I spend $600 a month on AI. Are you aiming to release a more mature product or an MVP? I think that it's going to evolve over time. But yes, I mean, I think that we're already at MVP. It's just that we're trying to build a product that not only is going to be able to be used by the public, but we're also building a product that we can use. This tool is going to be so good at marketing that we're going to be able to use it to market itself. And I think that that's a huge driving factor of what we're going for right now. And hey, why are we so upset about this TikTok integration not working and having to go through another layer of verification? Well, the reason that this is because we want to be able to use TikTok. We want to be able to market on TikTok for our own purposes. So the fact that we can't integrate with TikTok is an issue, right? So just definitely something to know. But let's see this. I did do okay, so it looks like this is now okay, so README face cropping zoom analysis. So I just worked with the Codex agent to do a quick to create a README here. README face cropping. Let's put this in. So tell me in a brief 2 sentences, why is it that the zoom is so zooming? It's zooming a ton. I do not use anti-gravity. Yeah, Bleed asked using getlate. I'm going to use getlate for the TikTok verification in the meantime. Because, hey, if we can't get to TikTok for another 3 weeks because we have to go through an additional audit, then that doesn't work with that's just, I'm at the point where it's like, hey, yes, having an app it's a great thing, but yeah, I think that this almost is an additional issue because it's like, hey, if our app gets rejected, if our app gets pulled, then we have no fallback. So yes, we don't want to have vendor lock and only be able to integrate with getlate and then be like, totally dependent on them. But then, hey, we also don't want to have so much risk and so much caught up and built up with our own integration and having to go through our own processes. Like, hey, we just have to build a really good cohesive system where if we do have to switch, all that an end client has to do is reconnect their TikTok account and they're good, right? So let's say that getlate, we want to migrate later on. Then we'll just send out an email to all of our users saying, hey, you're going to have to, just heads up, you're going to have to reintegrate your TikTok accounts that you've connected with View Creator, right? Don't you use Cursor any longer? Can you elaborate on that? I use Claude Code a lot now. I think Claude Code's probably #1. Okay, so the split screen face renderer hard caps the crop window to a maximum of 360 pixels tall, then scales that tiny crop to fill the entire bottom half of creating a 2.7 to 4.8 zoom factor. The problem is amplified because the crop region is derived from typeface boundary boxes rather than the full webcam overlay. Okay, what is a potential fix to this issue? Okay, okay, look at this. Requests per minute, 600. That's a lot. Okay, Claude Code MCP is not supported here. Yeah, I'm 100% vibe coding. Yeah. Okay, I want you to launch 2 code-based analyst agents that will create a README that has a structured plan of the updates that need to be made without breaking existing functionality. And then I need you to launch 1 agent B coder to actually code the implementation based on the README. All right. So there's that. I want you to do an in-depth exploration of their API documentation. You need to launch 3 agents that will do in-depth reviews on the getlate documentation and gain a complete and full understanding of the getlate API documentation. Hold on, getlate. All right, so then I'm gonna go here, and the web search is very good with Claude Code. So all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to API docs. I'm gonna go here, and I mean, yeah, here's all of their references. So yeah, let's go here. Boom. Also, guys, just as a reminder, we are going to be hitting 15,000 subscribers on stream today. So plenty of stuff to do. The official Deadman, can you DM me personally? That's the best way for us to get to the bottom of that. I don't understand your issue. Are you just stuck on that plan? Yes. Yeah, if you guys find bugs with View Creator, you should send them to me personally via DM. That's gonna be the best way. Or you can report them in the feedback channel or the bug channel. Yeah, we're about to hit 15,000 subs. So these two are working. I did just get a bug report, so just a simple bug here. Yeah, that's fine. Hold on here. Yes, whatever. There's that. And then let's just launch. Let's move this window over here, and let's just create a new. So again, Warp is really great just because of the windows that you're able to create. So boom, boom, boom. Now I have 6 windows, and I'm gonna actually CD into an additional like layer of the project just because I want to. Okay, it looks like that's launching that there. Let's launch into the Creator UI, and I am going to then upload this screenshot. Hold on, I actually have to launch Claude. I forgot. So let's launch. Oh, it's warping. That's fine. GN, I can on the in the stream. I will. You'll get a good handle on it. But you know, if you guys are new around here, you guys, if you have questions, if you have things that you're wondering about the workflow and all of that, you know, just as a reminder, is like, hey, these streams, you guys are seeing me authentically grinding, so you guys will learn. It's a lot less like content. My goal is to not be a content creator. My goal is to share my journey, to build the future, to build a community. And hold on here. Let's give a quick prompt. I need you to review this image and identify the bug that was identified from this report, and I need you to see the bug from the screenshot, and I need you to find what code is associated with this and where this actually is, and then I need you to patch the bug. Yeah, Indiego said studying and watching this. Let's go. The official said I did DM you, I think. Okay, hold on, let me pull it up. I mean, isn't the issue that you have is just that it's a matching issue, or I'm trying to understand like your bug here. Let me go to message request. Maybe I haven't added you yet. Let me see. Is it? I don't see a DM from you, Deadman. Yeah, I don't see a DM from you personally. Alright, also, I have some people that are interested in joining the UGC team. Corey, shout out to you. Gotcha. Super combo, that's a good idea. I just saw he said, yeah, I've almost got 15,000, yeah. Oh, GB 5.2 Codex apparently is launching today. That's nice. Okay, let's go here. Oops, do not close that. Okay, so these are still working here. So this one's checking out getlate here. This one is coding that fix there. Let's go check this out. All right. Yeah, super combo. I think it is, yeah. And I don't know if that's because he signed up. I need to understand just his situation a little bit better. I'm trying to get to the bottom of that bug. All right, also, guys, we are 78 subs away from 15,000. We're almost there. But let's look here. So here, these two are working. This one here, this one's working on a bug. But let's launch this bug. I don't have him. I don't see his DM or anything. All right. I did just get confirmation from WebDev Cody. It looks like he is going to be coming on the stream. So it's just really like, hey, at what like count do we want WebDev to come on? Or maybe we could give him a better time. If any of you know WebDev Cody, he's actually going to be coming on the stream today, and he is going to be showcasing a project that he's working on called Automaker. It's basically like an agentic IDE. Not an IDE. I'm not going to do a great job of explaining it. That's why he's going to come on. I would like to try it, but yeah, I think that he's going to come on the stream today. I'm going to see what time works for him. All right. All right, so the official, that is who I DM'd. Yeah, the official Bridgemine. Yeah, let me check this out. I'm going to my message request here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything from you. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything from you. Alright, sounds good. Alright, so WebDev Cody is going to come onto the stream at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, so about an hour and a half from now, he's going to come on, and he's going to be talking about his project, Automaker. I think this is a really interesting thing that he's been working on, so... do I use Git work trees for parallel development? I do not. No, I just work in the dev branch, and then from there, I'm able to kind of just manage. I send the agents to work on different tasks, and that works well. All right, test with the sample video. Okay, so we're gonna want to test this. So let's actually launch. This did update the code, correct? Great work. I now need you to rebuild and restart the ViewCritter Genesis Docker container so that we can test these with the updated. All right. Apparently, Grok Voice Agent API is launching today. The real question is, what do you do for work? You're looking at it. This is my full-time job. All right, so let me launch an additional Warp agent here. Let me launch this. And another thing that's on our goals list, I actually want to stand up so that we can hit some push-ups and stuff. But let's launch. We need Clipper logs here. Let's get the desk up here, and let's launch Warp. And oh yeah, we have CD in the directory, obviously. Alright. Alright, Deadman, I now just got a DM from you. There we go. Okay, there we go. Alright, thank you. Alright, Deadman. Alright, so this is the issue that he's having, is that he has a $20 ViewCritter Pro subscription, but in the UI, it's saying starter. So something that I'm interested in is, I mean, it's just saying, are you having issues accessing any of the tools? Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that Opus 4.5 has been nerfed. I don't know if that's necessarily true, though. No configuration file found. Are we not in that directory? Hold on here. Oh, I'm in the admin UI. Okay. So now let's paste this. Okay, cool. Are you having issues actually using the tools? All right, so this is now run. Let's check this. So this agent here just tested this, so we're gonna be able to rerun the build here. I definitely want to test this. Would you like me to draft an existing plan? Yes, but before you do that, I want you to do an even deeper dive on the API documentation. Also, remember that it is okay. Can you manually update his DB file to Pro for now? Well, the issue is it's actually just a mapping issue. It's a mapping issue. Yes, limited to starter tools. Okay, interesting. When did you actually sign up? Did you get this starter plan like a while ago, or did you literally just sign up yesterday? Because I think what's happening is that we have a mapping issue that's like from way back. So yeah, WebDev just said auto clipping is zooming in hard on my face, so we're actually fixing that right now. I noticed the same thing. So I had that issue as well. So if I go like to my AI clipping agent. So I had a couple clips yesterday, and it's just zooming in a ton. So web dev, we actually just are testing that now. It's this fix right here. So you can read it. So it says, ViewCreator Genesis is rebuilt and running with the zoom fix changes. So let's now test this and see if that fixed it. We'll test locally. Let's go to the AI clipping agent, and let's actually just clip like a local video, and let's upload my video from literally like this morning. I had a video about the new Gemini 3 Flash model, and we'll be able to do that. Fine line there. WDM, what do you mean fine line? Yeah, web dev. Web dev, I'll give you as many credits as you want, but just note, I do need to get that's why we need to get the admin portal up and running, is because the admin portal, you know, we weren't really worried about the admin portal to start, but now that we have so many users, we really do need to start doing a better job of actually managing existing users. So people that are having issues, or people that are, you know, having an issue like he just mentioned, you know, with the Zoom, we're gonna have to address those. Now, I will say that, you know, I'm gonna try and get, like, that's a big goal of today, is to get the admin portal build out pushed, because then I'll just easily be able to go in and do that, right? But for right now, it's not that easy, just because I actually have to, like, SSH into the database and find your file and everything. Dan said, oh, fine line between viral close and problematic at close zooms. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So we'll fix that, and then let's go see here. All right, let's go here. Also, just as a reminder, for every 100 likes that we get, we're going to be doing, basically, we're going to be grinding for an extra hour. So, for example, if we can get 1,000 likes, or if we get 500 likes, we're going to go for 5 hours. If we can get 600 likes, we're going to go for 6 hours. But I think the goal is, hey, let's do a 10-hour stream. Let's hit 15,000 subs. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. So yeah, a built-in feedback bug report model. Okay, let's actually build that right now. So I'm going to pull up this here, and I actually want to work with this one here, and let's just launch Claude here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to launch three different, I'm going to input 3 different reference agents. So I'm going to do the API, I'm going to do the database, and then I'm also going to be able to do, did that get the right project? Okay, that did not get the right project. So let's go back there. And one annoying thing about Warp a little bit is that while you're kind of like Xing out of things, it keeps, do you guys notice that? How it keeps like pushing me down, so I can't actually see it at the top. It's a little bit annoying. It's like a UI bug. You guys see that? So the drop down will come, and then I can't actually see like at the top. They need to fix that. It's annoying. I need you to do an in-depth review of the entities in the API and in the database and the creator UI. I would like to create a feedback or a bug report modal or functionality, which means that I need a new database table or type ORM entity that you need to build in both the API and the database, and I need you to integrate it in the API as a module with API roots, and I need you to build the front-end integration that connects to this API root respectively. Launch 3 code-based analyst agents that will do an in-depth review of where and what we need to do and how to construct this, and then create a README with phases to build this functionality across each of these repos. After you create the README, you can then launch 2 Agent B coder agents to actually implement the code and the functionality. All right, and I'm gonna do an ultra think on this. All right, Dan said that Warp did not envision the 72 workflow. I imagine they did not. They did not. I'm building a TikTok alternative. That's cool. What are you making, by the way? So we've made View Creator. We have over 1,400 creators. And right now, let's see. Did we get our clips back? The clipping agent is a lot faster. It's still processing here. There should be webhooks, right? Yeah. Okay. So right now, it's rendering 5 clips. Okay. Cool. All right. Also, guys, remember, we're gonna get 15,000 subscribers today. We're not that far off. You already, okay, here's our clips. Here's our clips. So now, do you guys see what it did? So now we have an issue where now the issue is that it's not filling in the crop. So that's a trade-off that we just hit. Okay, you actually broke the functionality because now the cropping is not working as intended. So for example, review what a clip looks like now. It's no longer filling that bottom half of the clip when it's a split screen layout. All right, let's go here. All right, go here. Review this image 1. This is what was just produced, and review what it looked like before. Honestly, I feel like GPT 5.2 can sometimes do a better job on stuff like that. I know, it's surprising. But yeah, you guys can see the zoom is insane on my face. So let's pass this in. Would you review what you updated and why this happened and then fix this? All right, chat. Yeah, I've done a vulnerability check, yes. I am not concerned about the AI wiping my entire project. Hung said, as much as I love the CLIs, Warp, Cursor, Agent View is the future, only power users. You think the Agent View is the future? I mean, I think it is. I think it is. I mean, we're not going to be working in CLIs forever, but... Alright. Alright, so we're going to build this getlate integration, and we're going to try and get TikTok working today. But we have to be careful with this because we don't want to have to rely so much on getlate. We want to integrate getlate, but we don't want to have to be like super dependent on it. Sice said, I lost my side job. Where should I look for app ideas? I think that Sensor Tower is a great way to look, a place to look, because it shows you like how much other people are making and stuff. Hold on. Let's see. So you have a pro subscription. All right, let's investigate this error. I'm gonna go to this agent here. Deadman in the chat. I'm working on this right now. Okay, hold on. I do not want to use that. Hold on. Oops. Claude. Yeah, for power users, definitely love the CLIs. DSAT said plus 1 hour. Let's go. All right, so we're at 128, so that means we're gonna go for an extra hour. But yeah, I mean, so for, you guys can see it on the screen, so for every 100 likes that we get, we're gonna go for an extra hour. So if we get 1,000 likes, we're gonna go for 10 hours today. If we get 800, we're gonna go for 8 hours. But this is gonna be like continued throughout the stream. So for example, if we're on, you know, hour 8 and we have 857 likes, then we can get over to 900, then we're gonna go for an extra hour. Right now, okay, hold on. So this is important. So I'm gonna do this here, and I'm gonna upload this. Okay, so let's investigate this error. I need you to review these 2 screenshots. This was reported by a new user that signed up yesterday. They signed up for View Creator Pro, but for some reason in the UI, it's showing that they have a starter plan. Would you review this in complete depth? Launch 3 code-based analyst agents to review the code associated with this functionality and try to pinpoint and identify the source of this bug and why it's happening. Do not update any code, but just do a diagnosis. Hung said free sauce for app intelligence is appstoretracker.com. Yes, Imperium, I've seen it. I'm working right now. All right, this comprehensive reference covers every limited document. Okay, so this now covers it. So this conversation now has a ton of information on Python SDK. Okay. Okay, great work. I now need you to do even more of an in-depth review specifically associated with the TikTok integration and being able to integrate with TikTok. I want you to create a README that is for the TikTok integration only and documenting everything that there is to know with the getlate API and integrating with their TikTok functionality. I just integrated and started a getlate plan, and we need to build TikTok functionality. So for right now, we've already talked about this, but the biggest issue that we have is that our TikTok app is not yet approved, and we have to go through existing and additional audits, which means that we will be in limbo or have to wait for TikTok to actually verify us. In the meantime, we are going to integrate with this API for TikTok only, and we need to make sure that we will be able to eventually substitute getlate for our actual app integration. So with this in mind, I need you to now create an additional README that documents all that there is to know about integrating with getlate for TikTok specifically, review their documentation, and then create the README accordingly. All right, also guys, if you guys know who WebDev Cody is, he's going to be coming onto the stream in 1 hour and 8 minutes. He's going to actually show us what he's working on. He's working on a cool project called Automaker. I believe that this is an open source project that some people from his community are working on. And, you know, WebDev Cody, I think he's got like 262,000 subscribers or something like that. He's a member of our community. He's been just definitely a great person to have in the community, and yeah, I'm excited to have him on. But just as a reminder, that's going to be in about 1 hour and 7 minutes, so he's going to come on and show us that project. App idea, Bridgemine in-depth review counter. Yeah, 100%. You got to get that in-depth review in. That's hilarious. Do a muscle up for every in-depth review mentioned. Yeah. All right, hold on. Let's hit some push-ups while these agents are working, guys. Let's go. We have to hit 500 push-ups today and 100 pull-ups. Let's go. All right, let's go. 50 bomb. Did I ever go to Florida? I probably will go to Florida at some point, but no, I did not go to Florida. All right. All right, so let's put up 50 here. 50. All right, also, I don't know why my headphones just cut out. Hold on. Whew. Okay. So let's see if this one got, figured out what was going on here. This one was working on the, that there, right? Yeah. Okay. 2 background tasks are working here. This one, oh, it must be a comment service. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So this one here, let's actually move this. So what's nice about Warp is I can just move this to a different conversation here. So I can like kind of see it a little bit more in depth. In depth, everybody take a shot. Hey Miles, what's up, man? Okay, so get the stripes, get the user. Okay. I'm using a M3 Mac Studio Ultra. You can probably reduce the font size to fix some of the scrolling issues you're dealing with in Warp. Oh, that's interesting. I can also zoom it out a little bit too. Okay. So it did say that it just changed the code. right, it said that it's rebuilt and running, so let's input this again. Same thing, same video. All right, let's just drop this video in here. Gemini 3 flash video. Gemini clips. Connection issue. Please check your internet. Okay. Hold on. Do we have bugs here? Let's go here. All right. Yeah, we have a bug here. All right. Super Combo said that my favorite part about Automaker, I added the adjustable warp terminals to it. Yeah, I saw that. I saw you. I think you sent a video of doing it. That would look really cool. Mag said, I just came across your channel and Web Dev Cody's channel without knowing you all knew each other, and I thought you would benefit from his agent development app. Yeah, he's coming on, and we're gonna kind of take a look at it. Seems like he's working on a really cool project. All right. So. All right, he uses a cascade. This is like too complex, I think. It seems like our cascading of 5 strategies to determine the user's plan is a bit excessive and is causing issues. Is there a way that we could make it so that this would actually be simple and to integrate the best practice approach here, so we don't have all of these different strategies? Like, there should be some way that we're able to do this and handle this so we don't have a bunch of issues. Review the database architecture to review our Stripe integration and review, you know, what different plans we actually have, and then give me some advice that's formatted and easy to understand for what you would recommend. Use 2 code-based analyst agents to review the code and then help with this. Thank you, Wise Sleeper. Ash, how's it going? How do I speak to you? You can chat. Yeah, this is Warp. This is Warp. All right, we're up to 156 likes. So, yeah, like I said, for every 100 likes that we get, I'm going to go for an extra hour today. So, for example, if we get 1,000 likes, I'm going to go for 10 hours today. So if you haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. Also, I'm pretty sure we're getting really close to 15,000 subscribers. Right now, we're up to 14,932. And also, in 1 hour, WebDev Cody is going to be coming onto the stream to talk about his project Automaker, which is an agentic coding tool that is open source that he and some people from his community are working on. So it's coming up here shortly. All right. Carter, I'm doing good. How are you, man? All right. So it says that this is running. Did we? Okay, are we up and running now? Is this now fixed, or is this still struggling here? Let's go here. All right, this is still having issues. All right. Here, let's fix this. Fix this issue that I'm having in the API with the agent decoder. First, use the code-based analyst agent to pinpoint the cause of the error, and then use the agent decoder agent to actually fix it. What are you making? I'm making View Creator. All right. All right, this should be fixed in a second. All right. All right, let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups while these agents are working for us, guys. Let's go. Let's keep the energy going. This Genesis agent is working for us. This one is now done. Run npm run build in these projects and fix any build errors. All right, cool. Let's go, guys. All right, 30 bomb, just to keep the energy up. Let's go. All right, somebody in chat said vibe coding an app, how secure is that? So security is definitely, you know, a consideration when you're doing vibe coding. But the thing is that, you know, because you're using AI, you're able to do like in-depth reviews constantly of all of your API endpoints and all of the functionality. You can easily probe for vulnerabilities. You can easily implement best practices. And AI is actually able to really, really help you with security. The playlist is bridge music. It's basically like music that I have made, just that's chill. All right. Access denied, spam risk. Okay. Is this now fixed? All right, cool. That agent fixed it. So now we can test this. So let's now submit this, generate clips. And this is gonna be able to generate our clips for us. What kind of ways to market your app? TikTok, YouTube, Reddit, and what? So the biggest ways right now that the app is being marketed is the streams. And really, we haven't actually pushed to our target market or our target audience. And that's what's coming up in early January with the launch of what we call View Creator 2.0. Because what we're gonna be able to do is we're gonna be able to create UGC teams. And there are a ton of people that are interested in joining the UGC team. As you guys know, tomorrow, we're gonna be taking on the first 5 people to this UGC team. So on tomorrow's stream, we're actually gonna, you know, set some time aside to work on that. In-depth review, legendary phrase, let's go. Veer Shaw, what's up, man? The day's going pretty good. Yeah, it's gonna be a long day today, that's for sure. We're gonna be grinding. So yeah, so this scroll issue is one that we're dealing with now. Definitely an issue. Yeah. Should I market my app? What do you mean, Carter? I definitely think you should. I think it's easier than ever now to build, not easier than ever to market. And that's kind of what brought about building View Creator, is out of our own need that, hey, it's very easy to build and create working products that can make revenue, but how do you actually market those? And I think that if we take the same approach that we've taken with vibe coding, we now apply it to marketing and build, you know, a tool where you can basically vibe market, or, you know, do agentic marketing, which we've built with View Creator. It does make things a lot easier. Because watch this, you know, I want to show you guys something. So inside of my View Creator account, I can go over to agents here, and you can see that I have a bunch of agents. I have the BridgeMind agent, the BridgeMind Clips agent, and the BridgeMind Shorts agent. And all I have to do to manage my content and to put my content on autopilot is just go to my content bank. You can see all of these posts here have been posted by the View Creator clipping agent, okay? And they've been posted by the View Creator BridgeMind agent. And it's easier than ever before for me to be able to just put all of this on autopilot. And I set up one of these agents once. So if I just like here, let me open up another tab and I'll show you guys how it works. So if I open up another tab, I can go to agents, and this View Creator, or let's go to the BridgeMind agent here, the one that we're actually gonna be using. And this here is just a simple workflow where I set it up once, and then I can create a bunch of different agents. And hold on, let me do select all, bulk download. But it really is incredible to do this. It's very easy. Use 5 deep dive agents on the clipping agent. Yeah, I think, well, we're about to test it, so we'll see here in a second. I think it should be done here in a second. But also, right now I'm downloading a bunch of clips that we're gonna be able to upload to these profiles. So let's go back to profiles here, and all I have to do is, like, here I've got a bunch of clips that are downloading, and now it's just like, all right, let's open in Finder here, and now let's just drag and drop these clips. So here's one. Hold on, let's pull up Finder. So I'm just gonna, you know, download all these agents, or download all these clips into my content bank, and then these are going to be posting on autopilot. All the shorts that you guys see, they're being posted through View Creator, through a View Creator agent. So as a creator and somebody that's making content and posting content, you know, literally all I'm doing is doing this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I just did 6 there, and then I have another profile called BridgeMind Shorts, and I'm going to upload 6 here too. So let's do here, 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 and here. And then let's go now to the clips profile, And what we're gonna do now is we're now taking this to the next level, because now we're gonna have a internal UGC team at BridgeMind that's gonna be working and helping with this. So you guys are gonna, go out and you're gonna create accounts, and then all you have to do is set up an agent, and then it's just gonna post for you. It's very, very easy. It's easier than ever. And, we've made it easier than ever. And, it's just, hey, it's time to get in front of our target our audience. But yeah, we're done. These are gonna be going on autopilot now for the next day, and I don't even have to worry about, creating metadata like titles and descriptions, nothing. Yeah, the piece of last, I've got so many DMs, like it's to the point now where our community has grown so if you guys could give me some grace on the, on getting back, I do try and get around to it as soon as I can. I just have right now, I've got 24 message requests, and I have to set time aside for it, and so I will get back to you. I did see that message. I don't think I replied to it, but I saw it, because tomorrow is when we're going to be handling that. So, I appreciate you saying that you're interested, because tomorrow we'll talk about it, and I think that we'll be able to, find a spot for you on the team. Bomba said, genuinely curious, did you make this app? Yes, I've made it over the past, we started on day 20, so I made this in 85 days. But this looks good, so that's how that works. But let's actually pull up Warp and start looking at our agents again. So these are now done. This one was working on this here, so public to everyone, so TikTok required. Okay, so here is this. So we do have to set up webhooks, it looks like. What file? Let's actually open the README that this made, so we can take a look at this. So it's the integrations, the docs integration, getlate. So can I not click on this? Getlate README, doc integrations, getlate README. What is my opinion on Verdance AI? I've never used it, so. All right. Carter said, so I have a notebook app with AI models, and I'm thinking about putting plans in order to access to the models after I'm done. I market my app on YouTube, Twitter, etc. Yeah, I mean, social media marketing is definitely the best way to market anything right now, in my opinion. I mean, hey, the day of, okay, let's see. Oh, wow. Okay, that's much better. Okay, we did fix it. These are much, much better. Okay, so that did fix it. Okay, so Claude Opus there was able to fix our issue that we had. So what was happening was, it was there was too much zoom. I'm not a massive fan of them, and it's because of this hallucination rate. So this measures how often the model answers incorrectly when it should have refused or admitted to not
those clips are good.
Answer.
So let's go,
what
chat.
I will say is that you need to be mindful.
All right, so we did fix that.
Gemini... All right, nice. Let's actually, I want to do another thing. Let's see if we can do this. Great work. That now fixed it. I now want to discuss an additional feature related to captions. Would it be possible, and I want you to launch 2 Codebase Analyst agents while you're thinking through this, but would it be possible for us to be able to make it so that in the captions, for the word being spoken, it not only changes the color, but it also enlarges the word a little bit. So for example, let's say it's showing the captions, the word that's being spoken should pop out a little bit, it should enlarge a little bit while it's being spoken. I think that's a common thing. Launch these agents to figure out how we could potentially do this, and then create a README with documentation. Okay, so that's working well. Let's launch that, and then let's go over here, and oh, what happened here? You guys see this sticking out here? So for example, this here, do you guys see how this is overflowing its container? That's obviously not right. And what's nice is that, hey, this Gemini Flash agent, we'll use Cursor real quick, and Gemini 3 Flash is actually very good for stuff like that. We'll sign in, go to the creator dashboard. So what is it? Can we recreate that error? What is this? Okay, I'm not seeing it there. Okay, there it is. Okay, so one reason that I do like Cursor, I've been using Cursor a lot less. I've just been using the CLIs a lot. But if I use Gemini 3 Flash, and then what I can do is I can also use cursor to highlight this here. And I'm basically going to say, review this here. You can see from the screenshot that the sign out button is actually overflowing from the container. Would you figure out how you can fix this? Update the styling accordingly in the sidebar. And then I think I can add the, I'm just going to add the view critter UI so it knows, hey, it's in this project here. Gemini 3 Flash, definitely a fast model. You know, I did make a video about it this morning, and something about it is that, hey, it does have a high hallucination rate. So that's definitely one thing that you should know is that, hey, this model does have a very high hallucination rate, but it's very fast, and it's not that far off from Gemini 3 Pro performance. So that's definitely something to note about this model is, hey, I mean, let's see how fast it's able to fix this issue. You guys just see how it's a simple UI issue, so it should be able to fix this pretty quickly. Kiwi said, you look locked in. Best of luck. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. What platform am I using to vibe code? I'm using a bunch. I'm using Warp. I'm using Claude Code. I'm using Codex. I'm using Cursor. I'm using, I guess those are my main, but yeah. Also, just as a reminder, in about 45 minutes, WebDev Cody is going to be coming onto our stream. He's got a cool project that he's working on with some people from his community, and he's gonna be coming on. It's called Automaker, and I've been really interested and intrigued. He's been a member of the Bridgemind community for like over a month now, I think. So shout out to him. Appreciate you being an involved member of the community. You know, that's what Bridgemind is. It's the fastest growing Vibe community, coding community on the internet right now, and there's a reason for that. This technology is changing rapidly, and we're on the cutting edge of it. Also, do you see this feedback? I think so. This is the bug report now. Check this out. So we just built this actually on WebDev. Cody recommended it, so we integrated it. But look at this. So now we have this little feedback model here. I wonder if we can make it so that we can do screenshots. We probably should do that. But try again. I didn't like how you made it overlap. This bottom area now just seems a little bit busy. I don't think that sign out even needs to be in the sidebar. We can move it to like settings or something like that. The settings page. Or, hold on. Instead of having it say sign out, let's have it just be the icon. Also, it's just too busy down there. Would you rethink your approach for that bottom section? It's a little bit busy. A little bit busy down here. But yeah, the reason that actually happened was because of the that new button going in. Does the feedback thing work? We just implemented it, so I haven't tested it yet. Well said. I just got here. Do you have any background in programming? I've been pretty much programming daily for the last 3 years. I taught myself. I didn't go to CS or anything, but I'm self-taught, and I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy is how I initially learned. Okay, that looks a lot cleaner. Wow. So that was Gemini 3 Flash. That looks much better. And, you know, something about Gemini 3 Flash is like, hey, wow, that did a good job. That did a good job. Okay, so, you know, it's going to hallucinate, and it didn't get it right on the first try, but if you're able to articulate yourself well, this is going to be a very, very good model that you can use. Also, let's go to Warp and let's find what was the agent that was working on. The funny thing is we're working with so many different agents that we kind of have to, it can get a little bit messy on just like in terms of which ones that we need to, like where we're looking for an agent right now that's working on, hold on, where is it? I know what it looks like, so. All right, did I X out of it? I think I made an X out of it. Let's clean up our workspace a little bit. It's a little bit messy right now. All right, session not found, it's fine. Was it this one? No, it was not this one. All right, we need to clean this up. Where's the agent? It was the six agent window. It wasn't this one. Was it this one? I think it was this one. Let's go, it was. All right, great work. Would you make it so that users can also upload screenshots or even video screen recordings of what they're experiencing? This will maximize the feedback that we receive from people using our product. I need you to add this as a JSON B column so that they can upload both images and videos, and make sure that you integrate correctly with our S3 bucket upload. Review this in depth, launch 3 code-based analyst agents to plan this out, and then integrate the functionality with 3 agent B coder agents, And also, I need you to make sure that you integrate proper testing and that the UI uses shadcn and works across the entire stack. Make sure that you generate the migrations by running npm run migration generate followed by an npm run migration run. Before you run npm run migration generate, you should first run npm run migration run to ensure that all migrations up to this point have been properly run and that the yeah, that's fine. And I'm gonna put an ultra think on this. What do you suggest is like the best LLM, the best technique for vibe coding, the best UI UX design of the landing page? I mean, there's a bunch of different workflows, and I think that, you know, as we work together and as this community grows, you know, stronger and stronger each day, we're all learning from each other. So for example, you know, this workflow that I'm using right now where I launched, you know, code-based analyst agents, and then I create readmes, and then I follow it up with code-based with code-based agent B coders. You know, these were like a lot of these workflows I actually learned from the Bridgevine community myself. So, you know, it's cool, and I say this often, but this is not I am not somebody where it's like I look at it and I'm like, hey, I'm the best vibe coder that there is, and you know, you guys are all learning from me. You know, that's not how I operate. We're all in a community. We're all learning from one another, and pretty much everything that I've learned has been from the Bridgevine community, and that's the benefit of it. You know, I personally have just benefited so much from this community. So shout out to the people in this community like W Dan, Super Combo, Hung, J35, Linux. You know, I've learned so much from some of the people that are in this community, and I couldn't have done it without you. And since this field is changing so rapidly, it's very, very important that we work together. And if people are having, hey, I'm having a lot of success with this workflow, or I'm having success with this new feature from Claude Code, it's very important that you share it, because we're all learning from one another. So, you know, kind of to answer your question on workflows, I actually myself learned it from people in the Bridgevine community, and then I kind of picked it up, and it now works in my workflow, right? But there are just a ton of different workflows that work for different people. So there's not like one thing where it's like, you should only be using Claude Opus 4.5, or you should only be using GPT 5.2 Codex, or you should only use Gemini 3 for styling. You know, there's different things that work for different people, and there's different workflows that will work at different points in time. And that's like, the more that you use agentic coding, you will get better at it. Gemini 3 Flash is addicted to sidebars, 100%. Yeah, it's updated from the last CVE, yes. But also, guys, we're only 49 subscribers away from 15,000, or I guess now we're, what is that, 66? Sorry, 46, sorry. Math is hard. 46 away. All right. All right, that looks good. Okay, I need you to run the migration. Also, I need you to test the features. Wait. Oh, shoot. Hold on, I messed up. This one was fixing an issue that was happening here. So I actually inputted that in the wrong one. You guys see this? So that actually was not good. So I inputted that in the wrong chat. This one, if we now remember, that one was working on a different, it was this one that was working on it. Yes, okay, we need to go here. Okay, there we go. Tantian said, have you ever tried handoff on Warp? It can share context to new chat or another chat. So I have not tried that, and the reason that I haven't tried it is that I actually am not using Warp natively. Like, for example, I'm not personally... Also, guys, we just hit 200 likes, so we're going to go for 2 hours. Like I said, for every 100 likes we get, it's plus 1 hour. And the goal is, hey, let's get to 1,000 likes so we can grind all day and do a 10-hour stream. So if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Hung said that no one learns to ride a bike by studying the bike mechanism. You just hop on the bike and ride, and you'll learn. We're entrepreneurs, not researchers. 100%. That's very well said, Hung. All right. Yeah, I mean, and I think that you learn just a ton from, you know, being able to actually just, like Hung said, just hop on and start working and start, you know, pedaling, so to speak, and you'll be able to catch on and you'll be able to learn as you go. And kind of like, hey, it's like, you know, apply significant pressure. You know, if you are working towards a goal and let's say that you're facing obstacles, you're facing things that are in your way, It's hard. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult. But if you just focus on applying significant pressure, you will get very, very far. Yes, I want you to use an agent vCoder agent to integrate this feature now. So, let's now integrate this functionality, which is just going to make the captions pop a little bit more. But, yeah, it's like, yeah, there's no point criticizing who's vibe coding, 100%. Yeah, just work at your own space, go as hard as you can, and things will work out well for you. What's interesting is that there was a to-do list here, and it knew what order to run the to-do list in. I don't know if you guys see this here, but that's kind of interesting. So I had a to-do list, right? And it was able to intuitively know what order to actually run that to-do list in. So we'll see, but this is for the feedback mechanism. Also, only 40 subscribers away from 15,000. Let's go, guys. But so this feedback mechanism here, that's going to be really, really helpful. Also, we do have this bug still that we need to work on. Fix env vars for immediate bugs. So this is going to fix the user's issue. In the Stripe dashboard, add VC plan key metadata to each product. I thought I already had that, though. Let me check to see if that's missing. I'm going to open up Stripe here and check to see if that's missing. Plus 1 hour to the board. Yeah. What should we do? Should we add it to the board? How should we add it to the board? So let's do... So how long are we into the stream? So we're 81 minutes into the stream. So we're going to go for at least... So we're going to do +1. So equals 2 hours. So we're going to go for 2 hours. But if we can get to 300 likes, then we're going to go for 3 hours. And if you get 400, go for 4 hours. And, we could be grinding all day, guys. I'm a man of the people. You know how it goes. I'm down to grind. I'm down to work. So it's just a fun thing that we can do. But, yeah, every 100 likes equals plus 1 hour. So let's just keep grinding. We have plenty to do. So in Stripe dashboard, add VC key to each. So this is what it's saying. And I thought I already had that, which is why I was a little bit confused. So maybe there's something missing that I'm not seeing. Maybe that's not associated with that. I'm just a little bit confused there. Let me check. So product catalog, GD 5.2 is fine on coding tasks. What if we get 1,400 likes? Well, is it possible for us to go for 14 hours on a YouTube stream? Because I think we'll have to, right? Oh, wow. Okay, so we did find the error here. So check this out, guys. So no metadata on this Sponsor Pro. Oh, wait, no. That's not our issue. Because that's Sponsor Pro. That's not View Creator Pro. Oh, man. So, hold on. So that's actually not good. Review the screenshot from my Stripe dashboard. This is already what's in it right now. As you can see, the metadata here. So I don't understand why it would be failing as the metadata. Isn't it already set? Would you review this? Oh. Alright, hold on here. So one nice thing about Whisper Flow is, like, anything that I say, I never lose it, right? I never lose anything I say, so I just put that there. Alright. Yeah, debugging. What is View Creator? So View Creator is an all-in-one platform for content creators, brands, social media marketing managers, where you can connect to your different social media accounts, and it's essentially virality on autopilot, because you can actually build in AI agents to actually be able to run workflows. So if you look at this, this is a BridgeMind agent, and it's scheduled to run at these times. So 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 5:30, 6:30, 8:30. And I just have content that's constantly being created and published for me by View Creator agents. Now, speaking of which, I hate the styling on this page. Maybe we can change it up a little bit. It just doesn't look good. Maybe let's have a Flash agent look at it. Hold on, let's go over here. Great work. Would you now look at this page? I do not like the styling of it. It's very confusing with this grid layout. Make it a flex box. I don't like that right grid where it's basically a huge column. Make this a complete page that does not use grid layout. Make it use flexbox. Do I take anything for long hours or focus? No. So, it is kind of funny, and I take it as a compliment, but there's, like, people in the comments and stuff that always ask, they're like, what like ADHD medicine are you on? And yeah, there's none of that on my end. I do drink coffee, but I only drink coffee in the mornings, because if you continuously drink coffee, then it actually ends up being a little bit of an inhibitor, because then you become reliant on it. So for example, it's like, hey, if we want to continue on this series and we want to reach our goal, then my perspective on it personally is that I just have to learn to push the limits and to continuously basically flex the muscle of working incredibly hard for an incredibly long amount of time and showing up when I don't feel like showing up. And I find that that is a muscle that you can actually work, and over time you do get better at it. So for example, several years ago I used to set goals for myself of, hey, I'm going to try and work for 3 hours today, and at that time that was a lot for me. But now I can go for 10 hours no problem. I have had times where I was working like 12 hours a day, and that ended up like kind of getting to me a little bit. 12 hours where I wasn't doing anything else. So 12 hours meaning I was skipping the gym, I wasn't working out, I was like drinking a ton of coffee and energy drinks, and that's when you get burned out. But if you can kind of approach it with a healthy lifestyle and just say, hey, I'm still going to work out, I'm still going to take care of myself, I'm going to work as hard as possible, I'm going to show up when I don't feel like showing up, but I'm also not going to burn myself into the ground. There is a healthy balance. That's why we do the cold plunges, that's why we do the working out, that's why we do all these things. That helps me stay energized, that helps give me what I need to be able to keep going. Oh shoot, this one, that is not good. I thought we stopped that one. Oh. Alright, so this is a case where these agents were working right on top of each other. I wanted you to stop because there was another agent working on the same task as you, and I didn't realize that you were still running. What files and code did you update here? That's not good. Because I thought I clicked stop. I mean, this is almost done, is it not? There was another agent that I actually think may have been running. Here's what it says that it updated. Would you review what it updated? I didn't mean for you guys to be working on top of each other, but it actually was working. So would you review the work of this other agent? Oh my gosh. Warp. So this is what the agent did. I just kind of want to... yeah. This pasted text here is what the other agent just said. Review its work. Okay. Yeah, that's well said, Wise Sleeper. Did I make the clipping agent myself, or does it use an API to a provider? No, so we did build the agent clipping ourselves. We set up a fast API to do it. Oh, that does look better. It did make it... Okay, this does look a lot better. I mean, okay, Gemini Flash is actually really good. So, if you guys... This is what it looked like before. See how it had this grid? And then this is what Gemini 3 Flash did. It did make it a little bit... See, I see the purple and stuff. I mean, that's just typical AI, but... Great work, but why did you do the purple gradient for the text at the top? Just make that the normal on-theme color. Okay, it does look like the feedback mechanism here is done. So this is going to be very, very helpful for us. Let's see if that fixed that. Okay, nice. That looks a lot better. Yeah, I like that a lot better. W's in the chat. That looks a lot better. Double escape to revert both conversations and start that one that was supposed to working. Well, I think it actually, so if we do look, so these agents were overlapping, so that's not good, but the migration has already been applied. Let me verify the builds across the packages. So it looks like this one, like if you go back to the to-dos, we got lucky because I caught it soon enough. Because yes, they were working in parallel and working on the same tasks, but the thing is that this one was only up to this right here. So you can see that it analyzed this, it analyzed this, it analyzed this, but it hadn't actually gotten to the implementing part. And this one actually was working on the implementing part, so we actually kind of got a little bit lucky, because if those had started to implement at the same time, that would not have been good. That would have been actually very bad. So I'm very happy that that did not, they didn't overlap. Also, guys, we're going to hit 15,000 subscribers today, so we're only 35 subs away. So if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's go over here. Also, just as a reminder, in 29 minutes, Web Dev Cody is going to be coming onto the stream. to be sharing a project that he's working on called Automaker. So let's see this here. So verify or fix the environment variables. Check that these are correctly set in production. So Stripe price pro monthly should match the $20 price ID. Should be... Is there a Stripe MCP? Stripe MCP, is that a thing? Stripe MCP. Okay, it looks like there is. Can the Stripe MCP actually connect with my dashboard? Okay, wow, it can. Okay, so I think that for this, okay, so this actually, I've never done this before, but we're gonna try it. TreeX, how's it going? What's up? So what we're gonna try is, this here is the, this is the MCP for Stripe, and it looks like we can get all of this, like create product, list products, and if we can use this, then that means that we're actually going to be able to use this to help debug. So here it is for cursor. So let's just use this. So I'm going to pull up cursor here, and let's add this, because as you guys know, we do have a little bit of a bug in production related to our, okay, hold on here, install, exceeding tools, then you have 100 tool. Okay, so I'm now going to HostHog has a ton of tools, so I'm going to connect this. Okay, the background music that I'm using, it's bridge music. I'll drop a link to it, but this is music that I created using AI. Enable for this account. Okay, so prices, products, subscriptions. So look at this, guys. So you can literally, this is pretty cool. I've never done this before, so this is the first time. We're gonna test it live just now since we have this issue. So we can enable Stripe here, and we can make it set to like read, write, whatever we want. Charges and refunds, coupons, customers, disputes, invoices, payment intents. So I'm gonna do write for a couple that I think that we need, but I now have 18 tools integrated. So I just integrated the Stripe MCP, and here's what we're looking at now. So Stripe is now integrated, and what I want to do is I now want to use Stripe, and I'm going to use Gemini 3 Pro. Actually, Gemini 3 Pro is probably not the best. What is probably the best for? What do you guys think is the best for tool use here? Maybe it is Gemini 3 Pro just because of the context window. Yeah, WebDev Cody, yeah. I want you to do an in-depth review of, hold on. I have another AI agent that has access to the Stripe MCP, and I now want you to write a handoff prompt to this other AI that has access to my Stripe account and to my Stripe dashboard with MCP tools, and I want you to write the handoff prompt to instruct it to use the MCP so we could debug this further. I want you to write a handoff prompt that will not break any functionality or cause issues, but that will be able to use our Stripe MCP to better break down what is happening and debug the issue. This means doing things like going and checking the product IDs, the metadata associated with each, and figuring out what is wrong. Write the handoff prompt to recap what you've done here, as well as instructing the AI on what to do with a handoff prompt. All right, pass that in. All right, hold on, let me drop the music. Somebody says that they want it. All right, here's the music. Here's the playlist. It's called Bridge Music. Yeah, Context 7 MCP is helpful, yes. Also, guys, while this is working, let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. We have to do 500 push-ups today. Let's go. All right, 30. Let's move the desk up, guys. go. All right, we're up to 110 push-ups. Also, guys, it's already up here, but for every 100 likes that we get, I'm gonna be going for an extra hour. So, all right, so here's our handoff prompt. This one. All right, so let's do this. And now what we're gonna do is now we're gonna pass this prompt into our cursor agent, which has access to this MCP, okay? And I'm gonna use Gemini 3 Pro for it. I think that the reason I'm gonna use this is because it has more context. Now, I don't know if this is gonna expose, because this is associated with my Stripe account, so I just wanna be careful here. I don't know, it shouldn't expose anything, but wow. Hold on, so you can literally see it's fetching all the Stripe resources. Wow. So this is great, because now, instead of me having to debug all this Stripe stuff and figure out, hey, you know, how am I gonna solve this? Instead, I'm running an MCP that's connected to my Stripe account that not only is able to help me debug, but it can integrate with Stripe itself. And then what I'll do is I'll use the AWS MCP to integrate with my AWS account, and I'll do that way. Yeah, 22 minutes until Cody hops on. I want you to, okay, so this actually should be done. Also, we are only 28 subscribers away from 15,000. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. But just as a reminder, yeah, Web Dev Cody is hopping on the stream in 22 minutes. He's gonna go over a project that he's working on called Automaker. And Web Dev Cody has been in our community for probably over a month, and some other community members, you guys can see him in the chat right now, but Super Combo Gamer is also a respected member of our community, and he's actually been working on this project as well. So really excited to see Web Dev Cody on the stream. But yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, let's go, chat. All right, yeah, up here, what do you want me to do? Check DMs? Let me see. All right. So let's open up Cursor and see what it actually found. Okay, so you guys see this? So it's saying that okay. So now what I can do is I actually can do View Creator AWS. I now need you to access my AWS account in congruence with using the Stripe MCP to review the correct IDs and the different products and environment variables that should be set. I need you to review the prod API task definition and review the environment variables in this task definition associated with Stripe to see if you can find the source of our error. Okay, so do you guys see what I'm doing? I can't show this because it's sensitive, but what you can now do is instead of actually having to manually go through and check your task definition and manually go through and check your environment variables. Instead, you can use agents that use both MCPs and have access to different tools to be able to actually do this for you. So this is accessing my AWS account right now. So Sebastian said, yo, what's up? Crazy seeing you hit new milestones every time I open the stream. So deserved. 100K next year for sure. Let's go. IPs, I used to watch Web Dev Cody before AI. How times have changed. Hold on. Speaking of that, let me generate a Google Meet here for Cody. Hold on here. All right, so Cody's gonna come on in 18 minutes, and he's gonna talk about this. So we're gonna give him some time here. Here we go. I'm gonna schedule this in Google Calendar. All right, so I'm gonna set this for, all right, 1 p.m. Oh yeah, cool, 1 p.m. All right, so I'm gonna save this. All right, cool. I have the link. So Web Dev, Cody, I don't know if you're watching, but I'm sending this to you right now. Oh, oops, accident. Okay, no, we're good. All right, cool. Yeah, we're gonna get to 100K subs. Okay, so let me see what. Okay. Okay, great. I now want you to use the Stripe MCP to identify what values actually need to be set here, and then I need you to set them. I need you to first go to the MCP and identify what the correct values of the MCP. I'm cracking myself up with the keyboard. All right, I need you to go to the MCP and identify what the correct variables are, and then I need you to list them out, and then I need you to actually update our API task definition with these environment variables correctly. After you have done this, I need you to restart the API or restart the service so that this is updated. All right. What am I building? View Creator AI. All right, that's looking much better. What about when I run the agent? Okay, this page 2 needs to be updated. Okay, so this looks good. So this one's working on the Stripe plan resolution, but also there's another page that needs to be updated. And yeah, I mean, Gemini 3 Flash is fantastic for, hold on, let's run this. I think this is actually gonna run, would you improve the styling of this page in a similar way? But yeah, if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're only 20 likes away from 15,000, so maybe we can hit 15,000 before Web Dev Cody comes on. We only have 15 minutes, but yeah, we're right there, guys. Let's go. So let's go here. This is going to update this. But yeah, Gemini 3 Flash, I mean, super, super fast on just on the benchmarks. I mean, what was it on the artificial analysis benchmark? It was like, I think, over 200 tokens per second. But I will say that right now it's like kind of running a little bit slowly. All right, so it says that the service is now restarting. So this should work now. We'll see. But yeah, that says that it's now done. So we'll give that a chance. Shout out! It's just so I didn't move my desk, but it's like super dark and rainy out right now. So instead of having like a bunch of natural light in the room, it's just like super dark and rainy. So there's like no natural light. So just a little bit dark, actually. Beershaw said, did you know that you have a free alternative for Whisperflow for Windows by just pressing Windows plus H? I did not know that. Alright, did this even update it? I didn't even notice any updates going in. Did you guys? Alright, let's just click a run. And then same thing for this page, also fix this error. Yeah, Super Combo. So Super Combo said artificial analysis was 200 at the moment, while OpenRouter is showing 60 TPS on Vertex and 65 on AI Studio. So I saw that this morning in my video. It was interesting because, you know, I opened up OpenRouter and I was expecting to see like some of the similar, you know, the similar fundamentals of like, oh, yesterday, I mean, it was at 125 token per second. But then today, I don't know if they just have like a ton of demand, so it slowed down a little bit. But I mean, overall, I mean, I feel like fast is like anything over 200 is like really, really fast. Hema said, hey, sir, I made an app too, getting motivated by you. Let's go, man. Let's go. Peter said, been saying that for ages. What? Saying what? All right. So this does look a little bit better. So this is actually what it made. That's kind of funny. So that just, when I ran that agent, so if I go over on my X right now, that's gonna have posted. Also, are we about to hit? Oh, I guess we're 12 away. All right, let's go here. So let's go to my profile. I accidentally just posted this. Oh, I guess it didn't run. Oh, it's disconnected, isn't it? Yeah. One accounts are not active. Yeah, that makes sense. Good. I didn't want to post it anyway. Okay. All right, here. Super Combo said, I think Google Gemini Flash servers has a lot of load right now due to how cheap intelligence ratio. Once the load dies down and they up the servers, it should be around 100 to 200. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Because I was like, I mean, when it first came out, it was like super high, 125, and then it got the load on it was just like really, really decreased. I was like, oh, dang. I was really making the video and I was like, this is a, and I was like, why is it so slow right now? But it's all good. Okay. Would you improve the styling of this modal? Do I use cursor and warp at the same time? I do, yeah. So I use cursor, and a lot of the times now I think I'll be using cursor for, like for example, for Gemini models, but you know, I think that Claude Opus 4.5 is so expensive that because it's my main model, it's better to use that inside of the Claude Code CLI, and then also this makes it really, really nice to be able to manage it here. But let's try this. It looks like this is properly running. So let's see here. Okay, CN is not defined. I didn't want it to use that, but that's all right. There we go, fixed it. So you guys can be the judge of what you think here that Flash does. Oh, no. There's that hallucination rate coming in hot. Just on the modals. Like, yeah, if you're not super specific about what you actually want to be done, so that's more of like user error than, I mean, all I said is, would you improve the styling? That looks better. That's just more simple. But let's test this. So let's say we have a bug report. All right, let's be a little bit more, let's be more specific now. I want to improve it by using shad CN, make it more compact. I want it to be simple and be as compact as possible while not changing too much about the existing styling now. I just don't like the scroll bar. For example, when I click bug report, it has a scroll bar since there's so many things. Is steps to reproduce really needed? It's optional. Anyway. And then what's nice, I just do take screenshot. Is it gonna put it here though? Oh, a little bug there. That's fine. But just when you're rolling back. Okay, put that there. A poor man's version of Whisperflow. How are you doing today? By the way, are you in the red or green on net? I'm in the red, yeah. I'm pretty transparent about that. Yeah, I've lost about $5,000 so far. All right, also remember that we do need to work on late. You know, we were working on this feedback mechanism, but late is gonna be a huge thing for us. This one here was working on this late integration, very important here. So I think after our call with web dev Cody, we're going to probably dive into the getlate TikTok integration. We did do a bunch of in-depth analysis on this, and now we're gonna have to actually review what it created. So getlate TikTok integration. Let's actually go to docs and pull that up, because we're gonna need to review that once we're done with web dev Cody. Let's see here. So let's do TikTok. So not this one. Getlate. All right, so here it is. So this is the TikTok direct API. Oh, this is the post audit, isn't it? Okay. So let's pull up this. What document was getlate TikTok integration here? Let's drop this in. Lost or invested? 5,000 lost. Yeah, 5,000 lost. Why is that not pulling up? So during this conversation, what were the readmes that you created? Also, guys, I see we have 202 people watching. Just as a side note, for every 100 likes that we get, I'm going to be going for an extra hour on the stream. So right now we're 2 hours in. We've got 263 likes. So if we can get to 300, we're going to go for 3 hours. If we can get to 400, we're going to go for 4 hours, etc. Hopefully we'll do a 10-hour stream today. What is getlate? That's the third-party API. Lost in what? Lost in total. So for example, Super Combo, you know, in terms of Bridgemind and the money that I've invested to date, our net loss is $5,000 over the last, what is it, been a little bit over 4 months now, since I started the business. Also, just as a reminder, yeah, 7 minutes, Web Dev Cody's going to be on the stream talking about a project that he's working on. So TikTok, so document, docs, integrations, getlate. Let's find this. So docs, integration, late. I don't know why it should be command. I don't know why I can't click that. It's annoying. Usually Warp will let you click that, so I don't know why it's not letting me click it. But maybe we can just pull this up in Warp. So docs, integrations, and getlate. Here it is. Okay, so here is, where is it? Okay, it's over here on the side. So this is the getlate TikTok integration. Let's open that up here. So we're gonna have to review this getlate TikTok integration. This is gonna be like one of the biggest and most important sprints that we've done in a while. We're gonna get all this done today. But here's like all the documentation that we got from Claude Code. So we're gonna wanna review this, but yeah, I mean, it has quite a bit here. OAuth handle, getlate manages TikTok OAuth complexity and token refresh, real-time post status updates, unified API sync patterns work for other platforms if needed. So who knows? I think that, hey, obviously the best move to make right now is to integrate with getlate for the TikTok integration, because we're gonna have to make those demo videos and we're probably gonna have to wait for like maybe an additional 1 to 2 weeks. But you know, we'll see here. Yeah, so for anybody that's new, yeah, I can turn the music down a little bit. Also, we're going to turn the music off anyway because Web Dev Cody's going to come on here, so. All right, let's pull this up. All right, turn the music down a little bit. But yeah, so here, so advantages, immediate TikTok access. getlate has an approved TikTok app bypassing our approval wait. Full TikTok feature support, videos, photo carousels, all privacy settings, OAuth handled, webhook support, unified API. So the trade-offs, obviously the biggest one is the third-party dependency. So here we're gonna have an additional point of failure. The monthly cost is $49 a month for unlimited post. Rate limit, 600 requests per minute, which is like, that's pretty low. I mean, 600 requests though. What's the, I wonder what the rate limits are on the unlimited plan. Let's go find that. Is it this one here, right? Or this one? Yeah, I tried View Creator on my phone last night. It was working pretty well. I didn't have any issues. All right, architecture strategy. So here's the module structure that it's proposing. So Source modules, getlate TikTok, services here. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to launch like a fresh window here. And, or can I find, why can I not find that one? Oh, is this one here, wasn't it? Yeah. Compact the conversation. What's the best vibe coding tool? There's not really a best. There's a bunch of good ones that you can use. I wouldn't say that there's really a best one. If you watch the streams, you'll kind of get the workflow a little bit. Also, Super Combo asked if I could drop this in. So Super Combo, so I do have ChatGPT Pro, and Super Combo asked, hey, could you ask it a complex question for me? So I want to do that real quick. He's a helpful member of our community, so I want to do that. So I'm going to do ChatGPT Pro here. And yeah, I'm gonna pass this in here. I'm gonna download this. All right, so here's his prompt. So Super Combo, if you're watching, here's your prompt. I'm gonna drop it in. All right, so that's going into ChatGPT Pro. I want you to review the existing architecture, and the biggest thing that I'm gonna need good documentation on is the process of, right now I'm trying to get verified for my own TikTok app, and getlate is going to be basically a backup, and we're gonna be able to integrate it with it now, so that we can start integrating with TikTok now. But I will need to make sure that whatever structure that we do implement, that we don't have any breaking changes or architecture issues once we change to, for example, our own app, or we want to transition and switch back and forth. I'm not sure, but I need you to think about this as well. Yeah, I got you, Super Combo. Is pricing on Warp reasonable? So I actually don't even use the pricing on Warp because, I just use Claude Code. I use Warp as basically like my IDE. So it's very nice. Also, guys, over on my Google Calendar, so we do have a meeting now with Web Dev Cody. He's going to talk a little bit about Automaker, which is a project that he's working on, and I believe that a couple people from our community are actually working on as well. But let me pause the music, and I'm going to hop on this Google Meet. I'm just going to join this now. Hopefully we don't have issues with audio or anything, but here we go. I'm just going to join now, and here we go. So I'm in this Google Meet. I don't know if Web Dev Cody is watching, but yeah, I think we scheduled this for 1 p.m. So Web Dev Cody's going to come on, and we're just going to talk a little bit about, hold on, I think I'm going to fix my webcam here. I just got shrunk. There we go. All right, can I change this a little bit here? All right, let me know if you guys can hear me all right, but here's Web Dev Cody. So I'm just going to let him in here, and let me know if the audio is good on your guys' end. Hey, Cody, how's it going?
Hey, good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. I think that I can do both cameras at once, just making sure that everything's good on the stream. But yeah, chat, let me know if everything's good. But this is Web Dev Cody, and we're having him on because he's been definitely a big person in the space. I think he's got, over 250,000 subscribers on YouTube. And, he is a long-term web developer, a senior engineer, and he actually has been using AI more in his workflows, and a lot of his content I've seen lately has been about agentic coding. So, I don't know a ton, but he is working on a really interesting project called Automaker. So I just wanted to have him on so that he has a chance to be able to share his project that he's working on, as well as maybe just talk a little bit about agentic coding. So Cody, it's great to meet you, and take it away.
Hey, Matt, I appreciate you bringing me onto the stream. Yeah, I mean, I've been watching you for a while now because you're the only person I've seen that does legit agentic vibe coding like nonstop. So I'm like, thank you so much for making this content, because like it's helping me. Even though I've been coding for a long time, I'm trying to get into it, and I'm seeing how powerful it is to use these agents. But yeah, we've been kind of working on a little application with their Discord, just trying to get you to try it out as well. So I figured I could just share my screen if you want. I can kind of walk you through what it does. And we've been just trying to iterate. I think it's been like a week or maybe 9 days. 9 days we've been working on this. Yeah, let me just share my screen.
Yeah,
That's cool.
absolutely. Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah, it looks really cool. I saw like one screen recording from Super Combo, and he was showing me like the different. It was like almost like warp like. I was like, this is super impressive. So the fact that you guys have only been working on this for like 9 days, that's crazy. Okay, so Automaker. Yeah, take it away.
Yeah, so a little bit of background information. There's like an Anthropic repo that kind of does an autonomous loop, and it generates like a bunch of issues for you, like 100 or 200 features for an application. So you can basically start with like a simple prompt of like, I want to build an application to make content creators be able to snip up videos faster or something like that, like, because it's kind of what you're working on, right? But you give it that prompt, it generates a bunch of issues, and then it basically on a loop just keeps on pulling them one by one, working on them, and it does automation to verify that what it just added is actually working. And I thought this was like an amazing idea. I'm like, okay, let's just make an actual like application. So me and Super Combo and some other people have been kind of just iterating on this. And this is Automaker as it is right now. There's a Git repo out. I'll put a link for it. But getting started, you can basically set it up with Claude Code. You have to have the Claude Code CLI installed, or you need to have like an Anthropic API key. So we're going to go and just verify that we have the CLI set up. And we do. And then also it does use the GitHub CI tool. It's optional, but it does make making pull requests from the application a little bit easier. And then we can actually start building. So this is the dashboard. We're ready to get going. Basically, there's two main flows of this application. I'm a vibe coder. I want to make a brand new application. How do I do it from scratch? And there's also, hey, I have a project that has like a ton of features already. I want to just add it into Automaker. I'm probably just going to demo the quick start guide. So let's go here, create project, quit setup. And then I want to actually start from a starter kit. You have the ability to make a brand new blank project. But there's some starter kits where you can actually just go and pick some of the things I have on my repo. I have like 3 or 4 MIT licensed starter kits. And I'm going to pick the Automaker starter kits using TanStack Start, Drizzle, Postgres, BetterAuth. It has Stripe already hooked into it. You can also add a custom GitHub URL if you want. So if you find any starter kit out there, you just basically pull it in. And then I'm going to make sure that I'm in the right directory. So I'm going to go to my home. Let's go to Workspace. I think I have an Automaker workspace here. Let's just go ahead and select that one. And yeah, I guess, Matt, if you can still hear me, make an idea of an application you might want to build out.
Let's do, do we want to do something basic? Let's ask the chat. Chat, what do you guys want to, what do we want to test with? Does chat have any ideas? Let's see. Because we could do something basic. We could do a to-do list. Do you want to actually build it on stream, or what do you want to do?
That'd probably take too long, but just to kind of see the features that it kind of builds out.
Okay, let's just do project with Bridge. That's fine.
Okay. So now it generates that template. It should have pulled it down. And then what we can do is we can go to, we have a lot of features in here. So the first thing is if you actually want to go and like start adding features. So for example, actually, let me rethink how I want to kind of demo this. Yeah, I guess the first thing I'll show is that we have a bunch of features that we're working on. We have like a Git work tree. So I might as well turn that one on so we can kind of demo that. And then I'm going to go right to that repo. Let's just go ahead and open up to Cursor. Okay, we got project with Bridge. Bear with me. This was kind of buggy. I was trying to fix it like 10 minutes before the stream, but I'm going to go ahead and just do an npm install real quick to pull in the dependencies for this project. And then we're going to do an npm.
Okay. So when you did, so you had that like that pre-built stack, and it looks like that it literally like has it pre-built, like it literally has it set up. You just had to click that, and when you clicked build, it set up that entire stack. Because now that I'm in there, I can see that in your repo. It's like, whoa, you already have Drizzle set up. You have your source directory. So like project with Bridge, like this is all structured already. Is that like one of the biggest things that you guys have been working on? Because that's pretty impressive.
I mean, it seems impressive, but really all it's doing is going to GitHub and cloning a template into a folder, okay. And then it puts that inside of Automaker. So now you can actually start iterating on it and adding new features to it directly.
Okay.
And I found that AI tends to perform a lot better when you have a well-defined project that's following like clean code and clean patterns and has like documentation to describe. Like I have like TanStack Start MD that really describes all the nuances of the latest version of TanStack Start. Because without it, like you just see it fumbling trying to create a project from scratch, and it just takes forever. So I do think having a starting location just makes it all much better.
Yeah.
Let me go to Docker real quick. This is not working. I got to go delete something.
This is web dev Cody for anybody in chat wondering. Um, but yeah, so how many people have been working on this project? Because the coolest thing that I saw, and you can probably show it as well, but just Super Combo was showing me like a demo where you literally had like split terminals, and then I think I saw a video where it's almost like a Trello board where you were able to manage like some of the tasks almost in like that Kanban board of being able to say like, hey, this agent is going to work on this task, and then you can manage that. Is that demoable right now? Because that looked pretty cool. I think people would be interested in seeing that.
Yeah, I'll kind of demo that part. I just wanted the project's not setting up right now. So what basically happens is when you set up a new project, we have something called a spec editor, which will run over your project idea. So I think let's just make like a really basic app idea. I want a video editor application where I
Are
can.
you sharing your screen? I can't see your screen right now, actually.
Oh, I got it. Okay, hold on.
There you go.
Interesting. Yeah, so I can demo that part. So when you create the new project, it's supposed to prompt you if you want to generate a bunch of like pre-existing features. So I'm going to go to my spec editor and we're going to describe a project. Can you create me a project that has the ability for a user to drag in a video, and I can do live video editing, kind of like Premiere Pro, where I can cut up a YouTube video and then find parts where I do a bunch of like retakes and have it automatically tag those so I can cut them out and then finally export that. And then, I mean, you could put whatever idea that you want here, and then it's going to analyze the current code that you have. So for example, that TanStack start project we just set up, and then it's going to generate a bunch of features for us.
Nice.
And then eventually that'll get done over here. Let me make sure I'm on the, I should be in the latest version. Yeah, but now you can actually go over here and make a new feature. And you could describe any feature that you want. So like, can you make the landing page and a nice hero banner? And I'm going to go ahead and just add that feature. You can add priorities to it. You can change the model. So right now this is using Opus, I think the normal default, but you can say like, I want Ultra. And then you can go here. There's a planning mode that was added. I haven't really played around with this. So Super Combo would have to actually like give me some information about how this works. But I believe you can use like Claude plan mode. You create a plan and then you can kick it off to actually build it. Yeah, you can just add this feature in, and then you basically can drag this in.
This is really cool. I really like, so like, yeah, like help people understand this, because this is like, when I saw this, I was like, this is really interesting. So you basically added a feature and then you almost manage it like it's a Trello board, and that agent is now working, and you kind of just like, that's really cool. Like, what made you guys think of this? And yeah, like maybe you could just show what this is doing, because this is really interesting.
Yeah, so right now it's running one agent with Claude. There's like a Claude SDK you can hook up to it that basically, just pass it your prompts and it modifies your code base. But you can see all the logs. It's doing various tool calls. It's reading my code base. It's trying to find the landing page and probably start updating it. And then when it's done, you can see all the git diff changes over here. You can also get the raw output over here too. But eventually those will get finished and they get moved over to waiting approval, which then you'd have to go and load up the app yourself and play around with it, make sure it's good, and then you can mark it as verified. Oh yeah, by the way, all the features that we just generated before, now they're all here. So we have 56 features. There is a precedence of these, which I'm not sure why there's a little bug with this. Oh, here it is. So you see there's like a lock icon, right?
Yeah.
Another Discord member basically said, hey, like if we were to create a feature, sometimes one feature is blocked by like 30 other features, right? So you need to get through the first feature before you can work on the other. So he added this like big dependency graph to all the features. So it kind of goes through these features in order. And then these other ones are blocked because if you go, it's going to say, okay, this one depends on this one to finish. Which is why like you have the ones at the top that don't have the blocked. So I guess the main point of this was going back to the Anthropic test harness thing I talked about. I wanted a way to just basically turn this on to max workers and just like go to bed and come back and just have it basically pull all these tasks one by one and start working on them.
Oh, wow.
And so that's kind of what I did. I have a video on my channel of me doing that. I let it run for 24 hours. I came back and I had an entire full stack application. It had like 70 features added to it. Most of it worked. There were some things I had to tweak and I had to improve the UX, but I mean, it's crazy. I don't know. I never in my life could I imagine this would be happening. Basically building everything.
Yeah, that's incredible. That is, so what made you guys like, so you have a Discord community, and were you guys just like, hey, we're going to work on this project together? And obviously, you go way back in, how long have you been a developer for?
think like 13 years as a web developer now. Yeah.
Okay. So, like for you, when did you start to see the shift? Because I remember seeing a video where you were basically talking about, hey, I'm making more content on agentic coding. I'm kind of getting a lot of backlash for it, but hey, like, this is a little bit of the future. Like, what's your perspective after 13 years? Like, obviously, now I see a lot of your content and you're moving into agentic coding. Like, what's your perspective just on, like, hey, you have a 13-year history. What do you think is like, where do things like, what's your perspective on agentic coding now, and where do you think it's headed? And obviously, like, this is crazy that you guys were able to build this in 9 days. So, like, what's your perspective with that history that you have and that experience?
Yeah, I mean, these tools are amazing. Don't overhype them because there are some issues, but for the most part, if you know what you're doing, you know how to prompt, you are properly asking it to tag the right files, and then later you're doing follow-up prompts to say, hey, like refactor this to make the code cleaner, inspect it for security issues. You have your pull requests hooked up to like Code Rabbit or Gemini code reviews. There's tons of tools out there that you guys need to start learning because they can just make you be much more effective at writing code. And like, I would never go back to the original way of coding. It's just, I can't even count how many times I've spent hours just trying to fix small little syntax errors. It's just like a one-liner that you spent 4 hours trying to debug. And now you can just kick that off to Claude Code and it fixes it in like 30 seconds. Yeah. And not only myself, I've worked with a lot of people. I do a lot of pair programming. I've seen other developers basically fall into the same traps where they fall into the rabbit hole. They can't fix a bug. They get tunnel vision. And I'm like, yo, can we just ask AI to fix this? And then it does it in like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So I think it is the future. I think people need to get on top of it with some hesitation because there are security concerns with it. It can generate some sloppy code if you don't know what you're doing. But yeah, I mean, if you want to be moving fast and you want to actually be able to like have it generate entire diagrams of your code base to understand like what it does, I don't know. It's just super, super awesome. But people hate on it, which is why I kind of like was very hesitant of switching my content over to it because I get, hate messages all the time and downvotes. But at this point, I don't care. Like, this is the future.
Yeah, seriously. Yep. So
you can see it's.
Yeah, so what's it doing here? So did these tasks just finish? So now it's like asking you to approve them. So is it, I mean, obviously this is very early on, right? I mean, when did you guys, you say 9 days or like when did you guys start working on this?
I think it was like 9 days ago. Like,
that's crazy.
Me and Super Combo Gamer, he had an idea of like, okay, he showed me the repo for the Anthropic test runner. And then I think he also had an idea of like, what if we just had the test runner generate a test runner with itself in a different language? So that's what this is. We told it to generate an automaker using itself, and it made this application. And now we're using this to generate other applications just by like going through a backlog of features.
So yeah, so this just finished. It's waiting approval. So if you click on that, can you now see what changes it made and you can review them? Or I see it says refine.
Yeah, I have to see. Let's see. Let's go through here. I'm not sure why the changes aren't showing up. But yeah, let's say a feature finishes. You can go to the repo and you can run the code and you can test it. And if there's like a little bug with it, you can go back and say, hey, I noticed that there's a bug with the header that you added. Can you please fix it to make the padding better? And then you can just do a follow-up that's going to kick it back to in progress and kick off another agent to basically use that same context window to keep modifying your code base to fix whatever you just refined with. And then eventually, if you're done, I mean, you could just like go test the UI, make sure it all works. You can drag it over to completed. Yeah, I haven't even tested the Git work tree stuff, but all these right now are just running on my main branch, which is a workflow that you said you like to do. But some people like to have every feature work on its own branch. So like you can go here and say, I want this to actually run on like a different branch. I'll say like another test. Go ahead and save that one. And then which one was that? Was it this one? Let me just add a new feature. I don't really know. I'll say ZZ. Did I not save that? Hold on. There's some bugs we got to work out,
Yeah. And the demo gremlins. Don't forget about those.
Which one?
The demo gremlins. Don't forget about them.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure why that thing's not showing up, but I think, let's see, create dashboard UI for viewing users projects. I'll just try this. Create dashboard. And then I got to find the, I think it's adding them. I got to refresh. Hold on. Anyway, I think I might have like a wrong branch checked out, but that's the overall idea is you can actually have different Git work trees set up. So for those who don't know what Git work tree is, basically in your project, it spins off different folders and it basically clones your entire project into a work tree folder and it does the work inside of that folder. So all the work is isolated And then later on, and when it's done, you can come over here and say, hey, I want to go ahead and just make like a pull request, which will commit everything and create a pull request for you to your repo. And then you can have CodeRabbit or these other agents basically review your pull request and then pull that back in and fix it inside of Automaker as well.
Do you have a, so this is really cool. I did see that feature that Super Combo showed me where it was similar to Warp, where you could create the terminal workspaces and be able to launch Claude. Is that in the terminal page there? Because that looked really cool.
Yeah, so if you press T, it goes to terminal, and then you could just, load up. I think I have it called Claude Danger on my profile. Yeah, so then I can basically say like, where my code base is authentication dealt with. You can kick this off, and then you can also just, spin up multiple terminals as well if you want to.
Yeah, I like that. I'm a big fan of doing multiple at once. Like, I think, like, obviously, if anybody watches the live streams or anything, it's like being able to work on multiple tasks, I think is, like we were talking about a little bit about the future. It's like, hey, not just working with one agent, but I like this. I like Automaker because with that Kanban board, it's like, in the future, from my perspective, I think that we're going to be working with tons of agents at the same time, and that we're going to be acting as essentially agent orchestrators. So to see projects like this and actually see that Kanban board, when I first saw that, I was like, oh, that's actually really interesting, because it takes some of that, it basically takes like some of the learning curve out of somebody that has to like right now, if you're using Warp and you have like 5 agents that are running at the same time, you actually need to understand what those are all working on, and there's no like user interface for you to like kind of keep track of like, okay, this one's working on this feature, this one's working on this feature. And what I really like that you did about this, and also nice, I like the theme switch. That's cool. But what I like what you did is that, hey, with this, you're able to actually have a UI where you can quickly look at it, and rather than having to remember in your mind, like, oh yeah, this agent was the one that was working on this, and having to like read what it's working on, like it just tells you like, yes, this one right here that's in your backlog, that is for building the server-side endpoint for creating new video editing. So to be able to keep track of it in a UI, this is a really interesting idea to me. I really like what you did here. Like, so this is this an Electron app, or like just from like a technical perspective, like how did you guys actually make this?
Yeah, right now it's a Next.js app that's wrapped with Electron. We're gonna get rid of Next.js because I don't like it too much. But we just wrap it in Electron, and you can also run it as a web app. Like if you don't want to use the Electron stuff, you can just run the server a little bit differently. But yeah, that's about it. And I think it's using ShadCN. There's no database. It literally just stores all the information to disk so that these agents can actually go and traverse your code base and get more information about these JSON files versus having to integrate with like SQLite or something. Yeah, I guess I could demo a couple more features if you have time.
Yeah, go ahead.
The main thing I kind of use this for is I have like a bunch of different side projects, right? So I have like my course, I have my personal website, I have all these different side projects I'm working on. And so my main use case for this is often I'll have like someone come to me and give me some feedback on, for example, I have like an Agentic Jumpstart course. I'll have this loaded up in Automaker, and then when someone comes in with a bug report, I'll just go ahead and like throw in the bug here and then kick it off. It makes a pull request, and then I usually just come back and merge it and get it to main, and it works, right? Because I can review the code, I can just glance through it, and unless it's like a huge change, most of these changes, like these little bugs, Opus 4.5 fixes like one shot, right? There's that. There's also, let me demo this. I don't know if this will be interesting to anyone else, but I think this one's pretty cool. Let me go load up a picture real quick.
So like you can just said a Kanban board, Gantt chart, so many cool and high potential ideas. Let's go, Cody. Let's go. That's awesome.
Yeah, but definitely a team of people made this. So like if you want to actually customize the board, which is what I do on my projects, because sometimes, sorry about the gun image, I don't know if that's gonna, but yeah, I think when I have a bunch of projects set up, it's very hard when you have like, you're switching between them because they all have like different, let me find the red, here we go.
Oh yeah.
There we go. So like if I go over here, I know because it's a different theme, it's a different project. And typically I'll change the background too to be like a different picture as well. And so I'll have like 9 of these projects set up, and I'll just go over here and quickly switch to like my Agentic Jumpstart, and then I'll go back and like, okay, I need to go back to my project with Bridge and go ahead and kick off a feature.
That's really nice, yeah.
I think that's, I mean, we have some other stuff too. Like if you just want to chat with the LLM, you can load up a Sonnet or an Opus session and just start like chatting with it here. And again, it has all the context of your code base. We have the ability to add in custom context files. So if there's something specific you want to be kind of like pulled in to all the agents, that'll get pulled in. You can upload images to your prompts and to your features. AI profiles, I think this is kind of like if you want to customize Opus to do a certain think level, you can go and add a new profile here. So like if I wanted a sonnet, I don't know if can sonnet even do thinking levels like haiku and sonnet, or is that just an Opus thing?
I think that there's non-thinking and thinking. Like I saw on OpenRouter that there was a non-thinking version of Sonnet and Opus. But
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's basically it. I'm sure I forgot something, but I think I think the plans, like the roadmap is at one point, one of the contributors, the core contributors was adding in codec support, and he had it working, but then he decided to strip it all out because we wanted to focus on just like making this one, Claude code wrapper polished. And then later on, we might bring in like open code. We might bring in codecs because right now, a lot of people don't even have a Claude code subscription. So opening that up to other terminal tools, I think would be a nice addition.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, so with that terminal, could you not run codecs in that terminal?
Oh, you could. Yeah, you can.
Okay.
I don't have codecs installed, but I could demo that if I did.
Just so we had one person just request to join. I don't know what that's about. Oh, I think somebody just tried to get in. That's right. But no, I mean, this is really cool. So 9 days, I just think that this is really impressive. 9 days. And I really, really like the concept. Like I said, like when I saw it, the core concept here is like, hey, just making it easier for people to manage workflows is, I think, like the biggest thing. It's like, hey, like to your point about, hey, like this is the future, it's changing. And if you don't, kind of like, hey, times are changing. If you don't use it, then you're going to run into issues down the line. It's changing very quickly. And from the perspective that I have, it's like, hey, managing agents is a skill in itself. And yes, like there are issues if you don't know what to look out for, if you have no idea what you're doing, if you have no technical knowledge whatsoever, you're going to run into issues. But I will say that with stuff like this, it gets me excited because it's like, hey, you're seeing what you guys have done here. It's like, hey, you have agentic coding people that are now taking the technology and you guys are building a useful application that makes it easier for agentic coders. So what's really cool is it's like, hey, you look back at like the past year, right? Like 2025. And even in 2025, I don't know what day that Cursor actually released their agentic coding tool. I think it was maybe like just over a year ago. I think it was like late November of 2024. So it's barely been a year. But I really do wonder, like, hey, in 2026, is stuff like this going to come out that makes it even easier for agentic coders to work and to be able to manage their workflows? Like, what's your thought on that? Like, what do you perceive? Do you perceive anything happening in 2026? Like, obviously, we're going to get better models, but just like I think the biggest change in the last year was just like getting agents, right? So I'm curious as like what your thoughts are. Do you think that there's anything that's going to come out where it's like, hey, people aren't seeing that this could be released and make it way easier? Like, what's your perspective on that?
I'll be honest, I haven't really thought about the future because this stuff is changing so rapidly. I would never have imagined in like 2 months we have like Opus 4.5. It's like these models every 3, 4 months they iterate and they're just completely like game changing.
Yeah.
And the amount of stuff you're able to one shot with one prompt now went from like this is barely usable to like this is phenomenal about a year. And I don't know if we hit a plateau, who knows? Maybe this will be like the way we're going to do coding, where we basically just have to be, in the driver's seat, navigating with these agents, telling them what to do. But if this keeps getting better, we're going to reach the point of full autonomous like platforms where it's just a product owner or someone who has a vision in their head of like what their SaaS needs to do. That could be already hooked up to user feedback. So when someone says, hey, I found a bug, that could kick off an agent to go and fix the bug and make a pull request to your code already. And then you can have an agent pull that and test it and verify that it's a real fix, then commit it to your repo. And like, I think as people understand this stuff better, they're going to get more and more at adding all this automation to everything. And yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. I don't really know what the future is, but it's progressing so rapidly that it's hard to predict.
Yeah. Would you say, and I'll let you go here, I really appreciate the time that you've given us just to showcase this, but what would you say from your perspective, like when you really started to see, like was it a specific model that came out where you started to see the potential of it, or like this past year, what would you say was like the biggest moment for you personally where you were like, oh wow, this is the future? Was there a moment that you had, or is it just like kind of like things changing over time, or what's your perspective?
My first moment was back when Cursor's Composer beta came out.
Really?
I don't know if you used that, but I was using Copilot and I'm like, the auto suggestions are pretty good. And then I switched to like, what's it called? Super Maven or something. I'm like, oh, this is pretty fast. This is pretty cool. But then I started using Cursor, and like, not only was the inline suggestions extremely fast, but when Composer mode came out and I started seeing it basically modify like 10 files from one prompt, and it would be wrong most of the times, let's be honest, like it was very buggy. But then like in a month, it became less buggy. And then in 2 months, I had one prompt features, and then new models came out. And then I was seeing like much more things added, like entire backend endpoints with security added, with your schema updated. And now it's like these agents basically run every command on your computer. They'll load up a web browser. They will try to test the web browser. They'll see what errors are. They'll repaste it into the agent panel. And then they just keep iterating on this. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. Like the first moment I saw was Composer from Cursor, though. But even at that time, most people were like, "Oh, this sucks." And in my head, I'm like, are you guys crazy? Like, how is this not amazing to you guys?"
Yeah, it is crazy because it's like I think that hey, if you've been, it's like if you're not fully involved in the space, like a lot of people from the Bridgemine community, it's like we're obviously all like using it every single day, and if you're not super involved in the space, like if you're not using, let's say GPT-5 every single day, and then you get an Opus 4.5 and you see the difference, right? It's almost like when you use it this much and when you're involved so intensely in something like this, you notice those big jumps in those gaps between like, oh, like people don't see, like they see it on the news, they're like, oh, Opus 4.5 came out. But when you're actually using it every day, that's where you can see like those significant workflow improvements. And yeah, I mean, I'm super excited for the future. I think that 2026 is going to be big, like you said. I mean, we can't predict it, right? But I really like your perspective just on like, hey, this is going to continue to get better. And honestly, I think that this is just the beginning, which is the crazy part to even say. It's like we're so early on. It's only been like what 3 years since ChatGPT came out, which is just insane. So I'm excited.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming on and sharing this with us today. I'm sure that we'll talk more in the future. But great work with Automaker. I think that big shout out to Cody, Super Combo, Casper, and Ben Scott. Shout out to you guys because this is a super impressive project. And if you guys want to go check out Automaker, you can go to automaker.app. Can people actually like use this right now? Is this usable, or are you guys still in development? Like, hey, nobody can use this yet, correct?
They can use it. If you go to the GitHub repo, you can clone it down, and you can actually start, doing npm install and run it the same way I just did on the on this stream.
Okay.
So it should be accessible. I think the Windows binaries and the Mac binaries that are being built with Electron, we got to test those out. I think they might be okay, but I need to do a release soon. Yeah, can I say just one thing before I drop
Yeah.
though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think what people don't realize is that like people who are like Matt, the stuff you're doing, you're on the peak of the tidal wave. A lot of people are not even using AI right now. There's a lot of developers who do not think to even reach for an AI when they spent 8 hours trying to debug something. And so I think that if you guys actually embrace and adopt this stuff, like you're going to be the top-notch developers, in my opinion. Don't listen to the haters. People are going to say that you're just generating slop. But I think if you can really figure out how to utilize these tools and go full on with automation, you could probably build some really successful SaaS products in very little time and probably make a lot of money. So just keep listening to Matt, because I watch Matt all the time. He has the best workflows I've seen. He just plays with every tool every day. And so like watch him, and you guys will become really good at making stuff with agents.
Let's go. I appreciate it, Cody. Hey, thanks for coming on and great work, and keep it up. I'll see you around.
All right. See y'all. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. See you. All right. Let's go. All right. And with that being said, we just passed 15K. All right. I see that we're about to have a revolt in the chat since I haven't been looking at the chat. But dang, thanks for WebDev Cody for coming on. Shout out to him. Let's go. Times are changing, guys. And I have to say, I'm really impressed by that project. It's really cool to me because, hey, you're seeing like people that are using agentic coding are building things that are improving agentic coding. And, WebDev Cody, he's, like he said, he's been a developer for 13 years. He's a senior level developer, and he sees the potential of this technology, and he's using it now. And yeah, like he said, it's like, hey, some people aren't even using AI. So the fact that we're all involved in this every single day, it's like, let's just keep going. And shout out to WebDev Cody. He's a great guy. He's been involved in the Bridgemine community for a while now, so really appreciate you coming on, WebDev. And let's keep grinding, guys. Let's go. I'm checking the chat. I'm back. Let's keep cooking up. And yeah, automaker.app. I'm gonna drop it in here, automaker.app in the chat. But yes, I'm back looking at the chat. Oh, I hit 300 likes. Let's go. All right. All right, so back to our getlate integration. So this is our getlate TikTok integration, and what we need to do is we need to make it so that we can actually integrate with getlate for TikTok posting. It's very important that we get that. Let's see here. Harry Fan said that with 1,000 agents running, Cody is the beast now. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, literally with Automaker, you can like request specs and it's able to spin up different tasks for you. So, you know, it seems like it's a little bit early on in Automaker. You know, they've only been working on it for 9 days, but that's a really, really cool project. NY said, I think my issue is right now is the price. I wish the tokens can decrease more. I mean, they will, right? I mean, that's what we've been seeing is that the models have been getting smarter and less expensive. You know, especially with like the release of Opus 4.5, you know, it got cut in a third and, you know, it got way smarter. So I think that's going to get continued. Up here, I can see you. I can't give you that right now. Hold on. All right, install it and give it a try. Yeah, do you guys want to install it and give it a shot? Yeah, let me know. We can definitely try it. I'm down to try it on this stream. Let's see here. So, try Automaker. Okay, so people want me to try it, so we can go give it a shot here. I do want to make sure that we get this some agents kicked off. So while we're working on it, I think that can Super Combo in the chat. Can you drop the GitHub repo so that we can download it and give it a shot? Okay, let's try it. Yeah. All right, let's go. All right, so this looks good. Also, let's try. Great work. I need you to rebuild and restart the Docker container. All right, let's go. Also, guys, we're up to 331 likes. If you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. All right, let me see here. Okay, Automaker. All right, here it is. So, yeah, web dev Cody. This is his branch. So, yeah, so a couple contributors here. But, yeah, automaker.app. Let's see here. Yeah, pretty cool. Also, I mean, you guys did a good job just like on the website too. Automaker.app. That's awesome. Cool. All right. I definitely want to try it on the stream. I don't know if we'll try it right away. We do need to make some progress. But let's try it. All right, architecture. Okay, so let's see this. So this is rebuilding. So let's actually now pass in an additional. Let's pass in an additional test here. Oh, we need to fix this for sure. Fix this error here. All right. Okay, the architecture ensures no breaking changes when transitioning between providers. Would you like me to proceed with implementing the provider interfaces in getlate provider? So we definitely do want to do that. So this is the biggest goal of this stream, is that we need to get getlate integrated, and we also really need to make it so that we get those audits submitted to TikTok as well. Very, very important that we do that. So like here, if I go to profiles, or if I go to connect socials, we still can't connect TikTok, which is a big issue. What do I think about creating an app? I think that you can definitely do it. It's easier than ever now to build. Training for Science, you can check the description for what we're building. We built View Creator, which has over 1,000 creators and users on the app. But let's see here. Would you help me understand exactly what this plan entails? For example, I want to understand what updates and changes will be made. I also want to understand what env vars I will need from getlate and what the integration will look like. I want you to make it simple and easy for me to understand. Output a summary as well as diagrams. Okay, apparently GPT 5.2 Codex just released. Very small improvement. Shout out to Madi Jr. He just said this. Where do I host my apps? I do AWS. Let's check this out. So all these agents are running. Let's pull up X. Did this just get released? Let's go to OpenAI. Sounds like the Codex model is out. Is that true? I don't see it. Maybe it's from good old Sam. See here. Okay. I don't know what Sam's on lately. Dan said, I wonder if the SEO on Automaker will be competing with car manufacturer ad buys. Oh. All right, so here's the release. So introducing GPT 5.2 Codex. So this just came out. GPT 5.2 Codex, let's check it out. So SweetBench Pro, Terminal Bench 2.0. So here is GPT 5.2, and then here's GPT 5.2 Codex. When did this come out? I mean, it just came out probably a couple minutes ago, right? So obviously it builds on GPT 5.2 strengths. I mean, do you guys want to try this? Is it available? Let's see if it's available. Let's check. Also, what's up, WDan? How's it going, man? Good to see you. CD desktop, CD view creator, and let's launch Codex. So let's see now if we can actually launch this. Models, do I need to update? Okay, I'm probably gonna have to update, right? Okay, so here's what it looks like. Accuracy, GPT 5.2 Codex. It's up here, 88% versus, I mean, 82%, 88 versus 2. All right. Here's something here. Here's an addendum. Interesting. Shout out to Super Combo Gamer, by the way. Dan said, grinding today, taking on our startup's website ahead of next year's release, learning a lot about storytelling, rebuilding it. Let's go. It boosted it by a little, yeah. So a little bit better. We can probably use this. I mean, what's the command to update it? I mean, can we ask? Hold on. All right, so here's the checklist for implementation here. So get your getlate API key from your getlate dashboard. Add to your env these two env vars. Default provider getlate. Okay, this is actually cool. So look at what it's doing. It actually even said, like, because we're going to want to have a fallback, you know, we're going to integrate getlate, but look at these environment variables that it's set. So TikTok default provider is set to getlate, and then the app approved is set to false. So, you know, what we're going to do here is, hey, we want to integrate with TikTok, and we want to integrate with getlate because it's going to, oh, hold up. Let me change this here. Looks like we got to do that. Hold on. So, you know, we want to integrate with TikTok. We want to integrate with getlate. But what we're going to do is we're going to do it in a way that makes sense for us, right? So, yes, it's going to take maybe a little bit more time for us to get approved. But, hey, we're just going to integrate with getlate. It's not going to be that expensive. And we'll be able to get pretty far. So here's our environment variables. We're going to set those, implement the provider files. Great work. I now need you to launch 5 code base analyst agents and using the README as reference, I need you to actually create a README of the integration plan. This integration plan needs to have phases. And note that we want to do this in a way that makes it scalable so that once we do get our app approved, we don't cause a bunch of issues. But we also want to get integrated with getlate immediately for TikTok. So review the existing architecture and infrastructure and create a implementation plan that will not disrupt this existing architecture or infrastructure too severely. Review this in complete depth with these agents and create a structured integration plan with phases. All right. The official Deadman, what's up, man? How's it going? Also, I do think that I would like you to, if it's possible, if you could take a look at your dashboard. It looked like it could have been an environment variable issue that we were having, so maybe you could take a look at that and we'll see. But yeah, we did just get this new codex model, so I do want to try that out a little bit. I mean, I think that it's not too much of an improvement, but I mean, we might as well just try it to give good old Sam a chance. What's the command to update? Hold on, let's switch to low. Our models. Do we hit 400 likes? Yeah, also, just as a reminder, for every 100 likes that we get, we're going to go for an extra hour. So hopefully we can go for 10 hours today, but if you guys can just like up the stream so we can keep on grinding. All right, let's do model. And then what is the npx or the npm command to update codex to the latest version? I never give Sam a chance. All right, so we're gonna see, what they've come up with here. All right, npm. Okay, we'll update here. All right, so we're gonna give this new GPT 5.2 codex model a shot. I'm not expecting anything like too crazy, to be honest. But we're gonna try it. Oh my gosh. Sorry guys, I'm getting a call. All right. All right, let's update the latest here. Oh my gosh, hold on guys, I'm gonna have to take this. Hold on, I'm gonna mute my mic. Give me 1 second, I've gotta take this call. Hey, what do you want? Chill. Yeah. Yeah, you saw what Super Combo said? Yeah, I know, we're gonna give it a try. Sam. Listen, I don't want your money. 100,000 for the Bridgemine stamp of approval? No. Listen, I'm not gonna be bought and paid for, alright? Listen, I'll try it. No promises. But give me a break. Stop calling on the stream, okay? Jeez. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, so let's launch Codex here and see, is this Codex model, try new model? Okay, so it looks like it is available. So yeah, GPT 5.2 Codex is now available. Let's do it. Let's try it. Alright. I want you to do, okay, what's this? Tip new, try shell snapshotting to make your codex faster. Enable an experimental. Do you guys see this? Experimental, what is this? Toggle beta features. Run long-running terminals in the background. That's interesting. Bill Gates. All right, so it says enable shell snapshot. So snapshot your shell environment to avoid rerunning login scripts for every command. Is that a thing? Somebody said Dario model's better. Hey, Jesse's here. What's up, Jesse? How's it going? So yeah, so GPT 5.2 codex, can we change it to, okay, 5.2 and then extra high. All right, cool. Let's do @view creator API. I want you to do an in-depth review of this README plan and think in depth about the README and create a structured diagram for me to understand the implementation that is being proposed. Okay, so which one is this? Is this one here? So this one's working. So these 5 agents are running right now. What was the README plan? Can we just add it real quick? So it was the get late. No, it wasn't that. Summary table. Okay, wasn't it? It was this right here. So get late, TikTok integration, MD. So let's move this over here. So let's do @get late. All right. All right, so we'll test this out. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. We, like I said, we have to do 500 push-ups today, so let's go. We've got 237 people watching. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, we just hit 15K. We hit 15K, so let's go, guys. Where are we at? 15,052 subs. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. But right now, we're using the newly released GPT 5.2 Codex model. It's one of those goofy OpenAI models, but we'll give it a shot. Let's go. All right, 40 bomb. Let's go. All right, let's move the desk up, guys. Let's move the desk up. Get late. What's new with Codex? They just got it. See ya, Imperium. All right. Let's go. What am I building? View creator. Let's test the clipping agent real quick. We just tried to make some updates. What's the push-up count at? We are, I think we're at 150. Yeah, we're at 150. Yeah, we're at 371 likes. We are 2 hours into the stream. Like I said, every 100 likes equals plus 1 hour. So, for example, if we can get 1,000 likes, I'll go for 10 hours today. Yeah, I'm just testing it right now. Yeah, DSAD, thanks for the congrats, man. Just hit 10, whatever it is, 15K. I mean, we've been growing so fast that, you know, honestly, it's like, hey, it's just at this point, every milestone that we hit, it's, I mean, I think that we're going to 100K. The Bridge Army is going to 100K. And, yeah, I think that this is going to be one of the #1. It probably already is, in a lot of ways. But this is going to be the best vibe coding community on the internet in 2026. This is going to be the place to be for sure. All right, so let's upload this and test it. Generate clips. Okay. So yeah, so this is our clip generator. We updated a couple things. Let's go back to our agent. So this is now in the queue. Looks good. Okay, so here it is. All right, so here is the implementation that it is recommending. Let's take a look at it. All right, let's kill this agent so we have more space. Okay, so okay, begin phase 1, and I want you to use agent decoders for the implementation, and make sure that you create a structured to-do list and follow along with the README and update the README as you go as well. Jesse said, all right, bet, seems like there are new features here. Yeah, there's some pretty solid stuff that's in the works. All right, so here's the phases that are going in. Also, guys, I'm going to give a quick shout out to newly joined members of the Bridgemine community. Last time I checked, we had 1,746. We're up to 1,757 members. Big shout out to Aaron, Radhika, Raichu, Hema, Junior, Bitwise, Greengrass, Mag364, Akram, Krek, DDK, OOO, Ackle. Welcome to the community, guys. I'm happy that you're here. Gemini 3 Flash is pretty good. We had it updating some UI stuff for us. Yeah, I liked it. It was pretty solid. All right. Yusuf said, I actually love the fact that you have a huge community within 4 months. And discipline. I still say you'll have 25K subs by the end of the year. 25K. Dang. DSAT said, big shout out to the mods doing an incredible job as always. Oh, 100%. Yeah, the reason that, you know, this community has grown so much as it has is because we just have a great team. Shout out to Linux, Jesse, J35, the Wise Sleeper, Neek, Super Combo, Nova, Sam Stone. All you guys are doing a great job. W Dan, Imperium, you guys are great. Is it better than GBD model on the same level for Gemini 3 Flash? I would say no. You know, the thing about Gemini models is that those are going to hallucinate like crazy, okay? I will say that this actually didn't think for as long as I thought. It didn't actually show a chart. I asked it to show a chart and this is what it made. Nice. Let's keep going, guys. We're about to hit 400 likes. If you guys are new, haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. Also, speaking of which, we already did hit 300 likes. So let's add a +1 here. So we're at 300 likes, so +1. We're gonna go for at least 3 hours. So we're at 3 hours for the day. Sorry, my handwriting there was bad. I was at a weird angle. But yeah. W said M's in the chat for the $1 million goal. Let's go. Yeah, M's in the chat. Let's go. All right. All right, these agents are done. All right, we also need to work on our admin portal build out. So that's a goal for today, the admin portal build out. Very, very important that we get that done. So this is working pretty well. Let's see, did our job finish over here? Yes, our jobs did finish. So 5 jobs here. And this was for this.
You can see here, we're on OpenRouter, and the price per million on the input is 50 cents. And the price per million on the output is $3 per million. And then for audio tokens, it's $1 per million. So when you stack that up against some of the other frontier models like Gemini 3 Pro, they were able to cut the price in a fourth. So you can see Gemini 3 Pro is $2 and $12 respectively. So in terms of comparing Flash with Pro, it's a fourth of the cost, which is pretty impressive. And we'll talk about that why
what do you guys think about
a little bit later in the video. But also compared to
bigger.
Claude.
You guys see that?
Is that they were able to do that without losing just a massive amount of intelligence or just being way far off in the benchmark. So, you know, the fifth...
Hold on here. That's pretty good. I probably won't add that to the stream title. I like to keep the stream titles like pretty clean. Thanks for the recommendation though, Yusuf. WDN said Mermaid JS is a part of the new Cursor 2.2 with better chart support and plan mode. I love mermaid diagrams. Me too, man. Alright, let's see this. Like, there was a weird issue here. Where was it? I know I saw it. Wasn't there a part where it kind of like overlapped? I mean, these clips are pretty good, guys. Jesse, well, if the thing is, if we keep going, I mean, it's all depending on, like, I mean, later this evening, we could still be going. I mean, right now we're at 389 likes. We're about to hit 400, so that means we're at least going to go for 4 hours today. But if we, I mean, literally, if we can get to 1,200 likes, I'll go for 12 hours, guys. I really don't care at this point. I just don't care. I mean, let's keep grinding. I mean,
fifth thing that I wanted to do is to just look and start to ask yourself, hey, when you are using Gemini 3,
I mean, these are really good.
And I think that when you're talking about things like cost and speed, you definitely want to think about them. They're huge.
Oh, it was right there. This one definitely had it. Okay, so there was just like this weird overlap, and I want to pinpoint like, hey, what's causing that?
And I think that when you're talking about things like cost and speed, you definitely want to think about them.
There it is. Just for like a split second, right there. There it is. All right. Check out the screenshot here and notice that there are some instances where the captions are actually overlapping each other and on top of each other. Would you pinpoint what is causing this and identify the source of this issue? Use 2 code-based analyst agents to pinpoint this problem. Super Combo said, seems like every hour we go, you get 100 likes or so. What if this goes on for days? I mean, shoot, I guess we'll be live for days then, won't we? Let's go. Oh my gosh, we're at 421 likes. We just like went. Oh shoot. Oh man. Are you an engineer with CS background by any chance? No, I am not. All right, all good, Jesse. Have a good one, man. Voice to mouth. Is it just me? Or was it not synced up also? Voice to mouth? Let me see. It may have just been you. I didn't notice that. Let's check it out though. Let's investigate.
About them, they're huge considerations, right? Because cost and speed are huge. But one thing that you have to ask is like, hey, you can make a really cheap, fast model, but there's 2 things that are really important then to add on to that, which is the third and fourth things that we're going to dive into. So obviously intelligence is incredibly important. So I'm going to scroll down here a little bit. So just in general, so the artificial analysis intelligence index here, look at how this stacks up.
That's actually, shout out to you. Two more hours on the board. Did we not just get botted though? I feel like somebody just botted the stream because we got like 100 likes within like 30 seconds. I'm 23.
So here's Gemini 3 Pro. It's 73. And then here's...
Would there be a reason for that? I mean, okay, let's actually a good test of Codex. Let's launch Codex. Hold on, let's CD into View Creator Genesis, and let's launch Codex. I need you to do an in-depth analysis. Is there a reason that the voice is not properly syncing with the video? Would you do a complete in-depth analysis of this and identify what would potentially be causing this? Do not update or write any code, but I just need you to analyze what could potentially be causing this. Yeah, I don't think the AI reanimated the mouth, but yeah, something seems off. Also, guys, let's hammer out some push-ups. Let's go. Also, you know, if you guys aren't doing the push-ups with me, I mean, come on, guys, what are we doing? All right, we need the energy. We need the gains. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's do them together. All right, this agent's still working. Let's get it. $35. Let's go. W's in the chat. All right, we are getting botted. $35. Yeah. Nah, those likes will be taken away. It's all good. Don't judge the Bridgemine community. I mean, we got 500 likes in like 5 minutes, and there are only 239 people watching. Yeah, it's all good. They'll get taken away, and then we'll be able to see how many we actually have. All right. See this. I need you to do a review of the next phase and create a to-do list. What did Codex find on that? So Codex is trying to figure out what it's the how FFmpeg extracts the audio using defaults. Dewey said another big boy slow model is out, 5.2 Codex. Yeah, we're trying it right here. 5.2 Codex is doing, so, I mean, let's see if it can one-shot this issue. That would be interesting if it could. The issue that we're having is that our files are just a little bit out of sync. Maybe we could launch another one and see. Right now, when I do auto on the Genesis agent, or hold on. I think I should probably CD into the main directory. Those were bots. Somebody bought it. I don't know who it was, but come on, man. It's all good. It's all good. I'm pretty sure they get taken away, so we'll be able to see where we're at then. I mean, I guess somebody really wants to see a 10-hour Bridgemine stream. Alright. I do have it in the CLI. You have to update, Dewey. I need you to do a review of the View Creator Genesis agent and the auto mechanism where users can set it to auto and it's able to create clips, not from a set number of clips, but it's able to just review the video and create a set number of clips. Review this in complete depth. Right now, it just continues to create 5. Is there a reason that it's doing this? For example, if I drop in a massive video, it still just creates 5 clips. Would you identify why this is actually happening? What's up, Akshay? Don't bot, guys. It's not cool. Great, now use an agent decoder and move forward with the to-do list. They did clean up the model selector? Did they make it clean? Let's see. So this is the new GD 5.2 Codex. If I do models now, what does it look like? I mean, they cleaned it up a bit. I mean, why would you even want to not... Why would you even want to use anything other than their latest model? It's constant. Would you review the code in depth and identify what is causing this? And create a structured plan on how we could fix it? All right, also, let's go over here. Is our feedback mechanism now working? Let's test it. So as you guys know, I now have this feedback, and I can say bug report, and let's say that I want to say this is a test, and then let's just upload this video and submit. Description must be at least 10 characters. Okay. I mean, that's all right. Failed to submit feedback. Okay. So I'm just gonna go here, figure out why that happened. Cannot post feedback. Oh, missed it. All right, so let's grab the logs there. And what was the agent I was working on? I was thinking it was this one here. Why am I getting this error here when I'm testing the feedback mechanism? Ginu said he tried GPT 5.2. It was terrible. Yeah, it's pretty slow. Very slow for sure. Dan said it's like being really familiar with a certain tool. I'm using old models all the time. Tuned in with GPT OSS 120B, Qwen 3 Coder. Familiar with how to unwrangle these, whereas using new is uncertain. Oh, that's interesting. So is it easier for you to work with those models now then, WDN? WebDev Cody was actually already on the stream. Yeah, he was showing us our his Automaker project, which is pretty cool. It's an agentic coding tool that they've been working on in his community. Also, where are we at subwise? All right, looks like we're at 15,085. I think that we can get like probably 15,200 today. All right, cool. Let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. All right, we're gonna have to start to hammer out some more push-ups because we're only at, that was 30, so we're only at 215. Also, the pull-ups, we're only at 10. We have to get to 100 on the pull-ups, so. What models do I recommend using? Probably Opus 4.5 is the main that you should be using, in my opinion. Okay, I now need you to, hold on, I just do not trust any GPT models. They're terrible. But, I mean, let's see. Okay, great. I now need you to think and review in depth about how you could fix this issue without breaking existing functionality and only fix this pinpointed problem. Review and then update the code respectively. All right, I'm gonna hit some pull-ups, guys. Let's go. Go. Yeah, somebody botted the likes, so the like count is false, and hopefully YouTube fixes it so that we actually get an accurate like count. Yeah, I can give you the track list. Hold on. Yeah. All right. Here's the track list. Okay. Yes, I need you to do a complete in-depth review and to identify a better mechanism for auto clipping. So for example, we want to set, limits to this. We don't want to make it so that just infinite clips are generated, but we also, 5 is too few. So maybe when it's set to auto, we could try to have some sort of simple algorithm where, for example, if the video is between an hour and an hour and a half, it tries to clip, let's say, 15 to 20 clips. Or if it's over 2 hours, between 2 and 2.5 hours, it tries to clip 20 to 25, something like that. I don't know what that would look like. You probably have a better understanding of the code base than I do. So I want you to think through what I'm telling you and come up with a structured plan that would work in this use case. Review the code in complete depth and identify a plan that we could potentially integrate. Don't update any code yet, but review this in complete depth. All right. Yes, I now want you to, wait, hold on. All right, let's try this again. So let's go over to that here. Which one was it? I think it was this one, like right here? This one. No. Okay, great. I now want you to restart and rebuild the View Creator Genesis Docker container so we can test. Oh shoot, we're at 95% of our limits here. When does the 5-hour limit reset? We're at 95%. That's not good. So let's launch Claude and see where our usage is at. So just as a reminder, I am on the 20x plan, so we're at 95%. It resets at 3 p.m., so we're definitely going to hit our limit here. But that's okay. That's why we have Cursor and Codex Max as well. But yeah, we just hit our limit, or we're about to, so that's all right. This is Warp, but I use Claude Code a lot. Mac Blue Screen said, looks like our Jira tickets, yeah. What did Super Combo say? He said a challenge is a challenge, bot or not. Well, the thing is YouTube is they're gonna roll those likes back. Yeah. Or we can do, what's extra usage? Can we get extra usage? Hold up. How much is the extra usage? Extra usage to keep using Claude if you hit your limit. I don't really feel like running up a check, so I'm good. All right, I now need you to update the README file with complete documentation of what has been done so far. How's the submission going? Yeah, so YouTube actively detects and removes fake likes from bots to keep engagement authentic, using AI to spot suspicious patterns like high like-to-view ratios or instant likes, and will roll back these fraudulent engagements to maintain platform integrity. So they'll roll them back. And then we'll know how many we have. Did you give out Claude? Yeah, I did. I accidentally exposed it on stream, so it's kind of a first come, first serve there. All right, so I guess we're going to be putting this GPT 5.2 codex to the test because, you know, for the next 45 minutes, we are out of our Claude code, so we'll have to test it. Let's test this audio sync issue. Also, guys, thank you for 15,100. Let's keep it going. Did this get fixed? Failed to submit feedback. Okay. Review the errors that I got here in the... when trying to submit feedback. Review this in complete depth and assist me in fixing this. All right, so here's the tiered algorithm. So for 0 to 10 minutes, 2 clips max. I like the tiered algorithm, but it's a little bit too stringent. So for example, like a 10-minute clip is going to produce more than 4 clips max. That should not be the rule. I mean, it would be better rather than having a tiered algorithm. Rather, it should actually review the entirety of whatever, you know, from the transcript. It should be able to review it and identify opportunities for clips. And there should be, yes, there should be some max limit or min limit, but right now it's just a little bit like 4 clips for a 10-minute video is just too low. And then, yeah, so maybe rethink our approach a little bit. What would be other options for us? What's my opinion of Google's anti-gravity? I think it's a little bit in beta. I don't think that it can be like really utilized right now. That's not saying that, hey, if you're using it, you should stop. Like, there's other reasons to be using anti-gravity. One of them is that, hey, they are giving it out for free. So, I mean, free AI is nice. Definitely. What are your monthly costs now? That looks like a lot of API calls. $600 a month for AI. Naruto said, I'm joining in. Let's go. Daniel, what's up? Okay, video processed. Oh, shoot. My headphones here. Took them up. All right, so we're using a lot of codecs right now. Let's launch another codecs window here. Oh, is this in, no, it's in View Creator. Okay, good. All right. All right, so outputs. Okay, great. I want you to create a comprehensive README file that documents your implementation plan for this. Make sure that it's dated. How are your transcripts getting there? Are you uploading them, or are they also getting generated from AI? Yeah, so you don't upload them. They get generated using a model called Whisper Flow. It's like the V3 Fast or something. But we integrate with Grok for that, yes. All right, launch codecs here. And let's now see... I want to find what I was working on. I think it was this one. No, it wasn't this one. Okay, it's this one here. All right, we're gonna put this getlate integration in the hands of Codex. I don't know how I feel about this, but it's happening. Yeah, I'm using multiple instances of Codex right now. Okay. So everybody, say a quick prayer for me. We are using Codex because we ran out of our Claude Code subscription, so. A Claude Opus 4.5 agent has been working on this plan and I am now handing it off to you. Do an in-depth review of what code has been implemented currently, and do an in-depth review of the plan as a whole, and gain a full and complete understanding of everything associated with this getlate TikTok integration, so that you have a full understanding and can assist me in working on this. After you have a full understanding, I want you to then create a structured to-do list of the next steps to complete this plan. Did I have to buy multiple subscriptions to do that? I'm just on the ChatGPT Pro plan, the Claude Max plan, and the Cursor Ultra plan. So I spend $600 a month on AI. But yeah, right now we're using Codex because we hit our limit. Also, let's go check these right here. So we had that audio issue. Let's see if Codex was able to fix it. And this is the new GPT 5.2 Codex. So this is new. This model just came out today. So let's see. So if you guys remember, we had an audio syncing issue. So let's see if that still
calls into question. Hey, should you use Gemini 3 Pro for a request, or should you use Gemini 3 Flash for a request? I think that Google did a very good job in terms of, I think that you're going to have to ask yourself that question. Because when you look at the cost, and you look at the differences in intelligence, it really does make you wonder, hey, should I spend 4x for only a score of 2 increase on the intelligence?
I like how, like, it's so different what we're doing. Like, the Bridgemine community, you know, I'm making the videos because I want to help people. But it's just funny because, like, as you guys know, I don't want to be a content creator. I just love vibe coding. I love building, and I just love doing what we're doing. But like, I put not a ton of effort into the videos. I just like actually just give my thoughts and recommendations just based on my existing experience. And it's just funny because I see like all these content creators that like have like super highly edited videos and stuff, and you know, maybe one day I'll do that, or like that's the way that things are headed, is that I'll need to get like an editor or something like that. I don't want it to be like that, right? Like, I just like to the bug is still there. No, I don't think the bug was still there. No.
Model is that they were able to make it 1/4 cheaper while also speeding it up while not losing that much in terms of the intelligence index. And then we can also go to the coding index, and it's similar, right? You only lose.
Oh, there was a bug there though. I guess I mean, we'll give GPT a chance here.
Model is that they were able to make it 1/4 cheaper while also speeding it up while not losing that much in terms of the intelligence index. And then we can also go to the coding index, and it's similar, right? You only lose about 3 points. Right? You only lose about.
This right here needs to be fixed. All right, I mean, I will say the one thing about Codex agents, and I used to be like a total big believer for, I used to be a huge user of Codex, and Codex does take longer, but sometimes it will one-shot. Like, I used to be like against Claude Code, and I switched to Claude Code because Opus was so good. But I mean, we'll give this a chance here. I want you to review this screenshot and notice that there is an issue where sometimes the captions will overlap one another. I don't know why this is happening, but in the screenshot you can actually see it as basically 2 caption sentences overlapped each other. What is going on? Blake, what's up? A bit wobbly. The transcript? What do you mean? Wobbly meaning... Because I made it like
similar, right? You only lose about 3 points there in the artificial analysis coding index. So here's Pro, here's Flash. So when you look at, let's go back to Opus.
That's not good.
Artificial analysis coding index. So here's.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at that transcript for sure. All right, here, create the dated plan. Yeah, Sunrise, it would turn it into clips. Daku, viewcreator.ai, you can go check it out. It's got over 1,400 users. All right, retry submitted feedback. Okay, so it's saying that to retry this, it just looked like the DTOs were a little bit messed up, which is actually correct. So let's go here, let's do feedback. So let's do just bug report. Just enter a bunch of random stuff. Nice. Wow. I mean, it's not like GPT-5 codecs doesn't work, right? Let's try this. Oh, wow. Hey, let's go. W in the chat there for codecs. It's jumping. So Mac Blue, the reason it's jumping is because I was like basically making it so that the text that's being spoken expands by like 15% when it's the word being spoken. Also, let's do a quick like check where we at, or sub check. All right, we're at 15,114 guys. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Joseph, let's go. All right, let's see these codex agents. Okay, so this one, I don't want them to work over each other. What, it's saying that it can't open the screenshot directly here? Why would, why can you not open the screenshot directly? I do not use anti-gravity, no. I can see YouTube chat, yes. What? Okay. Here's another screenshot. Please request image access. I mean... Alright. Okay, so in just a brief diagram, would you show me how this potential system does actually work? Yeah, A12, you can, there's a link that's dropped in the chat. You can go to viewcreator.ai. I can analyze it, but I need the local file path to load it. Please tell me. Am I not? This is just classic OpenAI here. I can analyze it, but I need the local file path to load it with the image tool. Please save the screenshot under the repo, or tell me its exact path that I not. Hold on, do I need to let it save to downloads? No, actually, I did go use YOLO a little bit. Okay, so on max clips cap. Okay, great. I now need you to follow the plan and implement this update without breaking existing functionality or causing a bunch of issues. Think in depth before coding anything. All right, does anybody know why I'm getting this issue in Codex? Does it have image tool? Max just dropped in the XI model. Mimo V2. Is that any good? Yeah, the app is live, yes. Great work. I now need you to create an admin route associated with feedback and then a page in the admin portal so that admins can see this feedback. I'm going to drop in the View Creator API. I'm also going to drop in the View Creator admin UI. Yeah, Codex obviously supports images. I just don't know why this is happening. Let's open up Perplexity. Is there a reason why I'm getting this bug inside of Codex? Yeah, I was doing exactly what you're seeing me do now for 3 years before I started streaming anything. That's why it makes it very easy for me to do what I do, because I was doing it for years before doing it live. Okay. Okay, great work. I now need you to proceed with the next phases of the implementation plan. All right, guys, let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. Let's move the desk up. Let's get it. All right, right now we're at 215 push-ups, 20 pull-ups. The goal for today is 500 push-ups, 100 pull-ups. Let's get it. All right, 25, let's go. All right, let's hit some pull-ups too. All right, let's go, guys. We're just getting started. Let's go. If you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. All right, also, sorry, I just saw this, but as you guys know, we had web dev Cody on, and he just sent this to me. Here is, if you guys were interested in checking out Automaker, I think somebody already did put it in the chat, but here's the GitHub to that Automaker. Okay, looks like we can update Warp, that's cool. Also, where's that Perplexity? Hold on. All right. Okay, let's try this. So I am getting an issue with the thing here. Maybe, how about this? Is W Dan in the chat? I don't know if he is. Is W Dan here? Hold up. Are you able to access this screenshot and review it? If Codex can't do this, I'm gonna be... All right, I am out of water. My resources are depleted. Guys, Codex sucks. Oh my gosh. I mean, I can't even review a... Oh, WDN is here. What was that screenshotting thing that you told me about a while ago? It was like Pastebin. Was it Pastebin? No, it wasn't Pastebin. Hold on, I can just look back to our DMs. I just want to see, because I am getting annoyed with some of these screenshot stuff. Hold on, I can probably find it. I just remember you showed me it, and I was like, I do need to use that at some point, but where's W Dan? There he is. All right, let me see here. Set app, no. Prompt hub, no. Yeah, what was it? It was the one where you were showing me where you could do the screenshots and it was like, you could like draw on it and stuff. I remember I was like, oh yeah, I need to use that. Yeah. What was it? Paste app, clean shot. I think it was clean shot. I think it was clean shot. Thank you, Dan. All right. All right, capture your back screen like a pro. This is what it is. Yeah. And then what's the app where you can use, like, you get a free pass to that? Yeah, I think it was Clean Shot. Mike said that, well, all right, let's see here. All right, Mvidigod said going for codecs after Claude Code, Gemini CLI, Open Router with something like v3.2 is such a downgrade. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I can't even post in like screenshots. It's just a little bit like, all right, that's fine. It is very slow too, but I'm also using extra high. All right, also we do have Claude Code back in Set App. Okay, Set App. All right, thank you, WDN. All right, Set App. And then, can you confirm this? Then I can use it to get the other one, right? Set App, access to Clean Shot plus Paste plus many others free. Okay, nice, let's go. All right, let's get it. All right, I'll try membership. All right, Set App. I haven't had that issue. Mac Blue, yeah. Yeah, don't let the agents interfere with each other, yep. All right, so is Set App now set up? Let's see. Set App, nice. All right, so this is Set App. Sorry, exploring. All right, so I'm gonna get the membership now. So the membership monthly is $10.99 or $9.99. I'm gonna start a 7-day free trial. All right. Oh shoot, they need my money. What are the specs on my Mac? I've got 96 gigs of RAM. Yeah, they only do that if they work on the same thing, so. All right, this one was working on the admin roots, so. All right, nice. Perfect. All right, so it said run a, so this is gonna be perfect. So we're gonna be able to test this, and what I wanna do is I'm just gonna drop again that same video in, and we'll see if it is able to create. It should create about like 10 clips now. Let's see what it does. Oh, Dan said use that link. Okay, I may have just missed it. What, still give me a free month, Dan? Wait, hold on, did you say in general? Alright, this is processing. We'll be able to see how many clips it actually decides to generate. Mac Blue said, can you restrict the agent to not make system destroying calls? So what I would say about that is like, hey, you know, if you're instructing the agent to do something, it's probably not like, probably is a bad word, but you know, hey, if this agent is working on its task, right? So I don't think it's gonna make a system destroying call unless like it like does something that goes absolutely haywire. So where it is probably possible, it's just not super probable, right? Okay. All right, nice. All right, we have a few more minutes until, honestly, I'm just gonna use cursor. I'm gonna use cursor. And I'm going to launch, I mean, we can launch Opus 4.5 inside of Cursor probably is the best move here. I mean, if we can't upload screenshots to Codex, which I don't know why. I mean, that's literally ridiculous. I can't upload screenshots to, that's insane. Review the screenshot of the error that I'm currently having on clips that are being produced by... The captions here are overlapping one another, as you can see from the image. Would you do an in-depth review and pinpoint exactly what is causing this? And for example, it's like, hey, you guys have been seeing me use a lot of Claude Code recently, and the reason that I'm using Claude Code more is because I've started to really enjoy the fact that I can instruct a Claude Code agent to launch 5 code-based analysts at the same time to review that. Yeah, Daku Studios said you can't upload screenshots to Codex, so I don't know why. I know that you can obviously do that, but look at what I'm having. I'm having this weird issue on my end where I just updated and it's saying that it's not able to access it. So I don't know what is going on. I don't know why that is. But it's saying I can review it if you give me the local path file, but I literally dragged and dropped it in, so I don't understand. I dragged and dropped it from my downloads folder, so it doesn't make any sense that it would do that. The piece of glass, I'm sorry, man. It happens to the best of us. I had to do that 2 days ago. You got this. Hang in there. Also, guys, just as a reminder, you know, WebDev Cody came on today, and we were taking a look at his Automaker, which is a really cool agentic tool. And I don't know if Super Combo's still here, but I am definitely going to try Automaker, especially now that I understand a little bit more about it. I'm just trying to get through a little bit more of my brunt work for the day. So, like, once we get past, the biggest thing that we need to get past is this work right here. Is, you know, this obviously is the biggest thing that we're working on here. What phase are we now on? So phase 3 is complete. Okay, I need you to finish the entirety of the implementation. Update the README. and then continue forward implementing updates to the code. Change the default file type of your screenshots, Cord just said. Oh. That actually probably is the issue, isn't it? Alright, let's go back to cursor here. Yes, implement the fix. So BISH said, can you explain in short what you are currently doing and what is the final aim? How are you going to achieve that? So yeah, so we're working on View Creator. We have over 1,400 users on the platform, and our goal is to launch View Creator 2.0 by the end of the year. And then, you know, we've built such a great community that this community, there's a ton of people in the community that are going to, the initial marketing campaigns are going to be UGC marketing campaigns. So we've built a tool where you can essentially automate social media marketing. So here's our website, viewcreator.ai, and the slogan of View Creator is virality on autopilot. So View Creator allows you to go viral on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and X while you sleep. You can start for free, but you can see here, you know, what it does is it's able to actually create and publish content for you. So we've integrated with all of the social media APIs, and we've built agentic functionality where you can build these agents that are actually able to create content and publish it for you. So this helps me, you know, right now, like even if we go to channel analytics, let's check out like how BridgeMind is doing. So we're up to 15,000, and what we're experiencing is unprecedented growth. Like if we go to lifetime, I mean, this community and what we're doing is going parabolic. And one of the reasons that that is yes, you know, we're doing a lot in the community, we're building the future, but a thing that's also enhancing this is I'm just publishing content constantly, right? And I'm using View Creator agents to actually help me do that. So, you know, we're going to be able to build a very, very cohesive, powerful UGC team that uses View Creator agents, and we're going to be able to create content at scale. So another example of that is our AI clipping agent, and it actually looks like, let's check our history. So this one just finished, and here, this one what? Finished just a couple minutes ago. Okay, this still created what, 5 clips? Okay, interesting.
Speed.
So these were clips created by View Creator. So Viam said, Whisper takes 2 to 3 minutes for generating the transcripts for 50-minute audio. Is it the same for the project, and how do you plan on optimizing that? So that's actually not the case. Yeah, so you have to, if you're using like Whisper, and you're using like a, you know, the model, you have to use Grok. So you have to use Grok, so G-R-O-K, or Q. So Grok is what I use. So Grok is a fast, low-cost inference. So you can actually integrate with some of the best models there, and it's just much, much faster. I do want to test this. Let's drop in a stream. So let's go to YouTube, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to test the auto, what we're able to do on auto here. So let's go here, and I want to go to my live streams, and I'm just gonna clip, like, let's just clip some stream. Let's just do the, like, a shorter one. Let's just do the 4-hour one here, and let's go here. And let's drop this in, because if this creates 5 clips, then that's an issue, right? It's obviously still a problem for us. So let's just check that out. I have not used the Claude code. Yeah, Grok is definitely inference maxing. Yeah, so I mean, the thing is that, you know, when you're doing clipping, it's autopilot. So once you create the content, I mean, hey, you're always going to have to create content, right? And where we're at right now is that, hey, you can create, like, for example, let me go to agents, right? Let me click new agent. And what's cool is that with these agents, you're able to create agents where, let's go to short video, right? And let's say I wanted to make YouTube shorts, right? So let's just use this one. Let's do this. And this is like a default view, right? And you can see that this is the agentic workflow here, and this video here, this will actually create the video for you. So the reason that we have this so that, hey, it will create AI videos, so it can be completely on autopilot. But the thing is that, hey, the truth of the industry right now is that AI video generation is actually not good enough to use right now in a meaningful way. You can use it to create like memes, and maybe you'll get some content that like pops off. But the truth is that right now, the approach that needs to be taken if you are serious and you are trying to actually make it useful is this idea of a content bank. So if you guys look down here, content bank, this is what we're implementing to make it actually like, this makes it useful today. This makes it useful today, because then I can go over to profiles, and here, this is where, let's say that I just create a bunch of content, right? Well, all I have to do is go over to this content bank and upload to my content bank. Like, let's go over to my actual profile and let's go to BridgeMind, and I go to content bank. Look at all these posts that I've posted from View Creator on autopilot. And I'm using this daily, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be autopilot in the future when I literally don't have to create anything. But for now, this makes it useful today, and the technology is going to get there. Like, I think that in 2026, I do think that we'll be able to create like pretty decent quality videos that are maybe 30 seconds long. Like right now, it's so limited in what you're able to do. It's so limited because you can literally just do like 8-second videos. You know, it's not that good, but that's going to change, and View Creator is going to be here to be able to be on the cutting edge of that. Hold on, what is this here? Okay. All right, let's go back to our agents. Is this one done? Great work. I now want you to restart and rebuild the Docker container that is running View Creator Genesis. Also, guys, if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, we got 247 people watching. Let's see what we're up to. Let's do a quick sub check. We're up to 15,149 or 151. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. And I want to give a quick shout out to new members of the BridgeMind Discord community. This community is now up to 1,763 members. Big shout out to Gandalf, Toe, Aaron, Radhika, and Raichu. Shout out to you guys. Thank you for joining the community. I'm happy that you joined. Welcome. Sometimes the names like crack me up. It is not on the App Store. No, it's a web app. And it works very well on mobile. I will say I was using it on my phone yesterday, and I was like, wow, this actually, Gemini 3 did a good job in making this responsive. I was like, dang. Oh, shoot. We probably just did restart that container, didn't we? So didn't we just botch that up, what we were doing here? Hold on. Let's go here. This probably now failed, right? It stopped mid-job. Hold on. Yeah, failed. Oh. I am meeting duration limits. Would it be possible to adjust these in a way, like right now, why even is there video duration limits? For example, if users are paying credits, why would there even need to be video duration limits? Up the video duration limits to 6 hours of video. Let's go, Bish. Did I build the UI UX from scratch? So, yeah, basically all you need to do is use Gemini 3 Pro, or Gemini 3 Flash is pretty good as well, but yeah. So let's do this. We're gonna take this. This actually maxed it out. All right, let's go back to cursor. Great work. I now need you to rebuild and restart. Yeah, Opus is pretty good. Speaking of which, in 6 minutes, we did max out our Opus usage, so in 6 minutes, we're going to get back to that. All right, what was this one? It was, oh yeah, it was admin portal. So let's go over to the admin portal and see if that actually did work. It's important that that works. So let's go here, admin dashboard, and where is it? Feedback, nice. Let's freaking go. Yeah, so here's the feedback, so nice. That's perfect. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Flash is pretty good. All right, quick sub check. All right, guys, let's get to 15,200. We can do it. Also, if you have not already liked the video, make sure you do so. All right, we did restart. So now we are going to be able to test this again. Let's go here. Paste this in. All right, generate clips. Auto detect. Serotonin said, has coming up with goals and tasks for the day come pretty naturally, or what have you done to organize your work? Do you ever feel like you aren't spending time on the right stuff? I mean, so my perspective on that, I think that's a great question. It comes from a book that I read. I honestly forget what book it even was. I mean, if I think about it, it may have been... I think it was a book by the founder of Zappos. There's some book that he wrote, and he had a thing that he used to do where he would just write down like the top 3 things that he would want to get done in a day when he started out his day. So like, hey, what would make today a win? And he would write down 3 things. And I started to do that, and that's where like, hey, I've been doing that now for so many years that's where like the board comes in, right? Where I write my stuff on the board. Great work. I now need you to run the test suite and fix any failing tests. Also, make sure to handle edge cases and improve our testing suite. But, you know, I started doing that a couple years ago when I was going through, I mean, when you're in your early 20s, the thing is that, hey, you're surrounded by a bunch of people that are also in their early 20s, and I was able to, I would say, separate myself in a sense because I spent a lot of time alone in my early 20s. So when I was a sophomore in college, I lived in a single by myself, and I just spent a ton of time. I wasn't in like a frat or anything like that, and I went to Purdue, and there's not like, Purdue isn't really a big like party school or anything, and you know, I spent a ton of time alone, and that was when I really started to get my life in order, just in terms of like setting goals, being able to think deeply about, hey, what do I want to do with my life? And that was, I would say, my sophomore year of college is when, I mean, that's when I started software engineering, and that's when I kind of started on this path. But you know, to answer your question, it's like, hey, if you can just start a day and write out 3 things that you want to accomplish that are like, okay, how does this day end up being a win? What does that look like, right? To make today a win, then you know, I think that's just a great way. So that then at the end of the day, if you can get to those 3 things, then, you know, you're like, oh, today was a win, you know, because I wrote these 3 things down and now it feels great, right? But also then at the end of the day, on the back half of that, I think that it's also helpful if you can kind of even like just write down like 5 things that you were grateful for that day, and then it just will make you like a little bit more positive and optimistic towards like that day in general, and then maybe write down some things that you want to get done the next day. I'm in my early 20s, so I'm 23 now. Yeah. I think we got botted. The stream got botted. Somebody just really loves BridgeMind. He didn't want the live to end, so he botted us. So hopefully those likes will be revoked so that we can actually have an accurate like count. Because we gained like 600 likes within like 5 minutes, so somebody just botted us, unfortunately. I have not graduated, no. All right, so we do. I think we have Claude code back, right? Thank goodness. That was tough. I mean, I will say that, I mean, Codex didn't do a bad job. All right, there we go. We're back. We're back. We're back. Let's go. Thank goodness. Viewcreator.ai. You guys can look it up. Pramod, no, they cannot. Can you have my LinkedIn? I don't do LinkedIn. I don't really believe in it. I'm not a big LinkedIn guy. This is my LinkedIn. All right, so Claude Code is back. Thank goodness. All right, so I think we're going to need our environment variables for this getlate integration. That's obviously the biggest thing for today. Do not look at my EMV vars, but tell me which ones I need for this implementation. Whisperflow always gets this wrong. I think it's saved wrong or something in my dictionary. Yeah, LinkedIn is cringe. When you told the AI to remove the limit of length, it just moved the limit from 4 to 6 hours. I actually did ask that. Yeah, I asked it to do that because I don't want people to be dropping in like too many. Okay, so here that is there. Perfect. All right, nice. All right, so I'm going to now pull up my EMV vares. All right, we're good. And I'm going to add those. Because the biggest goal today is to get getlate integrated because, hey, we want TikTok integrated. So, you know, probably the most discouraging or like the biggest obstacle that we faced this week was when we realized that our Stripe integration was actually just not feasible. We actually have to go through an additional layer of verification. So, you know, it's like, hey, that's why I have written up on the board today. I have up written on the board, if you guys look behind me, apply significant pressure. You know, when you guys are facing obstacles, when you're facing things that are challenges or setbacks or discouragements, that's actually when you want to apply the largest amount of pressure to your problems, to your obstacles, because that's how you make breakthroughs. Can you use Warp without a subscription? Yes, you can. I'm not using any subscription here. Okay, so let's now, this one's now working. We should be able to test this. Let's just go to get late and actually get our API key. So this one's still working here, 7 minutes. All right, getlate.dev. So I'm now going to log in here and actually get my API key. Generate now. All right. All right. I mean, that is nice to only have to have one key to manage that. It's pretty nice. I think it's what, this one here. What is the value to put in the EMV vares for this here? Remember, I am testing this locally. You guys can check the description. I get asked when I'm building a lot. It's viewcreator.ai. You can check the description. All right. So this one's done. Would you now write a handoff prompt of everything that you did to another AI that was initially working on it to basically say, hey, this is where I started, this is what I did, and to message that AI. The AI's name is Opus 4.5. That's Whisperflow. It's get late, Late. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm outputting this. I will say that was fast. So now answer this for me. Am I ready to test this integration? I mean, I can see the files that it touched. It looks like it did handle it across the entire stack. So we'll be able to test this here in a minute. Okay. Okay, so it's this one here. All right, so we're going to be able to test this right now. Isn't it localhost 3001 since that's where the API is running? I mean, obviously it is. All right, hold up here. All right, so let's restart this and
npm run start. All right, how did this is still working? Oh wow, 20 clips. 20 clips. Dang. Let's go. That's pretty good. 20 clips for that stream. I'm curious as to what the clips will actually look like. All right, so now let's grab this handoff prompt. This is a handoff prompt from another AI. I now need you to do an in-depth review of this AI's work as it finished the implementation plan. We have 8 people watching over on Twitch. If you're watching over on Twitch, I do have that chat pulled up. I can see it. Lion, yes, I do remember you. All right, so it's going to review that work. All right, so these clips are all rendering in parallel. Do we break anything? Let's see. Yeah, it looks good. All right, I mean, I think this is ready to test, so let's just test it. All right, so I'm going to go to Connect Socials. I'm going to go to Connect TikTok, and it's a 404. Nice. When I entered my account and went to Connect Socials and actually clicked Connect TikTok on the Connect Socials page, it sent me to this, and it says 404. Why is this? Launch 2 Codebase analyst agents to identify and pinpoint the cause of this bug, and then use 1 agent B coder to fix the bug. If you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're trying to get to 15,200 subscribers today. I know that we can do it. Let's go. All right, let's go here. And no, I do not want to close that. Okay, perfect. All right. So here, all right. Oh, wow. Wow, 20 clips. All right, so we did generate 20 clips. Here's what they look like. All right. That was a pretty good
context change there. The Y Sleeper asked, where are we at with the UGC teams? Yeah, so tomorrow, for those of you guys wondering about the UGC, tomorrow on stream, we're going to be handling UGC, and we're going to actually start to implement those teams. So Y Sleeper, I think that you are going to be one of the first people there. Ooh. That layout switch didn't look good. That's all right, though. I'm working on only one project right now. That was a good context switch. I mean, we'll make it better. Marion said, how long did it take you to code all this using AI? We started on day 20, so 85 days we were able to do all this. Speaking of which, you know what I just remembered? Let's take this. And we can do this. All right. That's another benefit here of View Creator. Just to be able to manage this. Music on. Can you guys not hear the music? Let me know if you guys can hear the music. All right. Will said, also working on my stats. Let's go. Is the stream for 11 hours? Well, we did have somebody bot the stream, so I'm kind of waiting for those bot likes to come off. But I think that I don't know what like count we're actually at. We did get botted though. I mean, somebody just loves Bridgemine Live. I kind of was asking for it. It's all right though. But yeah, we've been botted, so. You can't hear it? Oh, yeah. You guys can't, can you? All right, hold on. I just realized that. Hold on. So when I go here, can you guys hear it? No? Here? It looks like audio capture is down. Audio input. Hold on, that fix it? Oh. I think that fixed it, didn't it? I don't know why. I don't know why that fixed it, but I think that did just fix it. Hold on, is that good now? Yeah, looks like it. Alright, thanks for letting me know. Yeah. Alright, cool. Looks like it on my end that you guys can fix it. Now you can hear it. Alright, cool. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, I'll go right here. Okay, so, I mean, those clips, I feel... Yeah, it's back and now it's loud. Hold on. There you go, guys. Here you go. Alright, connect socials. Okay, so did we figure out why that was happening? Let's go back to this warp agent here. This one. What was it? This one here? Yeah. Okay, hold on here. So we did get a 400 issue or a 404 as soon as we launched that. So I want to figure out what was causing that. Review this and launch 3 code-based analyst agents to identify what was causing this issue, and then launch 1 agent B coder to fix the issue. All right, cool. What's up, GeoDev? I need you to review the logic, or that's going to auto compact here in a second. Let's start a new workspace. Let's launch Codex. And which one was working on this? It was this one here. Great work. I now want you to do an in-depth review of some of the different logic associated with layout changing, as well as the different layouts. For example, I need you to create a new layout that will serve as a fallback. All right, also guys, I am gonna remove this. I'm just gonna remove this until the botted likes come off. I just realized that this is still up. Somebody botted the stream. No, that's not wasting usage. It's improving what I'm doing. So I had it launch 3 because, hey, it's going to be able to integrate and locate all these different things a little bit faster, a little bit more in depth. So, you know, it spends more tokens on those different tasks. So, for example, you can even see that this one's going out and doing a web search to get the getlate API documentation, right? And then this one's doing other tasks. So what I've found and why I've started to integrate this a little bit more is because I find that when you launch multiple agents, they're able to like split up into multiple things and do multiple things. All right. So here's the documentation. So you can see this Claude agent was able to launch this, and this is, you know, there's 3 of them working at the same time, and then they'll all be able to come back cohesively and say, okay, like, what did this one find, what did this one find, and then what did this one find, and then it'll actually be able to integrate the updates, right? So that's why I'm doing that. This is my full-time job. What do I think about Codex so far? I mean, it's slow, right? I mean, Codex is just slow at this point. Okay, I think that we can close this one just because it's 1% compacted. We've solved our issue. How do I prevent them from doing the same thing 3 times? They don't. Yeah, you don't even prevent that. Like, look at this that they're running. So this one's doing analyze getlate auth URL generation. This one's analyzing the TikTok controller. This one's analyzing getlate. So a lot of this stuff is like already built into it, right? So GitHub Copilot is not good. I spend $600 a month. I don't know how many tokens I use, but since I just am using, you know, the $200 20x plan, I just focus on that, and I, you know, get limited sometimes. I did get limited today a little bit, but not too bad. All right, hold
I now need you to do an in-depth review of the existing state of our env vars as well as the variables in Stripe. Again, do a double check of the updated code and the updated task definition with the new set environment variables. Does this solve our problem that was reported, or is there still issues that we need to consider? All right, so here this is the agent becoder. So the endpoint path may also be incorrect. Getlate's document suggests connect TikTok instead of OAuth TikTok authorized. So, you can see that because these agents were all working cohesively, they do get you a better result, at least from my experience. Getlate doesn't allow mass publishing. They do limit you, yes. But remember, this is just going to be an alternative while we're waiting. So we're going to use Getlate so that we have access to TikTok, but then we're also going to submit for TikTok verification, and we can even do that today. Speaking of which, I should probably launch that, so thank you for the reminder. Evaluate the code base and find the README that is associated with our TikTok audit verification and the process for that. I'm not using a ton of plugins. It can kind of use this out of the box. Yes, I've used the anti-gravity. I don't think it's that good. All right, so it says that this is good now. Let's see if it actually works. So let's do connect TikTok. Still 404. Do I need a restart or something? Yeah, I've tried Gemini 3 Flash. I'm using it in Cursor. The official Deadman said that as of right now, he has 40 agents in his Claude AI that run at any time depending on the task, automatically when needed. Yeah. Yeah. It's a pretty good workflow, isn't it? All right, so is this still just tossing this error? Yeah. Review this in depth and note that I'm still getting the 404. Why is this still happening? Oh, it still did OAuth. Okay, see this? It still put the OAuth in front. So did it just not update that correctly? I don't know. We'll see. All right, also guys, let's hit some push-ups while these agents are working for us. Let's go. Also, let's raise the desk up. Let's get the energy back. What time is it? It's what, 3:24? At least my time. Let's go. Go chat, 30 bomb. 30 bomb, let's go. 270. Thank you, Wise Sleeper. All right, so it says that gotcha, okay. Should be able to patch this up. All right, let's hit some pull-ups too. Let's go.
right, 40 pull-ups. Let's go. Somebody said homie is 105 days into becoming Tony Stark. That's funny. All right, compacting, L. Also, if the official Deadman, I'm about to send you a DM. So this isn't profit, this is revenue. As you guys know, to date, we've lost $5,000. Alright, remove this one. I need you to do an in-depth review of the styling of the captions in this project. Hold on, let's actually use Gemini for this. All right, let's use Gemini 3 Pro for this. You know, that context window is crazy. So this may be a better use of Gemini 3 Pro. Let's drop in the Creator UI. Let's drop in the API. Look at the different options that users have for the different captions, stylings. Right now, I'm just not a big fan of the styling of the different captions, and I think that we need to get a little bit more creative and professional with our caption styling, and also more modern. Right now, we kind of have some default looking styling for the captions that show on the screen in these shorts. Would you review the 5 different template types and then brainstorm about how we could potentially improve this? Review this in complete depth and come up with a structured plan of different themes that you would want to create. And in the front end, I want you to recreate them and give users a preview of what these would look like. And I want the preview to be dead on. For example, when you create the previews in the front end of the new potential styling types of the captions, I actually want you to use the exact same styling in the front end that is then going to be recreated on the View Creator Genesis project when the captions are created. Right now, I'm just not a big fan of the caption styling in the video clipping agent. Review in complete depth, generate a structured to-do list, and then update the front end with the new options with modern styling for them. I use GitHub. Why Sleeper, thank you. Yeah, I mean, guys, it takes money to run a business. You know, as you guys know, hey, I'm running a business here. You know, BridgeMind is a business, and View Creator is a part of that business. And yeah, I mean, if you just think that you're gonna be able to, you know, generate $10,000 a month in revenue without having to either invest some money into it, or if you want a goal like the one that we have to make $1 million, yeah, we're gonna have to invest some capital up front. So you guys know I've been very transparent about the capital that I've invested into the company. I feel comfortable with where the cash burn is at right now. I've been in situations where the cash burn was way higher than it is now, and I know what it looks like when you're burning too much money at this stage. And I will have to say now that I have never had a startup that has gotten off the ground this fast with this amount of traction and with this little cash burn. I mean, 5,000 is nothing compared to other things that I've been involved in. And I'm sure that, you know, for the 246 people that are watching now, if you guys have been involved in other startups, you'll know that 5,000 is not a lot in terms of cash burn. Does Warp allow you to use your personal account $200 plan? Yeah, so Warp allows you to launch the CLIs. You know, so I'm using Warp mainly right now for, I would call it an agentic IDE, because you can use these Warp panes to be able to manage your different Claude Code agents or Codex agents, whatever agents you actually want to use. And I don't have to pay a dime for Warp. It's very nice. And it did improve my my workflow a lot. Also, guys, let's do a quick sub check. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so right now. Did we hit our goal? Let's check. The goal was 15,200. Let's go, guys. We hit our goal for the day. Let's go. W's in the chat. Also, I want to give a quick shout out to newly joined members of the BridgeMind Discord. We are up to 1,768 members in the Discord. Shout out to O'Brien. Shout out to Anguisse. Shout out to 1HMed. Shout out to Porkylog. Shout out to Finesse. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you joining the community. Welcome. Happy to have you here. Also, is this agent now done? Let's check up on it. Which one was it? It was this one. Yeah. All right, it says that it's done. Let's check up on it. All right. All right, let's pull up localhost. All right, fingers crossed, guys. No 404. Oh, nice. No 404. Now we got an internal server error. Let's go. That actually may be good. What caused this 400 error here? This happened on the Connect Socials page when I clicked Connect TikTok. Oh, official, we got it working, bro? Hey, hold up here. Oh, no. Deadman, I just sent you a DM. The official Deadman. So, as you guys know, yes, I can do YouTube memberships and I can do YouTube monetization, but I'm actually not trying to monetize the YouTube. When I started on this journey, I am not trying to... Okay, nice. Okay, this is actually a configuration error, so this is a good thing. Perfect. Okay, nice. Okay, great. Could you make sure that this is properly set in the code? I will add this in my environment variables. Do not look at my EMBs. Just focus on actually getting it working. What was I saying though? I was talking about, oh yeah, monetization. Yeah, it was not my intent. Like, I don't want to become a content creator. I'm on a mission. I'm trying to build the future. I'm trying to build a BridgeMind community. I'm trying to be a positive force here. And, you know, I just think that if I start monetizing and profiting off the backs of the community, I just don't think that that's really what I set out to do in the first place. So I don't know why I would start doing that. You know, I just think that the space, I look at a ton of people in the space and it's like, hey, you got all these content creators that a new model drops and they're like constantly like, this is the best model ever, you know, and they're trying to hype these things up. And it's because, hey, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they are getting paid for it, right? So, hold on here. Okay. You know, they are getting paid for it. So they're like, hey, their job is to hype all these things up. And that's not really my intent. That's not what I'm trying to do. Pixel, let's go. He said he just did a bunch of cybersecurity homework and hopped on stream. Let's get it. Yes, I have been trying Codex 5.2. It's actually decent. I mean, it was able to get the features I was working on working. So, not bad. All right, let's see. So, getlate profile ID. Apparently, I need that as well. So, let me hop over to getlate and pull that up. I mean, that is definitely the biggest goal on today's stream is to get getlate actually working. Getlate.dev. Where do I go in getlate to actually get that key, that profile ID key? Alright, so I just bought the late plan. Hold up here. Review the screenshot. I'm in my Get Late dashboard. Why I don't see anywhere that I should click to get this profile ID key. Connect an account. Okay. I don't know why. Okay, I'm just going to show you guys what I'm having a hard time with. So inside of Get Late, I'm clicking Connect Account, and it's not doing anything. Connect Account. I mean, you know, just open DevTools and see, are they just bugging out? I mean, what's going on here? Connections. Oh, okay. All right, so here is what I'm doing now. So, man, I will say this says create your first profile. You guys see this? So now I'm gonna create a profile, and profile name. Give me the correct profile name and description to write here for View Creator. I mean, that's such a dumb question to ask. It's all right though. All right, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, let's check where we're at. Where we at? Let's check the sub count. We're at 15,200, and I think that's like a little bit delayed. It'll probably keep going up, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so, guys. Okay, so View Creator, TikTok, publishing for TikTok. Okay, cool. View Creator. That's optional, so I'll just do, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Create profile. Okay, so here's what it looks like. I do have my profile ID now, so now I can click connect for TikTok. Okay, so I do now have this key. So shout out to Claude Code. Have the key. So I now have that entered. So now, that was the profile ID, correct? Yes. Okay, so let's now restart this and see if we can actually get this going here. All right, let's go here. Wait, what happened here? All right, perfect. All right, let's go. All right, so let's now go back and let's go to connect TikTok. Oh, wow. All right, connection failed. That's okay. Are there any... So I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna drop this in as a screenshot here. So it says missing off. And I will say, like, hey, that's why we do want to get verified on our own app, is because, hey, yes, we'll be able to integrate with Get Late here, but hey, you do want to use your own apps, right? You do want to integrate with your own apps. Yeah, they got us on the first half for sure, but this is the thing about vibe coding, is you're able to build and iterate. Okay, great. I now just tested this in our system. I entered the profile ID correctly, and I did actually successfully go through a Get Late auth flow where it said connect your account to Get Late. But now
when I got redirected back, it gave me this error. Would you pinpoint why this happened and assist me in fixing it? Launch 2 code-based analyst agents to pinpoint why exactly this happened, and then run 1 agent B coder agent to implement the fix. All right, Sanju said, I'm from an accounting background but run a marketing agency. Currently building 4 different platforms using just AI, so it doesn't matter. Bach Space said, new here, what's your app and what are you using to vibe code? You can check the description, but it's viewcreator.ai with over 1,400 users. And then with I use a bunch of different workflows. If you guys watch the streams, you guys will kind of keep up to date with my workflows. But I use a lot of Claude Code, Cursor, Warp, Codex sometimes, but Gemini 3 Pro, I mean, it's all, all the models, there's no one go-to model. If you hear people that are touting like a singular model, it's probably is like a red flag about that person in general, because, hey, there's just a bunch of models that fit different workflows. All right, so this one here, I never saw it update this page on the front end. Update the styling now on this front end so that the previews are accurate with the styling that you integrated. All right, let's do some push-ups, guys. Let's go. All right, let's go. That hallucination is real. All right, let's go, guys. Music. Super Combo said, how's it going? Went to get food for myself and cat food for a stray cat next to the office. It's going good. We're integrating getlate right now. Working on patching up a couple more things. But also, just as an update, I am going to try Automaker just when I get some more time. Obviously, it's like, hey, what comes first is actually like getting stuff done and moving forward. And right now, I still haven't integrated getlate, so we're probably going to use Automaker tomorrow. But during this stream, we were able to have web dev Cody on. It was pretty cool to talk to him. He's definitely a big person in the space. Appreciated him for giving his time to talk to us about his stance on agentic coding, and also to show his really cool tool that he and some people from his community are building. So if you guys enjoyed that, make sure you go sub to web dev Cody. He's a pretty cool guy. I just have naturally high energy. Boxbase said, love the energy. I'm currently working on an app that I feel has good potential. I've been working purely on Figma so far, getting the aesthetics down. I'm reaching what to use for vibe coding. Yeah, definitely get started, man. It's never been easier to build, that's for sure. Yeah, I use multiple agents at the same time. I do need to get some food. While this agent runs, I'm gonna go grab some food real quick, guys. I'll be right back. I haven't eaten since the stream started, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. No, I meant for the actual caption style in the front end. You need to update those so that they move and they match what's actually in it. Yeah, super combo. Let me get that for you, by the way. I forgot. Here it is. It ran for 21 minutes. Here's a response. Can I share that? How do I share this? It won't let me share for some reason. Hold on, let me send it to you. Alright, I'm gonna send this to you, super combo. There you go, I just sent it to you. Let's go, Ahmed. Yeah, it worked in the browser. It worked. Yeah, I got you, man. Appreciate your help, by the way. Okay, so let's now go over and see if this works. So let's go to Connect Socials. We had a connection issue first. Let's go here. So again, invalid callback parameters from getlate. Do we have any logs? No logs. Review these here. What is happening now? Let's go. You know, one problem that I'm actually thinking about now is that, yes, we're integrating late, but now I think that the issue is that, hey, let's say that we want to, I mean, I think that we made it reflexive enough. Let's ask a Claude chat here. Or let's ask codecs that actually kind of like did a lot of the work for us. Okay, so help me understand this. So since I still need to go through this audit, I want your help in reviewing the existing implementation that we've done with getlate. I still need to go through this audit, and I need to be able to switch to use the integration from our TikTok app. How do I do this? Is it really true that all I have to do is set the default provider to, you know, a certain environment variable, or how is this set up? Okay, so what I'm getting at here is that, hey, we want getlate in the meantime because we want to get started now, right? But now an issue I think that I just thought of is that, hey, I still need to make those audit videos, so I can't have a getlate integration while I'm then trying to, you know, go through this process. So I want to find the codecs agent. Do we close the codecs agent that we were using? We must have closed it. I think we closed it. Alright. Review, for example, these environment variables. Will I be able to set, what do I set the TikTok default provider to so that it doesn't use the getlate integration and it'll use my native app integration? All right, hold on. Virshaw, I don't see any messages from you, man. Nishant said, I'm doing my work for the last 2.5 hours and watching this side by side. It is 2:25 for me. Let's go, man. Delexe said, I recently got a job proposal to launch in a web app selling platform with AI agents in TTK Insta and stuff. Can I use ViewCreator to improve my job? Yeah, so ViewCreator is really helpful for automating social media marketing. You know, I use it personally, and it is a really good tool, especially with the agents, to be able to do like clipping. All right, hold up here. So let's see this. So if I use native, and this will actually be really good if I can use native, and then it launches our existing integration. Let's see this. This is actually gonna be interesting to test. So if I now try this and do npm run start dev here, oops, hold on here. npm run start dev, is it gonna launch my integration, right? Because that's really what's needed for when we do these demo videos. I've got 96 gigs RAM. It's a Mac 3 Studio Ultra. All right, so let's see. So I'm hoping that this still works fully. Something went wrong. Oh, just no. That's actually, I think that's good. Because I forgot it doesn't even work locally anyway. So okay, so help me understand this. Review the TikTok getlate integration plan and help me understand with our implementation. Is it fully controlled by this env? For example, did our implementation affect any of the code that we had with our default native provider? Or did we alter code that is unchangeable? Because remember, I still have to go through the TikTok audit, so I need that functionality to still work. So if you guys see that, so it doesn't, TikTok won't let you test locally, which is fine. So that didn't work because it's locally, but I am happy that, hey, by switching that environment variable, it did launch locally. Now that could be, there could be issues in production, but let's switch back to getlate and see if it's gonna launch late now. Wait, hold up, I need to, but it looks like it is working as intended, so that is good. Alright, so now it's going to launch getlate. Account.find is not a function. Now I am getting this error. Fix this. All right, guys, let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. All right, let's go, guys. Let's move the desk up. All right, we're up to 320. Let's go. Let's go. All right, up to 50. Okay, let's try this again. Try again. All right, call back. All right. Hold up, my headphones just disconnected. Okay. All right, so now I'm getting a different error, which is actually not necessarily a bad one. Let's go here. Now I am getting this error. What is causing this? All right, let's go, guys. And what is this? All right, get late. So yeah, I mean, I think that we're trying to make it so that, hey, we have this get late fallback that we can use in the meantime while we're going through the TikTok approval process. Now, there are benefits and drawbacks to this. We ultimately want to use our own integration, but hey, at the end of the day, I think that, you know, using get late to integrate now is good. But then ultimately you do want to use your own app. It's just that with TikTok, they do make it difficult. So any preference for using Whisper? What do you mean? Somebody botted the stream, so we got 1.2K likes, but that's actually not accurate, unfortunately. So we kind of had to, it's all good. I was hoping that they'd take the botted likes off, but they still haven't, unfortunately. All right, so let's go here. Let's go. Guys, we did it. Wow. 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 Okay, W's in the chat, guys. W's in the chat. All right, do you guys see this? So it says TikTok account connected successfully. And yeah, I mean, I think that the biggest thing that you're talking about here is that, you know, Alfrene over on Twitch. What's up, man? W. But hey, we just connected our first, and why are we integrating with Get Late? I'm gonna take these off, you know, while I just explain this. Hey, we're integrating with Get Late because, yeah, we don't need, you know, 3 toast messages, but we're integrating with Get Late because we have an additional layer of TikTok verification that we're gonna have to go through, which is fine, right? Hey, that's just, you know, back to what we talked about today. Hey, apply significant pressure.
But hey, yeah, this now is working. And I think the question that we have to ask ourselves is, can we make it so that it's tied to a singular environment variable, and then the database architecture of this integration is very, very flexible, meaning that, hey, you can even see here via getlate, can we use both getlate and can we use the native integration, right? So that would make it so that not only, and I was actually talking to somebody this morning that said, hey, do you want to use getlate, or is that just you being impatient? And I said, well, here's the thing. When you're integrating with these third-party APIs, even integrating with TikTok is not risk-free, because TikTok at any point in time can revoke my access, right? So if they, for example, even in this case, hey, they didn't like, it's not that they didn't like, it's just that we have to go through an additional layer of another audit. And yeah, I mean, now let's see if we can actually post. So let's go to platform tools and let's go to TikTok. I don't think that this is gonna work. I mean, if this works, it's a complete one-shot across the board. So let's see here, failed to load TikTok account settings, internal server error. So let's see here, this is a 500. There is one connected account. Let's toss this here, and then let's go to npm and let's get the logs. Okay, so it's this right here. So it's using that getlate provider. So can you use one singular user interface, and can you use one singular, the same DTOs, the same controllers, but can you be able to connect all of that through one environment variable that you changed from the source? Review these errors that I got on this page. All right. So we're gonna go here, TikTok publish, and then we need to solve this. Launch 2 codebase analyst agents to identify what is causing this, and then use one agent B coder agent to fix it. Yeah, so, people are asking about what about shadow bans. I think that shadow bans are a little bit of a myth. If you're spamming content, and it doesn't matter, it's like, hey, TikTok offers these APIs natively. They let you create these accounts. So I think that there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about shadow bans, because shadow bans happen, like, I could get shadow banned if I was just spamming content from my phone, right? It's the same thing. Now, with these third-party APIs, it's the same thing. If I go out and I just spam a bunch of content, yes, the TikTok algorithm is going to be able to pick up on that and shadow ban me. Now, what I will say is that you need to understand that TikTok allows you, that's why there's such a stringent and strict verification process, is because you have to go through this. So, am I planning to add Reddit support? Probably not Reddit support, no. But yeah, I mean, I think that what we have to do now is getlate is at this point kind of like a secondary, it's a backup for us, right? So if we can build the same user interface but with 2 different ways of connecting all these APIs, then that's actually going to be safer for us long term. There's less of a risk of us getting pulled directly, and that is an improvement for us, right? Sam said shadow bans are only legit if you get less than 10 views per video, or even systematic 0 views. Yeah, 100%. But let's check where we at. Let's do a quick sub check where we at. Last time we checked, we were at 15,217. Now we're at 15,251. Thank you, everybody, for the support. The community is growing. Let's go here. Let's check. All right, that looks good. All right, let me see if my headphones are now back on. There we go. So, I feel good about it. No, you can't access private save reels, no. Because there's no reason to for us at the moment. Really the main focus, and I don't know what it'll evolve or morph into, but the main focus for us right now, okay. The main focus for us right now is that we get posting working. Unfortunately, Super Combo, I don't know. So I think the challenge for today is kind of out the window, but we'll keep going. I'm going to keep going for today. Obviously, I got plenty of work to do, but, whoever botted, not cool, man. James, I already answered that question. GitHub. All right. So this is the user interface, and you can generate the videos with AI, but the thing is, okay, now this needs to change. Note that the privacy level now needs to change. Right now it only lets you do private, but now that we have this get late functionality as well as the TikTok app being verified, you need to be able to offer public as well as an option. Yeah, you can definitely develop a game by vibe coding. I don't know if it's a good one. Where's the music in the stream from? It's music that I made with AI. Okay, is native code still yes? Yes, it's completely intact. Was native code modified? No. Only additive changes. Can you switch providers? Yes, it's a single environment variable. So if you guys are wondering like, hey, how does this actually work, right? In terms of like, why did we switch to get late or not even switch to it, but just add it on, is that, hey, now what we're dealing with is, I kind of drew a little bit of it up, but we did this in a smart way so that we can be able to submit to TikTok as well as do this existing, workaround for the time being. So we have get late, and the only thing that's missing is TikTok. So we can use get late, and then we're going through the process of a TikTok app and actually getting it so that we can get verified by TikTok, right? Now you have get late logic and you have actual TikTok logic, and these are now singularly tied to a single ENV, so that based on this ENV, the app behaves completely differently because it's able to route the different traffic to different services. So it's coming into the same controller and it's saying, hey, this is a multi-platform publishing, but it checks this ENV and it says, okay, is this going to be routed to get late, or is it going to be routed towards our native TikTok implementation? And the reason that we need to keep both is because ultimately we do want to use a native TikTok implementation, but for right now, we're not going to be using that. So that's the reason that we did that. This is warp. Okay, so this is now done. Let's also just drop this in. I mean, we could even make it so that in the front end it's different as well. For example, maybe in this project, we need an environment variable on the front end as well that distinguishes if we are... Ooh. I don't think that's the move. Note that the privacy level... Okay, what did it even say? The pill pass the fix returns sensible defaults for the get late accounts. Privacy only, self only required for unaudited TikTok. Okay. So really the issue that we now have is that I still need to go through the auditing process, but I also want to implement the get late code and functionality. So we need to strike a balance between these two. So there could be a solution where we add in a additional environment variable inside of the front end. And the UI will change respectively to what this ENV is set to. What do you think is the best plan? Launch 3 code-based analyst agents to be able to do an in-depth review documentation, and review our auditing implementation plan, and think through the best approach for this. I don't know what the best approach is, so I need you to do a review and give me the top 3 options and what you recommend doing. Do not code anything yet. All right, guys, let's keep hitting some push-ups. Let's go. This agent's important. All right, 30 bomb. Let's go. We're up to 350. Let's get it. Pull-ups too. All right, let's go, chat. Let's go, drop 30. Does Warp make you burn tokens faster? No, it does not, no. So the only reason I'm using Warp right now is because it really helps you build out, like, really solid workspaces. So right now, you know, I'm only using, like, one agent just because we're really focused on this particular issue. But usually I'll be working with a bunch at once. But this issue is just really important. Well, Tax Evader, the issue is somebody botted the stream with likes, so they really wanted to see more bridge mined, but they kind of rendered our challenge ineffective, unfortunately. Where are we at sub count wise, though? 15,267. Let's go. Okay, so this launched 3 code-based analysts. It's going to review all the documentation, and it's going to be able to come back to me with what we should do. So let's see the different implementation options that it's proposing. So option 1, so GetLate's app is audited. So this is critical. So GetLate already has an approved audited TikTok app that supports all privacy levels. So the current code incorrectly hard codes self-only for GetLate accounts when it should offer full options. So you guys see this? So I wonder, so it says fix GetLate provider plus backend environment variable. Update the GetLate provider to turn all privacy options since their app is audited. Okay, let's just read this. Sorry, I'm like already ready to implement. I'm like, okay, you recommended it, let's go. All right, so approach updates and add a backend EMV verify native when vCreator apps gets approved. I already have this, so you know. These are the ENVs that I already have, so I think we should be good. But I want you to think in depth about the option that you recommended and how you would actually implement this without making it so that we cannot do our auditing. Like, I still have to do the demo video audits, but I also want to make sure that we can get GetLate up and running, do an in-depth review, and create a structured plan for your updates so that we can make sure that we actually draw a workable balance between getting GetLate working today as well as still being able to use our native TikTok integration so that we can make our demo videos for the audit and get approved. All right, so my prompts, I was not. And this is the nice thing about Wizard Flow is you always have a copy of what you said. Launch 5 agent review analysts, code-based analyst agents to do an in-depth review. That should be reviewing the GetLate documentation as well as some of our documentation related to our audit, as well as our initial GetLate integration, and then build a plan so that we can integrate the best practice here. then use 5 Agent B coder agents to actually code the updates across the API and the front end. All right, so we're gonna launch a bunch of agents at once here. And, you know, this is the main focus. We have to get this working today. You know, like I said, it's like, hey, if you want to solve your problems, if you want to make progress, you're going to have to apply significant pressure. You're going to have to work incredibly hard, and you're going to have to be willing to do whatever it takes. And this is what it takes. We're gonna have to get this working today. We're gonna have to not stop until we get this working. So even while our challenge for the day kind of got a little bit spoiled, that's all right, because I'm gonna still grind. Doesn't matter. Let's go. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Scott said I'm buying a walking pad for my desk before I end up being 300 pounds. Yeah. Scott said, do you have a problem turning it off? Like, what a job. You would a job at the end of the day. When I get going, I'll code 10 to 12 hours and barely see sunlight. I mean, so my perspective on this is, like, I talk about it often, is that, you know, I've worked at a startup where I was living that lifestyle, and I wasn't, like, going outside or, like, reading or writing or hanging out with a bunch of people or, you know, working out. And what I found is that you actually, at least for me personally, you know, I think that the balance for me is about 10 hours a day, and that allows me to continue to do, you know, everything that I need to get done, like coding, coding on the brain, like working out, relationships, and other things like that. But yeah, I think that when you have a mission in life, and when you have something that you're working towards, you're going to have to know that, hey, there are going to be hard times. It's going to be very difficult, and if you want to achieve it, if you want to succeed, then you're going to have to apply significant pressure, and that's what you guys are seeing playing out. And you know, I've talked about a little bit about my mindset along the way, but it's like, yeah, that's what you guys are seeing right now. I think I can actually hold on here. I think this is a little bit better. Yeah. Nice. Okay. But yeah. Reduce the music. Okay. All right. So I want you to do an in-depth review with 3 code-based analyst agents so that I can fully understand the existing implementation. Will I still be able to make my audit videos? Find the audit-related documentation so that we can have a intelligent conversation here about me being able to do this. Review the existing structure of the getlate implementation as well as the native TikTok integration, and help me completely understand what this is. Output a diagram as well as a short to a paragraph concise overview. All right, so for anybody that's new around here, we're working on viewcreator.ai. It has over 1,400 users on the platform. And what we're working on today is we're working on getting it so that we have a working TikTok implementation while we actually go through the process of getting approved by TikTok. So we kind of met an obstacle, and the obstacle is that we have to go through additional verification for our TikTok integration, which will probably take about 2 to 3 weeks. But instead of us just having to rely on TikTok, I've decided that we are going to integrate with a third-party API so that we can integrate with TikTok today. And maybe about, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes ago, we were able to successfully integrate for that with our first account. So now we're just kind of tidying that up. But if I go to accounts here, you can see that I have connected one account via getlate, and it's right here. And you know, we connected that, and now we're going to move forward with that. Ahmed, yes, I do work off stream. Yeah, I work mornings, nights. The streams are just a good way of documenting it, sharing it, and being part of a community. Finney asked, do I get a token limit for Claude? I'm on the Claude Max 20X plan, and sometimes I do hit limits, but not often. Yeah, not often. But, all right, these two agents are working. So this one here, get late TikTok unaudited. EMV ver. It's adding an additional. Interesting. Yeah, you have to get approved. So I did get approved, but we actually learned that there's like basically a second layer of approval. So we learned the hard way there, but it's all right. Yeah, I have heard of Rourke, yes. All right. So this is a new environment variable. So GetLate's TikTok app is audited, so all privacy levels are available to by default, set to true only if GetLate loses audit status and needs to be revert to self only. Okay. That environment variable is kind of redundant, but we'll add it anyway. It's fine. Batter said, what do you need by second layer? So you got approved, and we kind of like, it was a big deal, right? We were like, let's go, we got approved. But it turns out that there's a secondary layer of approval that we have to go through, which is an audit. So definitely it's an obstacle, but what do we do with obstacles? We apply significant pressure and we get through them. So, all right, so we're no longer getting this error. Connect TikTok account first. That's not good. Oh, is the API not running? All right, there we go. All right, so I'm no longer getting that error. So here it is. So public to everyone. So I'm just going to say, all right, this is a test. All right, this is a test. Allow comments, allow duet, allow stitch, yes, yes. And now I'm just gonna upload one of these videos. So everybody, if this works, it's a big deal. I don't think it's going to work, yeah. But actually, let's see. Review this in depth. Pinpoint the cause of this error when I tried to publish on this page and fix it. Launch 2 code-based analyst agents to identify what the issue is, and then use one agent B coder agent to actually code the fix. I'm using Opus 4.5. Yeah, 1.3K. I think a lot of those are bots. But, yeah, where are we at subwise? So we're about to pass 15,300. Where do we even start the day at? The start of the day, we were at 14,863. So, what is that? 400 subscribers, 425 in a day. Yeah. So this is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet, and there's a reason why. You know, we're building real stuff. We're building the future. And I just want to give a quick shout out to newly joined members of the Discord community. Shout out to Mr. Greedum. Shout out to Finesse. Shout out to Porkylog. Welcome to the community, guys. I do stream on Twitch. There's a link in the description. How do I market? I use View Creator to market it. So everything that I do, I'm able to set up automated social media marketing using View Creator to market View Creator. So definitely a nice tool to help. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of vibe coding platforms that do great. Like I look at different platforms like Rourke or Replit, and they're all the same. Very similar. All right, so what's cool about this agent is actually able to go to the getlate documentation and figure out what the correct endpoint is. So you can see here that this was what it got wrong, and this is the correct endpoint. And, you know, whenever you're vibe coding, something, at least this is what works for me, is that you build very quickly and then you iterate on what you build. So, for example, rather than doing a bunch of planning and finding out what the correct endpoint is from the start, which is a great thing to do, but in my world, I think that building very quickly and then fixing what's broken with AI is actually better than just getting it right, because AI sometimes has a hard time even getting it right from the start. So if you're able to just do this, where it's like, hey, later on, I'm able to go fix that API endpoint after I build all this infrastructure, that I find as sometimes a better approach rather than, especially since you're using AI, rather than doing all the research. You can do your best that you can, but there are going to be some mistakes like this one, but this one we're easily able to fix that. You know, it's like, hey, these are now being mapped respectively. It knows the issues that it's running into, and we'll be able to fix those. We're building viewcreator.ai. What do I think the best strategy is? Definitely social media marketing is huge, so. I use Whisperflow. All right, so let's see this. So all right, perfect. So can you record audit videos? Yes. So this is the most challenging thing that we did today, is to be able to make sure that we integrate getlate without affecting our existing implementation for the native TikTok integration. So yes, we're gonna have to wait a couple more weeks for the native TikTok integration, but how do we make it so that we can integrate both, right? And we did it by using environment variables and just making it so that based on you know, the environment variable that's set in the back end, it's going to use the different service. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. This agent, I think we should be able to, I mean, we could be posting within the next 15 minutes, depending on how this agent does. I think it should be able to get it, to be honest. I'm feeling confident now. All right, let's go. All right, up to 390. Only 110 to go, guys. Let's go. All right, is this done? All right. Should be done here in a minute. Yeah, I do need to update warp, but... All right, let's test it. Also, we just passed 15,300. Let's go, guys. All right, so let's try this again. Publish. Let's see. Looks like it's doing something. It's talking to somebody, guys. Oh. Definitely took longer to fail on that one, so something different happened for sure. Getlate provider. Public to everyone. Okay. Review the error that I got now. Fix this. Launch 2 code-based analyst agents, and then fix it using 1 agent B coder agent. Yeah, view creator. Yes. All right, guys. Let's hit some pull-ups as well. Let's go. All right, let's go, chat. Let's go, guys. We're up to 70. And I think we're getting closer. We've got this. NS, what's up, man? Let's go. We're still winning. All right, so I think that I actually think that we're maybe 1 or 2 renditions away, or iterations, whatever you want to call it. 1 or 2 iterations away, guys. I mean, if we get a public post from Getlate, I mean, that is just such a huge win. All right, it says that it's ready to test, so. All right, let's go, guys. Is Sam, let's go, man. All right, so it's publishing. Errors expected. But I think that we're getting closer and closer. So, come on. Let's go, just publish. Oh my gosh. Hey! All right, guys. All right, it said publish. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think we have to actually pull up TikTok and see if it did publish. Oh, wow. Guys, I have news. I have news. We officially have our first working TikTok post ever from View Creator to TikTok. Hold on, let me lower this. But guys, we did it. We did it. There's the video. Look at this. This is a test. You guys see that? This is a test. We did it. W's in the chat. We did it, guys. Oh my gosh. What a tough day, guys. Let's go. Let's go, chat. All right, so we got it working. Let's go. All right. Okay. So it works. It works. Wow. All right. Yep. W's in the chat, guys. Let's go. Okay. So. All right. So we have our first working TikTok post. You guys can go to my TikTok account. I think it's down in the description. But, you know, I think that it's like, hey, this is big. This is big. Because now, like, for example, you know, we just need to get that working. Because as you guys know, it's like, hey, tomorrow we want to start getting these UGC teams configured. We may not start our UGC campaigns, but, you know, tomorrow we want to get everybody together and say, hey, this is how you do this. And we did need a working TikTok implementation in order to do that. So, I mean, let's like keep following up. Great work. I now need you to create documentation documenting what you did here because it is now working. But yeah, and like back to what I was saying, it's like, hey, this implementation where you have a ENV where, yes, we're going to be able to use getlate, and then we're also going to be able to connect to TikTok directly after our audit. But let's see this. So we hit 15,000. Integrate late backup, that's now done. Admin portal build out, we still need to work on that. The 10-hour stream, because we got botted, I think that got botched a little bit, unfortunately, but it's all right. We're still grinding. We're still going hard. Let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. Let's go. All right, 35. So we're now at 425. So 75 push-ups left, 30 pull-ups. Neek, what's up, man? How's it going? All right, so this is now done. So what I now need to do is I now need to actually deploy codes. Let's launch a couple agents here, fresh ones. And I want to CD out here. Do an in-depth review of our getlate integration, specifically with TikTok, and identify and help me understand this implementation with a simple diagram of how it works, because as you know, we are working with getlate as well as our own direct integration with TikTok, and we need to make sure that by changing that environment variable, we're able to change which app we're using. Do an in-depth review of this. Create a diagram for me to understand it. All right, and I'm gonna drop in here, and then I'm also gonna use, I mean, Gemini 3 Pro is fine. Let's use Gemini 3 Flash, why not? Here. No. And here. All right. Mustafa said, I remember when there was only 1,000 subscribers and 10 people viewing. Keep going. Yeah, you know what, man. Let's go. Only the beginning. Guys, we're going to get to 100,000 subs. I think that BridgeMind as a community is going to be the biggest vibe coding community on the internet. I think it's the fastest growing right now. One of the biggest. One of the most engaged. And we're going to just continue to grow. And, you know, if you haven't already joined the community, if you haven't already subscribed, join the Discord, make sure you do so, because this is just the beginning. right, up to 80 pull-ups. Let's get it. All right, did it make the diagram? Okay. So let's check out our diagram. So, all right, this is important to understand. So the TikTok controller here, TikTok provider service, provider type. So the configuration is either native or getlate. All right, and then based on that, it's implemented by these. Perfect. Okay. DSAT, somebody botted the stream, unfortunately, so it's all good. All right. I wonder if there's a way where instead of it all being associated with like right now, I wonder what happens if, for example, like let's go into our EMVs and I'm gonna change the TikTok default provider to native. Okay. And if I go here, well, that's actually, no, that's not gonna have an effect. Never mind, I already answered my own question. I was wondering like, hey, if we change it to native, is this gonna still show up? And it will, because, hey, that's just a document. So, Trash Gamer, this is now coding. You know, we actually had WebDev Cody on the stream today, and it was just cool to talk to him because he has 13 years of experience, and pretty much what he said is, yeah, this is taking over, and just keep doing what you're doing, pretty much. So that was pretty cool to hear from him. But yeah, agentic coding is the future of development. So, you know, it's no longer a question of like, hey, I think that like all the flack that people are getting on vibe coding or agentic coding is going to be out in a couple years. Nobody's going to be programming manually anymore. And for those of you that use it every day, day in and day out, you understand, you know. Mohammed said, I'm new to vibe coding. Can you suggest which tools and models are best to start with? I have Cursor's Pro Plan and ChatGPT Plus. I mean, that's a good start. That's definitely good to chart. Yeah, I do read chat. So I'm reading the chat right now. But, you know, the thing is, it's like, hey, I'm live every single day. I don't take days off. I don't believe in slacking unless it's time to spend time with people that are important to me, like my family or close relationships. But, you know, in general, I don't take days off. I also did this nice feedback today, which is good. But I'm wondering, like, I mean, technically, couldn't you still have that integration? It wouldn't necessarily be, like, only associated with getlate. It's just like you could actually make it so that rather than it being associated with this environment variable, like you see this, how this is environment variable configuration. Like you don't necessarily have to make it an environment variable configuration. You could just make it so that based on what is set in that connected account, that it would refer to that provider. And that would actually probably be a better approach and make the business as a whole, like View Creator as a whole, more attractive and less risky, because instead of having only a singular point of connection, you would have multiple points of connections. And I'm just saying that, hey, you don't have to make it so that it's only set in an environment variable level. Like if you guys look at this and you guys see like, hey, bridge mined via getlate, do you guys see this? Like, let's just pull up the database and see where that's actually coming from, right? And we can look at the code as well. So let's pull up Warp and let's actually go over to that, and I'll show you guys how that is working. So let's pull up the database and let's go to our entities, and we'll take a look at how that's working. So connected accounts here. If we pull up this entity, I'll kind of show you guys what's going on here, and then we could potentially maybe even improve this so we don't have to worry about those environment variables. So, all right, so here it is here. So that's the platform, so that's not it. Platform username, no. Where is it? Scopes, no. All right, hold up here. Where is getlate being pulled from? All right, because it says via getlate right here. You guys see this? So it says via getlate, so I'm curious as to, is this being set in the database? Because if it's not, Do you see how it says via getlate? Where is this being set? Yeah, Master almost said, if you can learn the basics and get the wheel going, if you tell it what you want clearly, 100%. So Renee just said, I am new to this channel and don't understand what vibe coding is 100%. Do you maybe have a video in your channel explaining it? Yeah, you can also go to bridgemind.ai and go to jobs, and there's a good explanation of what a vibe coder is. And we're hiring vibe coders, and there's a good explanation of what it is. All right, so it's through the TikTok provider type enum, which is where? Where? Yeah, in what type ORM entity is this being set? Oh, metadata. Okay, so it's in this metadata. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it's being pulled from here. And do you guys see what I'm saying on this integration? Is that, hey, it could potentially be better. You know, we got this working, and it's working well. So huge win for today, just that we did get this working, and it's fully integrated. So, hey, win for the day, right? That accomplishes our goal. We were able to cross it off. But now I think what we have to ask ourselves is, hey, do we actually want this in metadata where it's having to parse JSON, which is fine. It does slow requests down a little bit just because you have to parse the JSON, but not like too much. But, you know, what I'm trying to say is, hey, maybe we should actually take this approach for all of our platforms. And, you know, maybe instead of us having to, and, man, it's hard. Yeah, let's think about it. Let's do some push-ups, guys. Let's go. All right. All right, 450. Let's go. Okay, so metadata. I mean, this is fine. Provider type, display name. So here it is. So you can see it's being pulled there, which is fine. But what I'm trying to decide is, hey, ultimately, we can decide whether it's a environment variable that decides this, or it's just depending on what this is set to. Like if the provider type is getlate, we could do both, you know? So instead of having it set as an environment variable, it would literally just be able to go in, look at the provider type, and then based on the provider type, it would use the getlate integration versus, you know, versus a native solution. And then instead of that being only for TikTok, we could also integrate getlate in multiple other areas. Hold on, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Let's hit 25 push-ups and 10 pull-ups though first. Let's go. All right. All right, we're up to 475 push-ups, 90 pull-ups. But yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about this because, hey, this is a working. This works for now. And hey, if we need to do a migration where we want to make it column-based, I'm just saying it would actually potentially be a better solution where instead of this being a JSON-B column that has metadata in it, this actually could potentially be better if you just had like provider type could just be a column, you know, and then instead of it being an environment variable, hold on, let me draw this out here. I want to show you guys this. I'm gonna, where should I even write this? All right, let's do up here. All right, so, can I see this? All right, so what I'm saying is that right now we have an ENV that decides whether it's to late or a native app, right? Being that this is once we get approved. And what I'm saying is that, let's say that instead of it being an ENV, it's instead just a column in the database called like provider type. And if this is set to late and this is set to native, it's still gonna make the same call. It's just that it's gonna query the row in the column and just say, hey, what is this connected account? Is it what provider is it using? What provider is this connected account using? And it can still then use whatever, because then that takes the risk off of us as the intermediary people that are actually integrating this functionality. So instead of an ENV where it's like, hey, once I set this ENV to get late, I don't even have the option to make calls or make requests if somebody like, based on the ENV, once I set that ENV to native, all late accounts are now disconnected. And that's fine if eventually you are going to just say 100% we're using our own apps eventually, 100% we don't want to use get late. But I'm just saying that if you want to use multiple providers, it could potentially be a better option to not have it as an environment variable and to instead have it as a provider type column in the database. But let's see what the Claude Code thinks. Neil, it's for everybody. We're all learning. All right, so let's go here. Okay, so something that I'm considering is that rather than having this set as an ENV, maybe instead inside of the connected account table, instead of having metadata and putting the provider type in metadata, maybe instead we could have a provider type column. And this provider type column would be able to store different enums, one of them being get late, one of them being native. And that would make it so that we're not tied only to a singular environment variable where it's only either native or get late. If we set it as a column in the database, wouldn't we be able to do a check when we are actually doing the publishing to see how the user set their account up? And then we could make it so that it routes the request accordingly and uses the respective solution. So for example, I'm saying that ultimately it may be better to have multiple different provider types and have the flexibility to be able to have multiple providers rather than being locked in an environment variable where we can only have one set provider. Right now, we can only either set get late or set native. It could potentially be better to have a column that's set to get late or native and then be able to do the respective routing from that column instead of having it do the routing from an environment variable. What are your thoughts on this? I want you to launch 3 code-based analyst agents to review how things are structured and set up right now, and then consider my approach, and then tell me which approach you think is better. All right, let's go, chat. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, W's in the chat. Oh my gosh. And that is just streaming your conscious. Let's go. Also, while this works, oh my gosh. All right, huge W's in the chat. Let's finish off. So we only have 25 push-ups left and 10 pull-ups left, which brings us, and we'll have reached our goals of 500 push-ups and 100 pull-ups for the day. Let's knock them out, guys, while this agent works. Let's go. All right, let's go, chat. W's, 500. Let's go. Let's go. All right, final 10 here. I mean, shoot, at this point, we may as well just do a 10-hour stream. We're already at 6 hours. All right, let's go, 100. All right, let's go, chat. Let's go. I spend $200 a month on Claude, but I spend $600 a month total on AI. So this is going to be very interesting because this actually makes it so that our pivot to use getlate is not only just an intermediary like offset, but it actually makes it so that our system is better, because in the future we'll have the ability to actually pivot. Neil Thompson, let's go, man. But yeah, guys, you know, I think that this is a really good approach, and let's do a quick sub check. We're at 15,340. Today when we started the day, we were at 14,800, so we've gained about close to 500 subscribers today. So shout out to everybody that's joined and subscribed. You know, BridgeMind is a community, and as you guys know, it's like I don't monetize. It's not my goal to monetize the YouTube and to become a content creator. It never was, and it never will be. I'm sharing my journey, and I'm building a community, and you know, we're all learning from each other, and I've learned more from you guys who are in the BridgeMind community than I ever could have learned from if I wasn't in the BridgeMind community, and that's the best part about it. But let's see, like, what did this recommend? Okay, let's close some of these, because now we're just working on, like, we will launch more agents, but I just want to review this, because this one, oh, and what's nice, I can just grab, I totally forgot, we can just grab this and work here. Okay, so what does it think that we should do? So right now, how routing works today. So check this out, guys. So right now, so how routing works today. So does account.metadata.provider type exist? So if it's yes, it uses the stored account value. If no, does getlate account ID exist in metadata? If yes, do here. If yes, here. Hold on, getlate account ID. Oh, interesting. Okay. That is a good point. YT user. Oh, like with actual warp. Yeah, I haven't. I don't use warp. I only use Claude Code inside of warp. I don't really like warp. I haven't tried it, but I don't use it. Yeah, I don't use warp agents. I just use warp to basically host my Claude Code agents, because I don't want to pay for another service. It's free to do what I do here. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. So this already works. So this actually is already implemented. Sorry. All right, well, it's implemented kind of, because it's in metadata right now. So let me check one thing. So I want to actually pull up PG admin I'm gonna pull up. So I'm gonna pull up PG Admin. Sorry for blinding any of you with the white screen here, but I'm gonna pull up PG Admin, and I'm actually gonna go. I can't show you guys this because it does have like the sensitive refresh keys and stuff. But let me see, and I'll tell you guys like what's in the metadata for that account. I'm really curious. So BridgeMind here. So BridgeMind TikTok. So platform user ID. Got it. Okay. 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 It actually may be better than to use the metadata with JSON-B, because in this case, after looking, you know how it works is you have a provider type, right? So in this case, it's getlate is a provider type. And then you also have a getlate account ID and a getlate profile ID. What is the getlate account ID? Will this always be the same for all of my TikTok accounts, or is this associated with just the account associated with that connected TikTok account? All right. Let's go, guys. I mean, honestly, I just don't want to stop working. So I'm just going to order some DoorDash, and we're going to keep on grinding. Okay. Unique to this TikTok account. Okay. All right. So the issue that we're running into here is that you have a, yeah, we may go for 10 hours, honestly. I actually wasn't thinking that we would, but honestly, I just don't want to stop, so. All right, I just ordered some DoorDash, so. Okay, all right, DoorDash is on the way, guys. W's in the chat. Let's go. Okay, so we've got this here. So each connected account. Yeah, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. So let's see here. So yes, each TikTok account has its own unique. Okay, so what are your thoughts on the existing architecture that we've implemented? So for example, can I use the native integration and the getlate integration at the same time? For example, I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on us being able to integrate both getlate and the native solution at the same time. Or if it's only hooked up to that. And it's this one here. For example, what would be the purpose of the TikTok default provider? Like, what if an account was set up natively and we wanted to use native? What would happen then? Yeah, Neil Thompson, yeah. There has, Ariane, but Yeah. What did I order? Panda Express. And I have not drank like any water in a minute. So we're gonna do a, once the supplies get here, we're gonna re-up on supplies and we're gonna keep on grinding, guys. Alright, so not support, let users choose their provider. Yeah, no, we definitely don't want that. Yeah, Neek. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, so the TikTok default provider, this is that, hey, we want to use this by default. Okay, so help me understand this then. Let's say that somebody is trying to post using TikTok, and we do want to use, like, let's say that they set it up natively, right? Even though we don't have it approved, we're still undergoing the audit. So let's say that we set the TikTok default provider to, let's say, native, right? But then we connect the account using the native provider. But then let's say that we switch that back to getlate. What's going to happen to that account? Will it still be able to post, or how does that work? So what I'm really trying to understand is, like, hey, we have this dual integration. We have two different types of providers that we can integrate with now. And I'm curious as to what will happen to those accounts. Okay, the native account will continue to work for private posts even after you switch the EMV back. It's stored at the account level, not controlled by the EMV bearer. Okay, obviously this will fail. Okay. I mean, I feel like we should push this code up into production and try to actually get it working. I mean, it's working locally. And because we use Docker, I don't think that there's any reason it won't work once we get our EMV spare set. So, I mean, let's see what we can do. All right, watch this, guys. I'm gonna show you guys something cool. So, if I go to View Creator API and I launch Claude, check this out. So a lot of people bring up security, and they talk about, hey, this is an issue, security an issue with vibe coding, which it is, right? I want you to do an in-depth review of the API here. And right now, as you can see from the screenshot, I am creating a Claude agent. And what I want you to do is I want you to write the instructions for this agent so that we can have an API security agent in Claude. And I don't know why. I thought I already, and maybe this is right. I mean, let's launch this again, and let's see what happens if I do agents here. Agents. Oh, I guess I already, yeah, I do have it. Okay, security. Okay, cool. All right, so I do have it. All right, launch 5 API security agents, and I want you to do an in-depth review of the API. I've made a lot of updates recently, so what I need you to do is I need you to do an in-depth review of the API and the different endpoints, and to try to find vulnerabilities or potential issues with our API. Use these 5 agents to be able to do this review and then create a comprehensive README with your findings. So, I just launched a bunch of these security agents, and we're able to, probe for vulnerabilities. So, yes, vibe coding, you have to be careful, but there's ways to offset that, right? Like, you can also use vibe coding to help you improve your security. Yeah, Dwee, yes. Team Mooks, or Teamux. Alright, get late, TikTok unaudited. There's no reason for this environment variable. This is not really necessary. Would you review this ENV? Why is this needed? Okay, so going back here, so now you can see that these 5 agents have now launched. So what's cool about these Claude agents is that they will launch different agents on different aspects, right? So they'll all run in the background. So you can see this one is running auth security, this one's running custom system security, this one's running input validation, this one's running OAuth token security, and this one's reviewing rate limiting. And they all work on different things, and they'll do an in-depth review. And I can launch as many of these as I want. So a red team of 5. That's awesome. All right, hold on. No. All right, so yes, remove this EMV and simplify the code. Thank you. Also, if you guys are just coming out of the stream, I just ordered a DoorDash. We're going to keep on grinding for a while. Let's do a quick sub check. We're at 15,358 subs. I bet we can hit 15,500 subscribers today, guys. So if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm pretty sure I have to take an exam, too. Pretty sure I have an exam due tonight. It's an online one, so shoot, I might have to take it on stream. Stream might have to help me. All right. All right, so I think that we need to push this up into production, guys. So as you guys know, if you guys are just joining us, you know, one of the biggest goals that we've had today is to actually get our TikTok integration working. And, you know, we had an issue because we have to go through an additional verification process, and we actually may end up doing that on stream today. You know, it is on our goal list. We may do that on stream. But we have to actually push this up into production. But right now, we now do have this working. And I think that, honestly, we should, I mean, we have it working. Let's just push it up into production. I think we're ready to go. Yeah, so I actually have one more exam that's online exam. I was done, like, having to go to school, but yeah. I have one more online exam, but shoot, we'll take it on stream, guys. I might give you guys multiple choice questions. Maybe you guys can help me or something. All right. So what I want to do now is let's actually, we made a lot of changes today. So let's run, so watch this. So I need to pass in the view creator UI. I need to pass in the view creator UI. I need to pass in the view creator API. I need to pass in the view creator admin UI. Launch 4 agents that will be able to run npm run build in each of these directories and fix any build errors that you find. What degree? I'm technically, so I'm in a finance degree. You know, I pretty much abandoned my finance degree and that career trajectory about 3 years ago, and I went full-time into startup and entrepreneurship and vibe coding. And I actually dropped out of school when I was a junior. I stopped going to school. I was like, I'm done. But, you know, I was so far into my degree that it's like, hey, why not get it at that point? So right now, for example, I have like 7 credit hours left. So I'll get it over like 2026. But what's nice, I don't actually have to go back to school. Yeah, it's all right. Official, that's still on the list for today. We're going to figure that out, man. Because now we actually have, for example, like we have better admin capabilities. So one thing that we'll also be able to do is once we push this all up, we're going to be able to review that. Everybody's asking me how old I am. I'm in my early 20s. I'm 23. So when I was 20, that's when I started software development. That's when, I just spent a significant amount of time, alone in my dorm room in college. And that's when I started doing all this. I was like, I'm going to teach myself how to do software development. Okay. All right. So now, yeah. So for example, this is pretty cool. So I now need you to launch as many Agent B coder agents that it takes. You need to launch one Agent B coder for each task and fix these findings. So this was the summary of the findings, and the reason that I did that before I pushed is because, for example, account hijacking critical here. We need to fix this, right? So I now need you to launch as many Agent B coder agents as it takes. You need to launch one Agent B coder for each task and fix these findings. Each Agent B coder should think and plan in depth before updating the code. So let's actually see like how many agents it runs at a time. It is interesting, like people's perspective on being old and being young. It's like when I was 20, I wish that I could go back and be 16 again. And when I was 23, I wish I could. I will say the past 3-year stretch has been very good for me. I don't know if I would change much, but when I was 20, I wished that I could go back and be 16 again, so that I could maybe learn programming a little bit earlier, or do things better or whatnot, right? Because when I was 20, I didn't really have much to my name. I was like, at that point, I just didn't really have any skills. I was like going to school for finance. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. And, I think what's interesting is that that's something that follows you along, I think, in life. Like, hey, unless you take advantage of like, hey, unless you start today, unless you start actually working towards those goals to make it so that when you get to, let's say when I'm 25, I want to be in the same position today where I look back on the last 3 years and I say, hey, I actually feel pretty good because I think that I maximized that time. The official Deadman said 20s are the best. Linka said buy Bitcoin. Yeah, 100%. So my perspective on it is that, like, hey, I remember that when I was 20, I was like, man, I wish I could go back and be 16 again so I could learn software development. I could be like really good at programming. But the thing is that, hey, I can pull up my GitHub commits and like show you guys like, hey, now I can sit here today and I can say, yeah, I probably wouldn't change a lot about the last 3 years. I think that ultimately, I've done a pretty good job in maximizing this portion of my life. But the thing is that was not the case. And all these look like all these. Now I need you to run npm run test in the View Creator API and fix any failing tests. Neek, you're about to turn 30. 30s are the best by far, Kittleson said. Whisperflow DDT. What language was the first to you? I first started with HTML. Literally, when I was in my college dorm room, I used Codecademy, and I started with HTML. I was writing HTML in my dorm room. And CSS. And, I think I got lucky because I started learning how to program at the same time that all of these AI tools were just like coming up, right? So then I kind of was like, well, why would I code manually and work so hard on coding manually when I can integrate all of these AI tools into my workflow and be way better, right? Yeah, DDT, the best time to start is now, 100%. Yeah, it's just crazy now. Also, guys, let's do a quick sub check. Where are we at? Where's the Bridge Army at? Last time we checked, we were at 15, so we gained 10 subs. Thank you guys for all the support. We're at 15,371. I think that we have that Vitest issue again. That issue is so annoying. Because look at my activity monitor. I just noticed a huge glitch. Yeah. Oh, shoot.
Yeah. Okay, I think that we're gonna have to minimize some of our processes here. We just have too many terminals open. Okay, there we go. Got a little bit better. Alright, yeah, I need to close some of these. Alright, just simplify the workspace a little bit. Yeah, we dropped some frames for sure. How many characters per month? So here's my Whisper Flow stats. So I've said 214,000 words. I speak at 171 words per minute, and I've been using it for 19 weeks. I don't know where that compares to other people. Is there a way to see that? Hey, I'm in the top 1% of all Flow users. I don't know. That just means I'm a fast talker. I've written 2 complete books. Wow. I'm in the top 1% of speakers. That's insane. No wonder, that's just hilarious. Top 1%. I mean, I don't know if fast talking is a good thing or a bad thing. I can talk really fast, yeah. That's funny. Top 1% in speed. All right, we've almost got the supplies, guys. It's going to be a long night. We've decided it is officially going to be a long night. And the cool thing is, like, and you guys know this about me. I mention it often. But it's just nice because I was doing this for so many years that I'm not making content. I'm just literally doing the exact same thing that I would be doing if I wasn't streaming. So I think that that makes it, like, very nice and very easy. Just in terms of, like, everything that we're doing where it's, like, you know, I'm not BSing you guys. I'm not a content creator that's like trying to just make a bunch of money off of YouTube or wherever. It's like I'm just genuinely doing what I was doing before. And I think that there's part of that is, you know, led to a lot of the success of the BridgeMind community, because I think that comes through, or at least I hope it comes through, you know. What is the stack for this project? You can check the description. It's Next, Nest, Postgres. We also have a fast API. I just read a chat that's cracking me up. I'm not gonna read it, but it's making me laugh. Alright, let's go. What is the best way to drive traffic to SaaS? Definitely social media marketing. Alpernay over on Twitch said, I have custom security agents too, and I have found good vulnerabilities on public repos and reported them. It's actually useful for vibe coding and for security. Yeah, that's a great point. How do I use Gemini? I use it in Cursor, so it's pulled up here. I actually had to just do this diagram for us to understand this here. Nice. All right, yeah, we're about to hit 15,400. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're just not gonna stop. You know, I wrote up on the board today. You guys can see it behind me, but you know, if you guys want to achieve your goals, if you want to move forward, you have to apply significant pressure. And you know, even when things are very difficult, like having to work every day and not having really much of a social life and having to work incredibly hard, it's like, that's applying significant pressure. If you want to succeed, if you want to reach your goals, you're going to have to apply significant pressure. And that's just what it takes to succeed. And, you know, at the end of the day, you can either choose to look at it logically and, you know, push it down and say, hey, you know, buckle up, let's grind. Or you can, you know, yeah, I got to update the board. I think that we're just going to keep on grinding Super Combo. I don't know how long we're going to go today, but I just ordered DoorDash, and we're grinding. We just made a ton of progress. Super Combo, I don't know if that, if you've been
following along, but we did get the get late functionality working. So we're gonna get this pushed up to production, and then there's a couple more bugs that we need to look at. If we look at the board today, one thing that is up there is this TikTok audit submission. And I think that one thing that we could do is, hey, let's go test this gate late integration inside of production and see if we can actually get the first TikTok automations working. And then after we do that, I mean, we could look at we could change that environment variable, and we could actually do our audit videos. I mean, that is going to be important, right? Like, we got to get that kicked off. The only thing is, it's like, hey, for those videos, I think it's very important that you are like very mentally refreshed or mentally sharp when you're making the videos. That's very, very important. So that's one thing I definitely consider. Okay, gotcha, Super Combo. Also, we are going to try Automaker tomorrow. As you guys know, WebDev Cody was on the stream earlier today, and he was showing us his project. Super Combo's also involved. He's a contributor of that project. And I think that what we want to do is we're going to try that tomorrow. I got a little bit, sidetracked with everything that we were doing today. Obviously, we're grinding. So, and that's another thing about the content creation stuff is it's like there's some people that they can get upset and chat and stuff and be like, hey, why aren't you answering all my questions? It's like, hey, at the end of the day, we're grinding, we're making progress. I'm not a content creator. I am here, and I'm here to help people. I'm here to help you guys learn as well. But we're learning as a community, right? So, and it looks like my DoorDash did just get delivered. So let's go grab this. I'm gonna go grab the DoorDash, guys. I'll be right back. Keep an eye on this agent for me. It looks like it's fixing some failing tests. So keep an eye on it. Make sure that doesn't delete my production database. And thank you, guys. All right, I'm back, guys. We got supplies. I got some supplies. I actually have water now. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Wise Sleeper. And the reason we're working so hard is because, hey, we set a goal of, hey, we want to get our UGC teams together and working tomorrow. And yeah, we want to stick to that goal. So if we have a TikTok issue, yeah, we're going to have to solve the issue in like a day and get late up and running because we want to meet that goal. All right. Let's go. All right, let's go. What do I think about Google Anti-Gravity? I don't think it's that good. It's kind of in beta. But it is free. But there's a reason it's free. When they're giving out AI for free, there's a reason. Yeah, I don't know. All right. All right, let's see this here. All right, so these are working here. All right. I definitely fixed the bug. Bag secured, damn, let's go. How's the site coming along, by the way? Let's go. Yeah, people have started to call me the vibe coding final boss. I don't know how I feel about it, but we'll take it. I also get AI slop final boss. I get both. Take the good with the bad, right? All right. All right, where's this one at, by the way? I didn't really like this one. Eating Panda Express. Do we need to run this? Do an in-depth review of the database architecture and then review the API and the front-end admin UI. I'm going to need your help in improving functionality so that I can help manage user subscriptions. So as you can see, you know, there's a users page in the admin UI, and then I can click on that and I can see the user subscription and stuff. But I need tools that will help me debug different things. So maybe you could look at that and review our existing implementation and help me think through potential improvements that we could make so that admins would have functionality to be able to do different things in terms of billing and helping users manage their subscriptions. Also, for example, there could be potential issues where users have multiple subscriptions or that subscriptions may be, you know, messed up. So I just want to create functionality that will enable me to be able to do this. So I need you to do an in-depth review and identify what we're able to do and how we could improve this. Don't do any coding, just do a review and then come back to me with potential suggestions. W. Dan said, never asked you about image 1.5. I'm seeing some improvements, but curious on the VC use case. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing some improvements, but we're actually not integrating those models. We're not, I don't think they're in, are they in FAL? Let's check if they're in FAL. That's a good question. Oh, J35, what's up, man? Good to see you. This is viewcreator.ai. You can look it up. Okay, let's check FAL. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they did improve it quite a bit. I'm experiencing heavy. All right, let's see here. All right. I mean, they've got to have image gen hooked up now, right? Yeah, here it is. So they have edit and then text to image. That's cool. Sabik, it's Whisper Flow. Yeah, image 1.5 is on FAL. So yeah, here it is. I mean, we did try it a little bit. What's the cost on it? So here's the cost. So you guys, for low quality, it's about a penny per image. For medium quality, $3. Oh, it's actually, there's different on different sizes. That's interesting. Wow, that's expensive. High quality is 20 cents per image. Jeez. So how do I set it to high? Oh, it's on high. Oh, that's cool. I will say though that you can set the background to transparent. Super Combo said that image 1.5 versus Nano Pro is hard. We have to go based on style, output, and opinions at this point. Well, this is something that they don't have. Background, the ability to do transparent. I mean, Nano Banana doesn't have that. Not saying I'm trying to hype up Sam or anything, but all right. I'm gonna refresh on some water and get some more supplies. But yeah, guys, we're gonna go for a couple more hours, so let's just keep on grinding. Let's go. I'm back with more supplies. I forgot what water was the first half of the stream. Dan said that it's been so useful for recreating complex logo assets into a different colorway for my site project. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go, Ashuto. Yeah, it's Postgres. Let's go, Y Sleeper. Alright, guys, I'm going to finish eating here in a minute, and then we'll get back to grinding hard.
actually don't track my calories or anything. Luis over on Twitch said, I'm new here. What are you building? Like, what's the product or purpose? Viewcreator.ai. Right now we have over 1,400 creators on the site. And we're getting bigger every day. I checked Stripe. We made $19.99 today so far. $19.99. $19.99. You know what is funny is I could literally toggle on the YouTube button. I'd be immediately making $2,000 a month based on like my viewership and stuff. I mean, we got 1 million views. But we're not going to do it, guys. It's not about the money. It's about the mission. You know how it is. I'm going to be I don't know. I was just about to make a joke, but I just think if you're making a ton of money off of YouTube, it kind of comes through. Yeah, I'm using both. I'm using Claude Code, Codex, everything. But I saw another streamer, Alex Finn, if you guys know his name, and he was streaming how much money he was making off of YouTube to his like audience. I was like, this is kind of funny. All right. Continue. Wow, I think these all got compacted. Context low, run compact. Do I literally have to run compact? Conversation is too long. Huh. All right, let's launch Codex again. Review ViewCreator API. And these are some vulnerabilities that another AI assistant found. And it was working on them, but then the other AI assistant ran out of context, so it had to stop. Would you review the other assistant's work and double check what it has done and what still needs to be done? All right, I'm almost done eating, guys, and then we'll be able to actually like grind. I use Postgres for my database, Indigo. I use Claude Code mainly right now, but also Cursor's good. Man, I was low on supplies. All right, where are we at? 15,419. Let's go. Going for 100K. I don't have a super good opinion of Supabase.
I haven't used it enough. All right. All right, W's in the chat. Let's get it. We have successfully eaten. Let's go. Let's go, chat. W's in the chat. We are fully resupplied. Let's get it. All right. All right, so I actually don't want to add any new tables. What I really want to do is I want to take the existing database architecture and I just want to make it so that I'm able to have a better look and better management inside of the admin portal. So that means I need you to create more useful API endpoints for admins that will basically have better access to user subscriptions so that I can manage them. And you know, when I click on, for example, the user page to be able to see that, I want to be able to see certain things like, hey, you know, it should render in all of their subscriptions or their information associated with their Stripe account. You know, the Stripe customer ID is stored. So what can we do based off that? And could we set up new admin API routes for this? But do an in-depth review. And based off of this request, which is I don't want to create any new database tables, what could we do? What endpoints and functionality could we build? What are your thoughts? All right. I know I've been using Codex for a bit. Codex is slow, but I mean, you got to give it a try. I did do a couple things earlier today where I was like, I was using it because I ran out of my Claude code plan and it did one shot. It took long, right? But it was a one shot. And obviously it's like, hey, I used to be a huge Codex fan. So it's not like I'm like, oh, Codex is just the worst. I mean, I kind of have been joking about it. And, you know, Sam's been calling me a lot and asked me to, you know, feature it on the stream and stuff. But, you know, you got to be able to have an open mind about the tools, you know? What do I think about Gemini 3 Pro? It has a pretty good context window. Those Gemini models hallucinate badly, though. And that's like, when people are like, oh, Claude Opus is so good, Claude Opus is so good. And yeah, I mean, Gemini 3 Pro is up there on the intelligence, but it hallucinates. So I think for people that are using Claude Opus, it's just going to hallucinate less, so you could potentially get a lot better usage out of that. How could we integrate Redis better into our project for improvements? Right now, we do have a Redis integration, but we don't use it a lot in our application. Would you do an in-depth review of the and propose how we could potentially integrate it better and in different ways than we are right now? For example, right now we use it with BullMQ, but are there better, more ways that we could use? UltraThink, let's go. I don't use the actual Warp plan. I'm just using it for Claude Code. Yeah, Why Sleeper said 1 hour for Codex giving good results. Yeah. Viewcreator.ai. All right, admin UIs, add a Stripe account panel on the user base. Great, this looks useful. Let's build out these new endpoints, make sure that they are role guarded and auth guarded and are fully protected and safe from vulnerabilities, and then build them out in the API and then integrate them into the front end. Let's go. Claude, you can just easily run it. You don't even have to like add it into Warp. So for example, like if I want to launch Claude in Warp, you see how this says terminal and then this house says agent mode. So if I click this is actually going to use Warp like natively. But if I click this, I'm just using the terminal. So I can launch Codex, I can launch Claude. This is just a normal terminal. So you can see I just launched Claude code there, but it's very, very simple, very nice. Blueberry said you were at like 14K subs yesterday. Your channel is blowing up. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like, it is what it is because I'm not making any money. So not necessarily that like, what I meant more of it for is it's like, I see this as a community project. So I think that it's like, yeah, I mean, the community's blowing up. You know, we're at 15,429 on subscribers. And then in terms of the Discord community, that's where we have like close to 1,800 members now. So it's great to see the community growth. I'm just happy that everybody's engaged, it's active, and everybody's able to learn from each other. You know, it seems like a lot of the reasons that I started doing this in the first place are now coming together. And yeah, I'm very, very happy about it. But yeah, I think it's like, it's nice that, you know, without that financial incentive, it's like, I think it does change things a bit because, hey, I'm not owned by sponsors. You know, I think that like, I was seeing another creators, I won't name him by name, but I was seeing another creator and all of his content was associated with his sponsors. He was like, the 5 best tools that you should be using, right? And they were all just, it was a completely sponsored video. So no hate on them, like, hey, they have to make their living in the way that they want to make their living. But that's not the approach that I'm taking. I don't want to become that. I do not, no. Is Codex better now? I mean, I'm using it right now. Implementation. Great. Launch 3 code-based analyst agents that will review the code base and identify key areas of improvement that we can make. And then I need you to create a structured README that has different phases of implementation. And then I need you to launch 3 Agent B coder agents that will integrate the updates. Maybe Codex will be good with more control like Agent A and Agent B in Codex, yeah. BTC, just hang out and you'll kind of learn what we're doing. But yeah, we're using, this is agentic coding, or what other people refer to as vibe coding. So this is where, instead of writing code line by line, you're utilizing AI agents to do all of your work for you. You do need to understand software development. You do need to know what you're doing. But yes, you can get very far now with AI agents. Will said being that much of a sponsored just comes off as a sellout. Might sound bad, but it's true. Well, you know what ends up happening is that the their following dies out and their community dies out. It's crazy. I see it happen all the time. I'm like, whoa, this person's content is all sponsored now. TikTok classes. I created it using Gemini 3 Pro inside of Cursor. Are you talking about this one here? I am not exactly sure what you're talking about. Alright. I don't know if I want to do this. SG said that now might be the only chance to do vibe coding. Later, it would be $2,000 a month. I don't think that that's the case. All right, see you, Super Combo. Is Warp better than Cursor? They're different. I think Cursor is inherently better. I use Warp for a different reason. I use Warp as a to manage Claude agents, and then I use Cursor as more of like an IDE. Yeah, this live is going to be saved. Lucas, what's up? I mean, I will say something just random that I'll share is that when I first started, right, I was basically working for nothing, you know, and I think this is an interesting concept, but when I first started, I worked so long and I worked so hard, and I failed in the first, like, several things that I did, just in terms of software development and, you know, entrepreneurship in general. And it's interesting because those failures actually help you, and they teach you that once you have something that isn't a failure, you now have a connection with that failure. And I find it easier to work harder than ever before because I remember what it felt like to fail. I remember what it felt like to work incredibly hard with no results. I remember what it felt like to get started and be like very early on in my journey. And what I find now is that you know, it gets easier with time because you know, when you do have something that isn't a complete failure, or something where the progress is just compounding and compounding and compounding, it's almost like I have a portal to my past when I was going through very difficult times and had to struggle with like very little results, let's say, and it does make it like very easy. So don't be afraid of failure. Don't think that failure is necessarily a bad thing, because it's not. I do want to see, can I run an agentic workflow with this here? Can we save this real quick? I'm curious to see this. Indiana Sniper, I'm not sure, man. That's awesome, though. Keep on grinding. All right, I want to try an agent here. So let's do a short video, and what we'll do is we'll connect this to our TikTok. We'll do the BridgeMine TikTok. We'll run once. And what I want to do here... Oh, also, we do have to fix this weird bug. Do you guys see this bug here? Yeah, I don't like this. All right, what page is that on? It's on this one here. Notice the error on this page where the X button is in front of the trash can button and I can't actually delete the step. Fix this. All right, and this is why like Cursor is great. You can do screenshots, you can do all sorts of stuff. Gemini 3 Flash, I mean, I could use it. I'm gonna use Gemini 3 Pro for that though. Thank you, Neek. Do I have Codex Review Opus's code? I do not. Codex Opinion, so I still am using it. Do I do any UGC AI video ads? I don't think that AI video is there yet. I do think that it will get there. It's not there yet, though. So, you know what ends up happening with AI videos? It's not good. So, it's just tough, you know? Blueberry said you give it screenshots. I have never tried that. I didn't think it would work. Really? I mean, screenshots are like a very... That is like, if you're not doing that, I don't know what you guys are doing. Definitely start doing that. If your model can't see, review this again and think about this. You know, when you first get on this page, you go through the process of selecting and going through that multi-step workflow. But then once you are done with that, there's no way to access it again. Would you rethink this approach, and maybe there's a way that we can make this better so that they can go back to that if they want to change the content type or the connected platforms or the these things are important. So review. Yeah, boomers fall for AI videos. Yeah, that cursor feature is very good. And again, it's just this icon here. You can click take screenshot, and it'll literally just put the screenshot like inside of the chat for you. It's very, very nice. This here, boom, screenshot right here. Very nice. Do you think you'd ever hit a roadblock that would make you do a 180 or a major pivot from what you're doing now? Like, do you think you'd know when to quit? Yeah, I mean, I've had startups that have failed, and I know what that looks like. So I do have definitely an understanding of, hey, you do get to a point where you're going to have to not necessarily quit, but where it is wise to say, okay, let's pivot and potentially do something else. Or figure something else out. You know, that is if you were to say, oh, never quit, you know, which is true. I think that there's quitting that's you're just giving up because it got hard, and there's quitting that makes sense and is actually logical. And I think that, you know, if you've gone through a failure, you know what that looks like, right? So if you haven't gone through a failure, you may not know what that looks like. But if you have, the good thing about a failure like that is that you do know what it looks like to move on and to come out on the other side of a failure. And once you failed a few times, failure isn't as scary. How am I using localhost inside of Cursor? Do you see this browser? You can click connected to browser, and then you can actually use your browser inside of Cursor. It's very nice. All right. This here. Yeah, we've been using GPT 5.2 codecs a little bit on the stream. We actually have 2 agents running for us right now still, right here. Okay. I now need you to continue with the findings and finish implementing the security fixes. Yeah, so these are running, and the thing about Codex agents is they just run for a while, right? I mean, that's just the model as a whole. It's a slow model. Also, guys, there are now 1,787 members in the BridgeMind Discord community. I'm going to give a quick shout out to newly joined members. Shout out to Gaurav, Bao, Master, Afonso, Dream Pig, Akref, Renik, Whisper, Alpha. Welcome to the community, guys. Happy that you're here. $1,800 does get a cookie. You know what's crazy is that I think that we could potentially hit 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year, and we could hit 2,000 subscribers by or not 2,000 subscribers, 2,000 members in the Discord, which is absolutely insane. All right, guys, I'm taking an exam right now. I am taking an exam, FYI. Yeah, J35, what'd you think? Thanks, Wise Sleeper. Leda said, wonder why they didn't publish Sweet Bench results. Probably because they... I thought that they did a little bit better. I thought we saw that they did do a little bit better. Let's check up on this one here. Yeah, Marius, View Creator is generating subscription revenue. We're up to $500 a month in MRR, so not bad. J35 said the moon is not far away. Yeah. Yeah, I stream on Twitch and X. Alright, so this says it's done. This was just like a styling thing. But, you know, we can go through this workflow and go to short video, go here, go to TikTok, go here, boom, and then set up agent. But now, is there a way to go back? I'm not seeing that. Oh, edit settings, nice. Yeah, that's nice. Maybe in the initial workflow, that is where the user could do their agent configuration. So maybe on the last step, they're asked to name their agent, select an optional brand profile, and give it its missions and instructions. Like, because right now you kind of just get thrown into this, you know? Mary said 500 to 5,000. 500. Have I seen this Claude status? No, I have not. Let me check it out. All right. All right, cool. I don't know about that, Igor. I don't think there is. There isn't Cursor, though. What should I be doing to help us get further? The official dev man just asked. I think that just keep doing what you're doing, man. I do need to analyze your screen recording that you sent. I did see it. I saw the issue. And you know what I'm doing, actually? So the reason that I'm doing this here on the left, the official, is because I want to get into the admin portal and actually be able to take a look at what's going on. Great work. I want you to create the test for this, and I also want you to run the tests. Yeah, I think whenever you're doing something like this, it's such a an exponential game, and I will just say this personally, like from my understanding and experience with startups, it's like, hey, you know,
there are unicorns. There are people that are, you know, that you hear about where it's like, oh, they did something and it was just a tremendous success. But, you know, one thing that I hope to do with this series is to show people what it truly takes and to be completely transparent along the way. And, you know, if you guys have seen the My Vision video on my channel, which is a video that I made over 2 years ago that kind of outlined what I wanted to do with what we're doing now, you know, I wanted to show people that it's possible and to prove what's possible with hard work and to kind of show what goes into it. And that's what we're doing. Yeah, Happy Host, I do remember you. What's up, man? But, you know, if you're doing something like, hey, it really does take about 6 months to a year to really get your feet under you. And I think that, you know, we're about, you know, less than 4 months into this journey, and you guys are going to start to see like, hey, once we get like 6, 8, 10 months in, you know, it's really going to start to pick up, in my opinion. And that's what we're aiming for. And, you know, what I think about is, hey, you know, let's just keep putting in the work because it's going to take us somewhere, right? We don't know what the destination is going to be, but we know that the road that we're on right now is a really, really good one. So I can't tell you like exactly what it's going to look like, but I do know is that when you work incredibly hard and when you put the time and the effort in, and when you're in the arena and you're giving it everything that you have, things will work out favorably for you. If I went back to my first startup and you told me up front, hey, by the way, this is going to fail, I'd be like, oh, well, that kind of stinks. You know, why'd you tell me that, right? But the thing is what did it end up leading to, right? And that's a question that I ask myself every day. And I just know that, you know, we're putting in the work and it's going to take us somewhere. I want you to run the test suite and fix any failing tests. Will said that he started his SaaS journey 18 months ago. Currently on his second SaaS. It's going good, Happy Host. Zal7 over on Twitch. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. He said, nice work over here. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, and I think like just like something along those lines too is like, hey, do you have the staying power? Do you have the staying power? And I think that you'll see, you know, it's interesting because there's a lot of people that they'll get started and they'll go like, even for 6 months is not even that long. Like, try doing something for a couple years and have the staying power to go for like, you know, literally a couple years. And during that time, just show up and go insanely hard, you know? And that's going to take you somewhere. I'm in my early 20s. Super Combo said 1,000 people can think a startup will fail, but if the person doing the startup and sees the vision and works his ass on it, then it can succeed. 100%. I like that fact. Who created that FAQ? That's hilarious. Coding knowledge exists. That's funny. Alright, so we're gonna have to push this here soon. I like that idea, Tak. I mean, I was, Neek, that's awesome. Sub count, Super Combo just asked. We are at 15,458 subscribers right now. So we've gained about, we have another 600 members in the, about 595 members in the community today. So welcome everybody new. Appreciate the support. You know,
we're going to keep on growing, and we're going to build the future together. Let's go, guys. I think BridgeMine is going to be the biggest vibe coding community in 2026. Definitely the fastest growing right now. J35 said startups are most likely like the miner meme where the miner is about to get to the diamond but quits when he is about to. Similarly, it's about staying power. Yeah. It's like, hey, what is this person going to do when it gets really hard? That's the question that you should be asking yourself. What are you going to do when it gets really hard? Would there be a way so that the user can input missions? No, that's feature creep. When it gets really hard to sell. Oh, wow, yeah. Madikino said 2,200 hours deep into my SaaS. Sorry, chat's going too fast for me. It took him 6 months to get his first 100 users, but only 1 month after that to hit 1,000. Currently, a bit over 2,000 users with $700 MRR. Absolutely brutal grind, yeah. Well, it sounds like you got what it takes, man. Keep on grinding. All right, so let's check this out. I want to see this locally. So let's go out and let's check out this. Go here. And I want to see, be careful here. Hold on. Review and fix this error on this page. What is causing it? Fix it. Yeah, just ask yourself, what are you going to do when things get really hard? Neek's on our team. Will this be able to render in? Hold on. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, super combo. Yeah. Okay, things are looking good on my end. We're getting ready to actually deploy. Great, I now need you to do the same thing. Run npm run build again in each directory and run the test suite again. All right. I'm literally taking an exam right now. Oh, there's that lag because the test suites are all running at the same exact time, running a ton of node instances. Yeah, they probably will release it in a week. All right, I think we're ready to deploy this. Opus 4.5 is down to 44 tokens per second on the Anthropic servers. Wow. Renato, I think that you know, since you're a developer or somebody that has an eye for it, you know, you're like, oh, you know, obviously that's made by AI. But I think when you're actually taking into consideration people that are, you know, not developers or just wanting to use the product, I don't think they're like, oh, this was made by AI. You know, they're like, ah. But people have different opinions on that. But that's my perspective. Mag Blue Screen said to push it straight to prod. Let's go. Alright. Tests are passing. Things look good. Did you test the Claude Chrome extension? I have not, no.
Oh, it just came out? Yeah, let me know how it is, Sam. Yeah, I mean, we're hashing the password with Argon. No need to store addresses, and then all we store in terms of billing is Stripe customer ID. All right, oh my gosh. This is like watching paint dry. Jeez. Codex is so slow. It's rough. All right, let's actually check out. We definitely need to pull up AWS so that we can integrate with this and that we can actually get our environment variable set. But something that we could do, I mean, I do feel pretty, I surprisingly have a lot of energy, even though I've been, how long has the stream been? 7 hours and 30 minutes? It's not even that bad. But I think that we could still potentially do our TikTok audit, but in order to do that, you know, we're actually going to have to test it in production. Now, we do have getlate set up, so that's also nice. But right now, I do need to go set some environment variables so that we can push this, because this is going to be the last thing. I just wanted to make sure that we did a vulnerability check, and this is just setting like some max length on some of our DTOs, which is like not that like much of a concern, but guessing added later. But then we'll push, we'll test it. We'll be able to test this getlate integration. So like, you know, today, the ability to actually make it so that we can use getlate and connect with TikTok in production. You know, that's a big one. That's a big one. And we're going to be able to test that into production in probably about the next 20 minutes because we're going to push all this up. So very, very excited to see us do that. Well, we did get botted. I think the max that we can go is for 12 hours. I mean, we're just gonna play it by ear. I mean, I'm happy grinding. I just love this. I mean, I'm there's no place that I'd rather be right now. So I'm fine continuing to grind. It's only 6:35 on my end, so let's just keep going, guys. Let's go. All right. All right. So I'm in AWS now. Neek says that we're 11 away from 1800. Let's go. All right, let's go here. All right, so add variable, add variable, add variable, and then let me pull up my keys here. All right.
All right, we're good. What are the agents that I use most? Definitely Claude Code. Also, so I just did set my environment variables, so we are good now. So I had to kind of lock in there and update all that manually. But let's see here. Where are we at sub-wise? All right, looks like we're at 15,476. So we're only 24 away from our goal of 15,500. Let's go, guys. We can definitely hit that. Yeah. All right, let's stand a little bit. Let's go, guys. I am not using BMAD, no. Yeah, I think we're on 900, yeah. I agree with that. Somewhere around there. I mean, as soon as this finishes, we'll be able to deploy, but... I mean, it just wants to set max length on all the DTOs, I guess, so... Skull said, I don't understand anything, but I love it. Let's go, man. What language do I like most? I usually take that opportunity to make a joke and say English, but in this case, I mean, I use TypeScript a lot. Yeah. Yeah, GPT 5.2 codecs, I mean, it's the same thing that we're experiencing with a lot of these models. Like, hey, if we had this working on another model, I mean, this one's been working for 31 minutes. Really? 31 minutes for this? This is insane. Like, get a move on. To some extent, you know? I mean, I think we're good to deploy. I think it's time to deploy. Because this is just, at this point, just fixing, like, it's putting max length decorators on different DTOs just for an added layer there. But let's just deploy. I think we're ready to go. Alright, let's do it. Deploy. And I'm deploying to dev first. Yeah, I don't need to worry about those DTOs. Okay, deploy. 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 All right, let's go. Whoa, what is that?
What is this doing in this project? Delete it. Well, since I'm the only developer on some of these projects, it's like, hey, there's not really a reason for me to. Yes, it is kind of funny, but yeah, I mean, when that's the case, it's like, hey, to some extent, deploy. Kev Show, the cursor build, I just use Cursor Ultra. I spend $600 a month on AI pretty much across the board every month. That's just what I, that makes it so I don't hit limits a bunch, but also I don't spend like $1,000. Like if I was spending $1,000, I'd be like, oof, but 600 is doable. Right now I'm shipping a bunch of code. So, you know, I've been working for what, 7.5 hours, and this is the first time that we're actually pushing to production. So, you know, we'll be able to test this getlate integration in production. I think that's very, very important. Definitely the biggest thing that we did today. All right, there we go. Not really, G-Man. Just because a model is older doesn't mean it's cheaper. For example, Opus 4.1 is 3 times the cost of Opus 4.5 now. So, and at the end of the day, $600 is $600. All right, so things are deploying right now. We're going to be able to test this into production. Here's this. Let's see here. I do need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. But, yeah, let's get it, guys. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, I'm back. What's up? Okay, let's see the process of the builds. Let's go over to GitHub and see the deploys here. Status is deployed. All right. API is one of the most important. That's still in process. Database is probably more important, honestly. Good. All right, database migrations ran. You switched from GPT-5 to GPT-5.3? All right. API. All right, still deploying here. Yeah, Callum, that's very well said. Yeah, Callum just said, you know, if you have a 5-person development team, on average, low median, it would cost you $50,000 per month. Spending $600 per month on AI subscriptions is a 98.8% cost savings, plus better throughput on features and fixes. Yeah. Yeah, I know who Bleed is. Why? All right, it deployed. So we're going to be now waiting a little bit for the UIs. They take a little bit longer. Yeah, I do have them. They run a lint before pushing. But also, yeah, so I do npm run build before pushing. Yes. Okay. So, I mean, this is probably, I think we have to wait for the front ends to deploy successfully. So let me pull those up as well, just on my other monitor to see where we're at with, on Amplify here. I'm able to use a lot of different AIs simultaneously just from practicing. Okay, so this has deployed. But one thing I will say is it's like, hey, you know, it's more of like if you need to use, if you have 10 tasks that you can give to AI agents, then hey, great, you know, use it to, you know, integrate with 10 and give them 10 different tasks. You know, that's why when WebDev Cody was on the stream and he showed me Automaker, that has better integration. It probably is the way that software engineering is headed and agentic coding and vibe coding is headed, is that you basically have a way to better manage your agents and the features associated. So if I click add, this should take me to getlate. So hold on, it looks like it was cached. Hold on. Oh, it is cached, so it's already connected. Hold on here.
So I need to change this to... Oh, just because it probably is still spinning up, isn't it? Hold on here. All right, I'm multitasking right now, guys. Sorry, I'll be able to focus here in a second. Yeah, Tisoto, I know that a lot of people... I've created a new genre of streaming. Yeah. Yeah, I see a lot of people doing it, but... I mean, good for them, you know? Wish them the best. Hope their success. Probably, honestly, good for the space in general. Okay, so why did that not actually launch? I think it's because I actually need to log out of my TikTok account, or I need to or do I need to do an incognito, or let's try this. Let's try disconnecting my TikTok account, and let's try reconnecting it. Okay, so that is not using late. So why is it not using late? Let's see. Let's find out why. Has the task not spun up yet? I hope it hasn't. Or... Alright, so I'm in AWS right now, just checking up on our servers and seeing what the issue is here. Because that should work, so... Alright, let's see here. Logs. Oh. It's running. So, I mean, it makes sense. The environment variable keys are not set. Oh, I didn't update the service with the latest. Okay. Okay. Alright, so I didn't update the service when I set the environment variable, so I'm going to have to reset them. But yeah, so as you can see, it was still defaulting to my original TikTok, and that's actually good because it's showing you that still works. If you guys saw this launch, so when I launched this, right, this is actually good. And I'll talk about that a little bit once I actually reset these. But do you guys see how it's saying, hey, ViewCritter wants to access to your TikTok account? So the reason that this is good is because this means that we didn't break the existing functionality when we did our getlate integration, because this still works fully. So when we go to do our audit in our demo videos, that still works. So that's actually perfect. I feel great about that. But what we need to do now is we actually do need to set the getlate environment variables, and I just need to find them and set them correctly. So let me pull up the API keys real quick, and I'll set them in our task definition, and we should be good to go. Okay. Alright. Alright, see you, Chad.
All right, perfect. All right, so I'm now going to create, and then the last thing I forgot to do is just to update the actual service that's running the task definitions. So I'm gonna set these, force new deployment, and we should be good. So these will restart. What am I building? You can go to viewcreator.ai. But yeah, we have over 1,400 people right now. Okay, so once this rolls up, I mean, if we can actually get this to the point where we're able to connect a TikTok account to View Creator and we're able to post to getlate to an actual production account or a public account, then this day was a huge success. I mean, we could do the TikTok audit submission. It is on the goal list. I think that for that, the only consideration that I do have is that I need to be like 100% like, I mean, you guys think you guys know I have a high energy level in general, but I need to be like 100% locked in to be able to create that demo video, because I don't want any concerns about potentially not being on my game or like force the deployment, because it is possible that, for example, you know, hey, we could have, let's say, another 3 weeks to wait. So before we get TikTok verified. But the thing is that now we've gone through getlate as an intermediary substitute in that time period. And yeah, hey, NS is here. What's up, NS? Andre, let's go. What is the app about? It's the slogan of View Creator is virality on autopilot. And it allows content creators, businesses, brands, social media marketing managers to have a suite of tools that integrate some of the best agentic AI practices into their workflows. I've integrated them myself to be able to, you know, get 15,000 here and go viral here. So, you know, just taking some of those same approaches and taking them to social media marketing. But you can check it out at viewcreator.ai. Right now, we're waiting up for some tasks to spin up. NS, let's go. So we have one agent, View Creator here. Oh, this UI looks so good. Nice. We've done a lot today, guys. It's kind of funny to see it all in production and be like, oh yeah, I did that 7 hours ago, I forgot. What is better for front-end development, Cursor or Claude Code? I will say, like, front-end development, there is a correct answer to that. So for front-end development, the reason that Cursor is better is that you can use browser tools inside of Cursor. So do you see this? You have this div selector, so you can literally go in and select like specific divs on the page. You can obviously like use the browser here, so you can see I'm literally in my project here. You can also do screenshots, and I think that this one here, what does it do? I think this one literally gives it access to C. And then you also can run your terminals, and you can even have like kind of like a Figma type layout where you can set and update the code in a UI. So Cursor is probably best for front end, just in that way, because it has those added tools. Now, you know, Claude Code, you're just limited because you don't have that IDE, you don't have that that experience or those tools to be able to do that. But you know, you still have access to like Gemini 3 Pro is also probably the best UI model. But give me 1 second, guys. I am kind of doing one last thing on my end. I'm almost done, and then I'll be able to lock in. But I've been multitasking a little bit for the past like couple minutes. But I'm almost done. Let's go. Any lovable fans? Your opinion about Google Anti-Gravity? I think it's a little bit early on for Google Anti-Gravity. I don't think it's that good yet. I have tried it. My experiences with it personally have not been good. Also, I think that whenever a company is like giving AI away for free, it kind of is a little bit of a telling sign. Okay, and it looks like this is ready. These tasks did spin up 4 minutes ago. So let's do it, guys. Everybody cross your fingers. I don't want to hype it up because it could fail, but let's go to Connect Socials. When I click Connect TikTok, what we want it to do is we want it to actually launch into a get late session. So everybody cross your fingers, don't fail, launch into get late. Let's go. Oh, let's go. W's in the chat. Get late, integrated in production. W's in the chat, guys. So you can see that this one connected with getlate. So now all I have to do is now, for example, let's go over to our agents, right? And let's go to View Creator, and let's actually see like, hey, let's click here, and let's now connect that TikTok. So that's now saved, and we can just run this agent. And let's just pull up my TikTok account. I'm going to pull up TikTok here, and we'll go to my TikTok account. There is a link to this in the description if you guys want to check this out as well. There's a link to my TikTok, but let's try this out. So here's my TikTok. You guys can see that this was the last
is that
post.
they were able to do that.
So this is
without
the test, and now what I want to do is I want to go back and I want to actually run this agent. We have never had a successful agent run that was able to post to View Creator. So this agent is going to be able to go to our content bank and grab a video that has not yet been posted, and it's supposed to create the metadata and post to TikTok. Now let's just do it, guys. Let's run it. No sense in drawing out any further. Is this going to work or is it not going to work? Let's see. So it went and it grabbed the asset. So this is the video that's going to be posted. Let's go back to OpenRouter, and you say, okay, so that's the video that's going to be posted, and now it's running this publishing step. It says published. We'll wait. It's scheduled to go out. And I think that there's like some weird things with the server side events. Ooh, failed. Why did it fail? All right, hold up. So this is where I'll then open cursor, and now I'll be able to actually use cursor to identify what happened here. I just ran this agent. As you can see, it failed to publish to TikTok. Oh, you know what I probably did? Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. So we never tested this functionality locally. Let's go to TikTok here and click publish video, and let's actually manually upload one. Let's try this. I think that this will actually work. So let's upload this. So we're going to do this. We're going to do public. Okay, I think I didn't set this correctly. This is another test, but for production. If you see this, LFG. So this is actually, I think, what we did wrong. So we didn't test that in the agentic workflow. That's probably a little bit different. So this is, we hooked it up and did get it working correctly. We didn't work on the agentic workflow. I forgot that we didn't test that in locally. So let's test it here. Yeah, Theara, 100%. But for this, yeah, it is different. So if this publishes, then we're good. This is the first post that goes out in production to TikTok on a public account. If we get this, this is a big win. It looks like it's going to go through. I expect it to go through, to be honest. Because there's no reason it would work in locally and not work in production unless it was a simple environment variable issue. Now, for the agents, we actually didn't test that locally. So there may be an issue. I mean, there isn't there. Yeah. So it just published. Okay, so it published successfully. So let's now go here. And we may need to give it some time. Or not. Here it is, guys. It posted. W's in the chat. It posted, guys.
This is from Super Combo Gamer in our Vergemine Discord community. He's a moderator, very respected, so I appreciate you. Shout out to you. So check this out. So when you are comparing these models here, you know, you can see that Humanity's Last Exam, the Arc.
All right, W's in the chat, guys. So this is the first public video ever published from View Creator to TikTok. We're going to look at the agentic functionality because obviously there's a failure there, so we want to look at that. But yeah, I mean, we just got it, so that's a huge win. First TikTok video ever, and we did it in how long have we been streaming? 8 hours. So in 8 hours, we were able to get this integration fully integrated and deployed, knowing minimal amounts of things before today about getlate. So this is a huge win for us, guys. Yeah, huge win. So we can now look like, hey, the reason I'm not going to even try debugging this is because we'll be able to see this debug logic. Like, we'll be able to debug this locally, which also is a little bit nice about getlate. The fact that I don't have to, I'm not going to have to debug this only in production. Make it follow the cursor on the clip. That's actually very challenging. That clip there that you just saw, that actually was an Opus clip, believe it or not. So even like Opus clip doesn't have the cursor following yet. No, well, the video was recorded by me, but it was clipped by AI. So let's see, like, hey, what's going on now? So now I'm local, and I want to see agents, and I want to do a new agent, and I just want to do a short video, continue, TikTok, continue, bridge mind, yes, run once. This one's just going to be called TikTok test. We'll hook it up to this brand profile, test of TikTok. Set up agent. This is what the agent looks like. Let's kind of like just clean this up a little bit. So I'm going to select content bank. I'm going to switch these. And here, I'm just going to say, select the video that has not been posted and post it to my content bank. Or, sorry. All right. Select a video that has not yet been posted. And this should throw an error. It's good if it throws an error. I want you to write the captions using relevant hashtags and post it. All right, so let's select here. And now we'll be able to click create agent. Also, I really don't like this create agent. Can I? Okay, nice. Snap that before. Yeah, I hate this styling. I hate the styling of this agent created here. Fix it, make it more modern. This is completely off theme and totally unprofessional. It's on this agent's builder page. Completely redesign this. Make it match the theme and be professional. The best AI tools for designing UI is definitely Gemini 3 Pro. That's why, like, I still keep my cursor subscription because, hey, I'll just use Gemini 3 Pro. I'll give it a quick prompt and it's going to be able to do it. And kind of rethink that UI, so we'll be able to test this now, but I do think it's going to be pretty good. Sometimes it can be off, you know, like with anything, but in general... Alright. Hate the styling. I hate it. I use Whisper Flow for speech to text. Alright, so let's see what it did. Alright, so that's a lot better. TikTok test. That's what it came up with. Just a lot more professional on theme. So here's our agent. So what we want to do now is this is going to fail. I actually want it to fail, but let's run it so that we can then debug it. So it's going to go here, and we want it to fail so that we can debug it. Yeah. Okay, this actually failed, so that's not... we're going to have to go to our content bank here. So in profiles, it was just this Bridgemine profile here. And it looks like there's no content in the content bank, so it failed on that step. So yeah, there's no content that is suitable to be posted. So we'll upload this to our content bank. We'll click Save Changes, and we'll go back to Agents, and we'll now go here, TikTok test, run agent, and this will be able to run. And as said, good styling is just telling AI that you hate the current styling. Yeah. Do I have Google AI Ultra? I do not, no. You can. So yeah, Tanthian says, I think you can change the style directly on cursor with the editor. Yes, you can. So this should fail. We actually want it to fail. But yeah, you can do that by clicking this here. It opens that up. I don't use that though, but yes, you can do that if you wanted to change the layout from like a UI. And that'll update the code, which is pretty cool. So this is going to fail. Still saying scheduled. It's probably in the process of failing. Yeah, Bull MQ, SG. Yeah. All right, let's do a quick sub check. Wow. All right, so we hit our sub goal, guys. We're at 15,521. I mean, it's just crazy the amount of growth. I mean, 14,863. So we're like close to getting 700 subs. I don't think there's anybody that is growing this fast. This community is taking off, and there's a reason for that, guys. The buttons are humongous. I am in like what plus 150. I am literally in plus 150 right now, or it was 175 plus 175. All right, what's going on here? So it says scheduled, and it's never not saying scheduled. I mean, is it actually genuinely still scheduling? Transcription completed. Getlate video publish response. Did publish? Publish completed. Oh. I actually didn't want it to publish. I wanted it to fail. Because then I could be like, oh, it failed locally too. And we can fix it. Did it publish? Oh, it published. It is that they were able to do that without losing. And so what's really cool about those agents is that here in the captions, it creates the caption for you as well. So you can see this, and it says, just dropped a new video where I dive into Gemini 3 Flash and Gemini 3 Pro. You won't believe what it did for my UI yesterday. Seriously, everything you're seeing in the UI was revamped by Gemini 3 Flash. It even created all these table components. Super impressive stuff. Come check it out and see how powerful this really is. So that's the agentic workflow, and the power of View Creator agents is that you're actually able to create the metadata. So you can set it, you can set them to run at certain times. You know, we're having some issues now where it's like, hey, it didn't work in production, it worked locally. I don't like that. I mean, it is the reason that it, I mean, so now it constitutes, hey, let's actually post that. Man, I lost the prompt for it, unfortunately. So let's just cause another failure, shall we? In production. Let's go over there. Let's go, Wise Sleeper. Appreciate you, man. Also, just as a reminder to you guys that are watching still, tomorrow, hey, the reason that we've been grinding so hard is because, hey, we have to launch View Creator 2.0, and we have to apply significant pressure. If we take some beta mindset and say, oh, you know, we'll get there, and you know, we'll get there in time, and we just have to be patient, which, yes, there's some truth to that, but also there's some truth to just applying insane amounts of pressure and saying we have to make this happen. And you know, the reason that we applied so much pressure today is because, hey, we had to get the getlate integration working. Our TikTok, we didn't get rejected by TikTok, but there's an additional layer of verification that we're gonna need to now go through. So hey, in the meantime, now is the time to integrate with getlate. Go do it. And now we have that fallback, and we're able to post directly to TikTok from View Creator. So oh, Lyrium, is there? Yeah, Nick, I'm good. But yeah, why did this fail? Is it maybe because it may have failed during the publishing step? Because if we go back to that agent, like this was the run here. It was this run. So let's just use, so what's nice is, I don't know if you guys knew this, but you can actually use Cursor to be able to debug your AWS console log. So I can literally pass in View Creator AWS, and I can say, I want you to go to the View Creator API CloudWatch logs, and I want you to review the logs associated with this agent run. It failed. Would you identify and diagnose why it failed and tell me what the cause of this was? Don't update any code, but just pinpoint and diagnose why it failed. So I can't show you because it's going to expose my keys, but it's now going to use that to run a bunch of CLI commands and actually grab the logs associated with that job. So it'll be able to go to my logs, it'll be able to go to that log group, and it'll be able to filter the logs, search them, Like right now, I just did a logs describe log groups for this profile, and it says that it's now zeroing in on the logs. It's dating them. It's going to be able to filter based on that run because we passed in the run, which has the UUID of the run. It's now querying that UUID, and let's see here. I'm waiting. So it found it. Metadata was generated. So it suggests that post completion. Okay. I'll wait for it to complete and I'll. Okay, so it pinpointed the issue. Oh, that's interesting. So the issue was because of a missing getlate API key. So that's interesting. Do we run this prematurely then? Is that the case? Now this is where I don't want to get shadow banned by TikTok.
Just a math. This is from Super Combo Gamer in our Vergemine Discord community. He's a moderator, very respected, so I appreciate it, is that they were able to do that without losing just a massive amount of... Let's just do it.
I'm curious if I rerun this, is it now going to run? Because it says that the... it did actually... The issue that it ran into was not associated with failing functionality. It was associated with the environment variable key being set. But as we know, the environment variable key is set because we did then rerun it. And it did work, so let's go back over here, and, oh, wait, no, yeah, I'm good, right, yeah, I posted in this one, right, yeah, I did, yeah, I did, we're good, okay, so let's go back over to agents, and let's go to View Creator 2.0 again, and let's just try running this again, and I'm assuming that now it's, yeah, SG, I think you'd be surprised that actually is not an issue. All right, so it's scheduled. Spec Kit, I don't use it. I've reviewed it. I think that there are frameworks for agentic coding and for vibe coding. Are they necessarily needed? I think that some people will have success with them. I personally just have my own way of vibe coding and my own way of navigating things. So I have my own way. Everybody has their own workflow, and if you want to go learn Spec Kit, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong about that. Everybody has their own thing that works for them. I don't think that it even is like updating the status, unless, I mean, it is like, there's a couple things that are incorrect about this. Like, it's saying published a little bit too early because this is still in the process of publishing 100%. So like that needs to be fixed, but that's less of an issue. The big question is, will it publish to TikTok? That's the biggest thing. So let's refresh this. So nothing yet. I mean, it has to transcribe it, but should be coming through here in a second. It works. Let's go, guys. Wow, here it is.
Look at, let's...
Wow. Oh, so we did it. This is the first post ever from View Creator to go out on TikTok from a View Creator agent. That's incredible. W's in the chat. It's been a long day, but yeah. Loading on processing will be good. I don't know if it'll have 1 to 100. I don't think that that's smart just because you would need webhooks for that. Or like server side events, but just like a little bit of a better, you know, user friendly. But yeah, here it is, guys. So it did post, so it was an environment key issue. Maybe just the task was still spinning up, but yeah, this is big. Honestly, I think that this is a probably a good stopping point for this stream. You know, it's 7:30 on my end. I've been going for the last close to 8.5 hours now, so I think it's smart for us to wind it down for tonight so that we can actually wake up early and run it back tomorrow. But, you know, hey, why were we working so hard today on Get Late? It was because tomorrow we want to launch our UGC campaigns. And we're not actually, you know, let me take a step back. We're not going to launch our UGC campaigns tomorrow, but we are going to build out and select a few members from the BridgeMind community to join the team. Like one of them is NS, one of them is Wise Sleeper, one of them is Get Peace at Last. But, you know, this is significant progress, guys. And we now have a fallback with Get Late. And we now just published our first TikTok ever from View Creator to TikTok. And yes, we did face an obstacle with getting an additional layer of auditing from TikTok, but we're going to be able to submit that probably tomorrow, maybe tomorrow morning before the stream, just so I'm like high energy and like super locked in. It's probably not a good idea for me to do that now. But yeah, huge W's in the chat, guys. Appreciate you for being along with me for the journey. What a great day. WebDev Cody was on the stream. We got the Get Late integration working. We did 500 push-ups, 100 pull-ups. We built out the admin portal. We have the TikTok submission. The only reason I don't want to do the TikTok submission is because I just know that I want to spend time thinking about it, right? I want to just genuinely be like, okay, I am like insanely focused on this and like operating at 100% capacity. So again, guys, appreciate you guys for tuning in. I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 106. Let's keep the momentum going and let's build the future, guys. See ya.